Okay, dude, fuck it. Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there's absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancer as fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Watch it! Game Awards! I can't focus on this anymore because all you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. You did fucking leave the fucking channel. Fuck, mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Dude, Megaphonics, this is literally just like
what's going on, everybody?
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Monday. It's Monday News Day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's Monday News Day, August 18th, 2025, 11:26 a.m. It's 77 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live. We're live, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful time. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And that is what is going on. That's what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me get started by saying yesterday into the broadcast, it was somewhat of a shorter broadcast. We were supposed to have some fun stuff, but it didn't turn out to be as fun. There was some incidents that took place, but it's all good. Ended the broadcast, and went and linked up with the boy Phineas and went and watched Weapons. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I have a life. I have a life outside of the streaming space. And I did that. Sorry, no gaming. I know. I went and I watched the latest.
This is a true story that happened in my town.
This is the movie I watched. And let me tell you, bro. Okay, couple feelings straight off the rip. Okay? Weapons, very good. Terrifying. But they spam jump scares. Okay? So if you are not into jump scares, I'm going to keep it $150. This is not the movie for you, because as good as the movie was, they spam jump scares in it. Like, it's shameless. It's a shameless spamming of jump scares. No, they don't. What? They're only 4, and I counted. The first half is all jump scares. The second half is much better. I loved it. There were some weird moments in it. There were some definitely weird moments in it for sure. I mean, there was a lot of weird moments in it. Come on, it's not that scary. Okay, this is This is like, because I've grown up eating peppers all the time, like super spicy food all the time. It's like when I tell someone, oh, that food's not spicy, and then people go, no, you're crazy. It's actually very spicy. Okay? The reality is I don't watch a lot of movies that are horror, in the horror genre. I just don't. I don't watch a lot of horror movies, and therefore, I don't have the built-in tolerance that a experienced horror enjoyer has. So for me, it's not even a question. This was a scary ass movie. Okay, there was a gay dude sitting next to us, and he was shrieking the whole time. 10/10 would recommend. How is it on gore? I love horror, but I can't handle gore. There's gore. There's definitely gore. I was watching the Patreon episode for this week's Fear N episode, and I can't believe, you know what Cat's Eye is, Big Bro? Big Bro is tapped in. Unk is tapped in. Okay, fair comparison. It didn't have that many jump scares anymore. In my opinion, they were very effectively used sparingly. Yeah, I will tell you this. All right, here. First, let's watch the trailer.
Wednesday.
But actually, hold on. I'm just going to say it right now. I will tell you this. There are methods of trying to put some safeguards when you're watching this, right? When you're watching a scary movie. And for me, one of the methods is like you can't close your eyes because then because I was there with like a big group, you know, some people that I've met already, some people that I haven't, right? And it's embarrassing if they catch me, 34-year-old hairy man, you know, closing his eyes or, you know, putting his hand up like this, right? Putting his hand up like this. It doesn't work. But let me tell you something, okay? I didn't want to close my eyes either. I was embarrassed. I just like didn't want to look. I didn't want to look at the screen. But the problem was a lot of the jump scares are paced in a way where there is a tempered pause where it almost feels like the dude who made this movie basically timed it so that if you were like a scaredy cat and you closed your eyes and you went, oh, this scene has gone on for far too long. I don't think it's going to be a scary one. Okay. And then you look up and right at that moment, it happens. That happened to me like 3 times, bro. That happened to me 3
Zach Kreger, writer.
fucking times, dude. I don't know what the hell Zach Kreger was doing. I mean, the shots were amazing, by the way. God damn, he was so good. We get jump scared by Cook CNN audio every single day in your stream. This movie is totally fine for chat. The direction was incredible. Some of those shots, you're like, that is wow. I mean, it was actually awesome. The scissor scene made me so unbelievable. Oh my God, I know. It was so crazy. Your dad would hate this movie. My dad would never watch horror. Are you kidding me?
And director of Weapons. So at this point in the movie, Justine Gandy, who's the teacher who presides over the class that went missing, she's, by the way, played by the brilliant Julia Garner. She has become so frustrated with the lack of action and satisfaction from the authorities that she's decided to, take it upon herself to get some clarity on this mystery. And the only lead...
I forgot the guy who made this is from The Whitest Kids You Know and is like originally a comedy guy. But it definitely shows, okay? It definitely shows. The only thing that I do not understand is the actual gun. It's shown one time and never again. I genuinely don't know what the fuck that was. I'm not giving you any big spoilers. I think it's literally in the trailer. It is one of the... I just don't understand that. I didn't understand what it was supposed to be. Like, it was a poster on the wall. Okay, but like, what's the analog
that she has is the little boy who didn't go missing.
Hello?
Which is Alex Lilly, played by Carrie Christopher. So in this scene, she's arriving at his house. She's followed him from the bus stop, and she decides to just go ahead and knock on the door because there was something just a little odd about the way the door opened and closed so perfectly when he entered his house. The first little baby clue we get that something is wrong with this kid is that, there's newspaper up over all the windows. And so she decides to snoop a little bit deeper, and that's what brings her into the backyard, which...
He said he didn't know what it meant, but he put it in anyways. Okay, I kind of like that. I love when a director's just like, yeah, I went crazy with that one. I just went nutty mode with that. Fuck it, That's cool. That's cool. That's just, that's beast mode. That's beast mode. It's just like this thing that is so weird and never gets addressed at all. This thing, no, it has meaning. He's lying. No, I mean, why would he lie? Bro said, I don't know. It's tough. Won't look at a vegetable peeler the same again. Okay. There is like a lot of stuff happening in the chat where people who have watched the movie are saying things that won't actually spoil because you have no context to understand what it means, but like you're still gonna say don't do spoilers anyway. Weapons is the only anti-pedophile movie. It's true. It was a reference to a bill that passed in the HOR with 217 votes but did not pass in the Senate. It would have prevented tons of deaths from school shootings. Wait, what? Really? Why did he say there's no reason for it then? What? You just made that up. Yeah, you fucking made that up, dude. You made that up. I wanted 7 hot dogs right after watching it. It's the perfect number of hot dogs. By the way, that was one of my favorite moments as well, because 7 hot dogs is the appropriate number of hot dogs to consume. The only issue I had with it was only mustard, no ketchup. And I thought that was kind of weird. Okay. Only mustard, no ketchup. Like, I know aesthetically it looks good, but you got to put some fucking ketchup on there, man. That's crazy. Only mustard on the dog is wild. 7 hot dogs is the whitest kids reference. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. The bill is real, but he did say it came to him in a dream. House passes assault weapon ban that's doomed in the Senate. Democrats say the bill, which would reinstate a federal ban that expired almost 2 decades ago, is much needed response to recent mass shootings. Wow. Maybe that's why he saw it. Ketchup on hot dogs? What are you, a child? Oh, I'm not even going to entertain this. Okay, I have good taste. Ketchup is perfectly appropriate.
So, Timmy, I got your blood work in, and I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Just about how many hot dogs do you eat a day?
How many hot dogs?
Yeah.
Geez. I don't know. I mean, some days I could eat a couple, and some days I don't eat any.
Okay. Well, let's just say for an average, take your whole week and try to figure out what your daily amount would be.
I have no idea.
Just try.
Okay. On a whole week, average per day would be something like, I don't know, 7?
7 hot dogs?
7, yeah.
A day.
Is that high?
It's a little high.
No, I don't think so. No. I think 7 dogs is the appropriate number of dogs, brother. It is. 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 That's crazy.
Is that bad?
Yeah. By the way, the guy in the video is Trevor, the doctor from Whitest Kids You Know. He passed away a couple years ago on actually the day of the release of Weapons. Trevor Moore. So I think like even the time of the timing of the release of the movie was also a way to show him some to pay his respects. The Whitest Kids You Know YouTube channel released this video the day the movie released. Weapons is a sequel. Oh, wow. That's beautiful. But yeah, the 7 hot dogs is a reference to this sketch from Whitest Kids You Know that they wrote together.
Well, not good.
I mean, I'm just ballparking here,
Sure. Timmy, I want to try something if you don't mind. Walk me through one of your days.
Walk you through my day?
Yeah, just take me through a day in the life of Timmy.
Okay. Well, I wake up and I take a shower. And I, get ready for work. And I go downstairs and I have a bagel and something for breakfast.
And something?
A hot dog.
Hot dog. Okay.
I mean, I do usually eat a hot dog there.
Okay.
Then I take the train to work.
Well, slow down. Does anything happen on the way to work?
Oh, I almost forgot. On the way to the subway, there's a hot dog stand, so I usually have 1 or 2. Yeah.
2 hot dogs.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, you might know, if you don't know anything about Whitest Kids You Know, you've definitely seen the Trevor Moore sketch about him saying, you can't say, I want to assassinate the president of the United States of America with a gun. You can't say that. Like, that's the one that you've probably seen that one. Like, that one is a fucking classic. You can't say that. It's one of the things you can't say. It's a classic one. The PSA, they have really good bits. There's a bunch of classics. Like, Whitest Kids You Know, I would say is like is a type of comedy that existed for a short period of time in the UK as well, with Brass Eye and all of those guys. That is just now gone. We just don't have it anymore, I don't think. People have tried to make it happen. People have tried to do something similar to that, but it just doesn't exist, I don't think. We're just not funny as a society anymore. We're just fucking ass. And it's not because there aren't funny people. It's just I don't know. Ain't no time for funny business.
Hi, I'm Trevor Moore. Did you know that it's illegal to say I want to kill the President of the United States of America? It's illegal. It's a federal offense. It's one of the only sentences that you're not allowed to say. Now, it was okay for me to say it right then because I was just telling you that it's illegal.
You want to know why? You want to know why this is this is a sketch? Here, I'll give you an accurate reflection of the times as to why you can't do comedy anymore, okay? Because some motherfucker is going to clip him just saying this part, the illegal thing you can't say, and then go, this guy wants to kill the President of America. We have to arrest him. You know what I mean? That's where we're at. That's where we're at. And it's not about like being too woke to joke. It's just everybody is woke. The right wingers are woke. The liberals are woke. Everyone is behaving in the same way where they're like, no time for comedy for me. Okay? That's it. That's it. I mean, I deal with this on a daily fucking basis. I try to make jokes about like the otherwise incredibly cruel world that we exist in. And motherfuckers will clip it to be like, oh, we gotta kill this guy.
Federal offense. It's one of the only sentences that you're not allowed to say. Now, it was okay for me to say it right then because I was just telling you that it's illegal to say, I want to kill the President of the United States of America. I'm not actually saying it. I'm just letting you know that it's illegal to say that. It's kind of like a public service. I'm letting you know so that you don't accidentally go out and say something like that. But what's interesting is that it's very illegal to say.
Like yesterday, I suggested that as a public service, we should have like cops do, the cops should just like eat it, right? At protests, like you bring a cop out, only hand-to-hand combat to release stress, okay? There was 1 million people that heard that and went, this is my opportunity to shine. I am going to use this as a way to say Hasan wants police officers to be shot in broad daylight in the streets, gunned down, fucking, or whatever number of different like schizophrenic hallucinations. You can't even make a goddamn suggestion jokingly, okay? It sucks. Everybody fucking cries. Everybody fucking cries about everything. No more charitability. The internet and clip culture and the mean ways that we exist have truly destroyed one aspect of comedy. Okay? One aspect of like just making jokes, being a silly little guy. You can't be a silly little guy anymore. It's fucking annoying. Everybody has to. Some motherfucker has to take what you're saying sincerely, as though you are suggesting it as a real thing. And the algos are basically pumping that kind of attitude. And this isn't about like why can't we say slurs? Like woke killed comedy, we can't say slurs. That's not what I'm talking about at all. Because right wingers are the ones who do this shit all the goddamn time. You know, I would say like one of the last examples of this kind of stuff, at least like flying in a podcast format, was Cumtown, unironically. And it was a beautiful moment in time, which is part of the reason why I think a lot of people do actually look back at that fondly and remember it fondly, even if they were like, even if they were kind of upset about it. Glad Hasan agrees with our VP. True meaning of a man is just telling some jokes. Our vice president said that, which the real vice president? Or the shadow vice president. A man throwing a sandwich at a cop is comedy. Yeah, that's another one. That's another one. Like, I was like, bro, really? You're going to fucking arrest people? And I talked to normies about this too. I was talking about the cop getting hit with a fucking ham sandwich thing. Okay. And I was like, bro, you're really going to arrest this man for throwing a ham sandwich at you? Like, what do you have some fucking shame, you know, have some decency. And I talked to normies about it. And they unironically were like, nah, dude, fuck it. You can't throw something at a cop. You need to be killed. It's like Americans' brains are broken, dude. We used to have healthy attitudes. We used to be a real nation. People used to not really fuck with cops all that much. You know what I mean? People understood that it was like, you know, it's just, you got to let certain things slide. Okay. We don't let nothing slide no more. Cannon
I really,
Burglar,
really think someone out there should kill the President of the United States of America. That's illegal. Extremely illegal. Very, very illegal. but not illegal to say with a mortar launcher. Because that's its own sentence. It's an incomplete sentence, but it may have nothing to do with the sentence before that. So that's perfectly fine, perfectly legal. I also found out that it's incredibly illegal.
If somebody throws a sandwich at my mother, I would hope they would get arrested. Is your mother a cop wearing Kevlar vests doing a fucking military invasion of DC, the nation's capital, and only getting a fucking light ham sandwich slapped to the chest? Like, what do you mean? What if my mother was in the trajectory of the sandwich? Like, why are you making this? Why are you building an entirely separate hypothetical here? Like, why do you guys have so much fucking, it just, I don't know if this is like debate pervertry or something. Like, I think it's objectively funny that a Department of Justice official walked up to a cop and threw a ham sandwich at one. Okay? That's an objectively funny situation. I think it's entirely overkill to hunt this dude down and arrest him and hit him with a litany of different crimes, like assaulting an officer with a delicious weapon. Like, it's just crazy. No, you were going to get shaken for that statement. I think it's an objectively funny thing. Okay? It's an objectively funny thing. People get so fucking mad. People are crazy. People are fucking nuts. I don't know. I don't know how to deal with it anymore. You're getting more trolls because last week you said you don't get hogs anymore. I know. That's true. But this one's not a hog. I think this one's just a person who just wants to be contentious.
Extremely illegal to go on television and say something like the best place to fire a mortar launcher at the White House would be from the roof of the Rockefeller Hewitt building because of minimal security and you'd have a clear line of sight to the president's bedroom. Insanely illegal. Ridiculously, recklessly, insanely illegal. Yet even more illegal to show an illustrated diagram. Insanely illegal. Ridiculously, horribly felonious, because they will come to your house in the middle of the night and they will lock you up. Extremely against the law. One thing that is technically legal to say.
Dude, remember, once again, you cannot post the diagram of the doohickey that was used in the assassination of Shinzo Abe as a quote retweet of a sitting senator demanding that people kill protesters. You can't do that, okay? Also illegal. It's not allowed. I'm telling you right now, you cannot post the doohickey, the diagram of the doohickey, the handmade, artisanal, farm-to-table weapon that was created in the assassination of Shinzo Abe as a quote retweet of Senator Tom Cotton's post on Twitter about killing American citizens for the crime of doing a First Amendment protected demonstration. You can't do that. Okay? You cannot do that. It is illegal. It is illegal. Don't do that. Yeah. But do you see what I mean? Like that. Yeah. This I'm showing you right now. This illegal. Okay? It's just like it's just so it's so funny that like all of the people who think the peak of comedy is like saying the N-word will unironically look at stuff like this and to this day still go, this person wanted to assassinate a sitting senator. He did a death threat to a sitting senator. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. What do you mean? Why are you fucking concern trolling? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, and it's just funny because like we unironically have to sit around and act like this is a sincere concern being demonstrated by people. A sincere concern demonstrated by really scared people, really worried people. Like, this is causing a lot of instability. Their whole life on the internet is concern trolling. They never say what they truly think. I know. It's so fucking lame. Shut up. Anyway, how do we arrive at this? It was because I watched Weapons last night, and I thought about like the era of comedy and what the whitest kids you know represented for American comedy. Some of the best. And Weapons is great. I haven't seen Eddington yet. I'm gonna watch it eventually, but I haven't seen Weapons yet. Or I saw Weapons. Sorry, I haven't seen Eddington yet. I'm not gonna give you guys any spoilers, but I had a fantastic time, especially if you like horror, especially if you are a fan of the genre of horror. It is a very, very good movie. It's a very good horror movie. I'm gonna just show you the trailer. And we're going to move on. I'm going to blast off because I haven't blasted off yet. I forgot that I haven't blasted off yet. And we are going to continue. We are going to continue with the broadcast. Hold on. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're blasting. We're blasting.
This is a true story that happened in my town. So this one Wednesday is like a normal day for the whole school. But today was different. Every other class had all their kids. But Mrs. Gandy's room was totally empty. And you know why? Because the night before, at 2:17 in the morning, every kid woke up, got out of bed, walked downstairs, and into the dark. And they never came back.
I don't understand at all. Why just her classroom? Why only hers?
Where are our children?
We have a lot of emotional parents here. I think it's best if you keep some distance from this place.
There's even a scary moment in the fucking trailer, bro.
Matthew, where are you? Where did you go?
Okay, I gotta say something about this dude. I don't know who this guy is, but he reminds me so much of Noah. I feel like this dude straight up, maybe I'm crazy, maybe I got face blindness, but he just straight up looks like Noah, dude. Am I crazy? Taron Egerton? Bro, especially with the mustache. Am I being racist? Like, doesn't this just look like if Noah shaved his beard and only had the mustache, this is what he would look like? Is this anti-white racism? Am I being, that's Alan Ehrenreich or something? Han Solo, bro? I don't know. I don't know who the dude is, but that is Aiden Einreich, not Ansel. Okay, maybe I'm not the one who's fucking being an anti-white racist here because y'all just said a bunch of different names. And it seems like they could all, I doubt it, okay, but maybe. Bro, see? Come on, dude. Am I crazy? Yo, come on. Come on. Am I that off base with this? Or did I cook? Am I crazy? Maybe. Actual face blindness. I saw it before you even said it. Not crazy. Oh, I thought you meant Noah Sampson. I was like, it's just a mustache, dude. No, Noah Colwyn. All white people look the same. Wait, is this a picture? Why does Noah look like he go 2-3 year Dagestan? Yeah. Updated playlist. Trump live with European leaders. All right, let's just get started. Fuck it. Let's talk about the actual issues and the actual things that matter. All right, let's get into it.
But it would be, I like the ceasefire from
I'm gonna blast off. Does anyone have a blast off meme right now?
But I believe a peace agreement at the end of all of this is something that's very attainable, and it can be done in the near future. With all of the wars that I got involved in, we only have this one left. Of course, as I walk out the door, there'll probably be a new one starting, and I'll get that stopped too. But I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones. It's actually one of the most difficult. They're very complex. The next step would be for a trilateral meeting, and that will be worked out. And I just look forward to working and having a great result. We're going to spend a lot of time today talking about, and we're really honored you guys came over. I mean, these are the heads of major countries and respected all over Europe. And they speak for, largely, I think I should say, but pretty much for the other countries of Europe. And we will come to a resolution today, I think, on almost everything, including probably the security. And that's pretty much the story. I'd like to say, Mr. President, would you like to say something? You have the media. If you want, you could come over and you could stand, you could use mine, or you could just turn around, whichever you feel comfortable with.
Thank you so much. I can speak without microphone. Thank you so much. I think that we had very good conversation with President.
Bro, we can't hear you if you speak without microphone.
It was the best one, or sorry, maybe the best one will be in the future. But it was really good, and we spoke about very sensitive points. The first one is security guarantees, and we are very happy with President that all the leaders are here, and the security in Ukraine depends on the United States and on you and on those leaders who are with us in our hearts. They have been online before yesterday, and etc. So a lot of countries on the side of Ukraine, our people, and all of us want to finish this war, stop Russia and stop this war. We spoke about it, and we will speak more about security guarantees. This is very important that the United States gives such strong signal and is ready for security guarantees. The second point, or maybe the first, humanitarian direction, very important to exchange all the prisoners, and I think that President will help, and I was very thankful to your wife again, Mr. President, for the letter about our abducted children, and I hope that really
it's not a suit. He's not wearing a suit.
For the people
he is
to
swagged out, though. I wouldn't say this is a suit. He's just wearing a jacket. No?
And be happy.
Get the people back, yeah.
Yes, this is so important, and I'm happy that we discussed it, this track with President Trump, and I hope that we will find decisions. And then what is very important that all the sensitive things, territorial, etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting, and he said that he will come or not come. Ukraine will be happy if you
both
participate.
Want me there, I will be there. Yeah,
yeah, thank you. And I think this is very important. Yes, so security guarantees, bringing kids back, and all our people, not only warriors, first of all warriors, and all the civilians, journalists, a lot of people in prison. So we need them back. And guarantees which will work for the years. We spoke about it, and I showed the President a lot of details on the battlefield, on the map. Thank you so much. Thank you for the map, by the way.
Good map.
It was great.
Good map.
I'm thinking how to take it back.
We'll get you.
Also,
I think
blast
that
it off. Let the people know.
We had constructive, specific meeting.
Let the people know we're live. Let it be known.
All the leaders who are here, and you help a lot, and so we are happy that we have such big unity today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much,
for hosting us.
Mr. President. I think you'll see that President Putin really would like to do something else. I think when we set that up, when we do, I think it's going to be when, not if. I think you're going to see some really positive moves. I know there's over 1,000 prisoners, and I know they're going to release them. Maybe they're going to release them very soon, like immediately, which I think is great. But we're going to set that up today after this meeting. So very good and great remarks. I appreciate it. Mark, as head of NATO, maybe you could say a few words, please.
Yes, I will be very brief. I really want to thank you, President of the United States, dear Donald, for the fact that you, as I said before, broke the deadlock basically with President Putin by starting that dialogue. And I think it was in February that you had the first phone call, and from there we are now where we are today. And that is, I think, if we play this well, we could end this. And we have to end this. We have to stop the killing. We have to stop the destruction of Ukraine's infrastructure. It is a terrible war. So I'm really excited. And let's make the best out of today and make sure that from today onwards we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership, what you are doing for Volodymyr, but of course also all the European colleagues. It is really crucial. And the fact that you
Dear Daddy Trump, I want to thank you for your leadership.
Guarantees is a big step. It's really a breakthrough, and it makes all the difference. So also thank you for that.
Well, NATO also has agreed.
I just don't understand why Zelensky. Look, Zelensky seemingly looks happy.
It's 2%. There wasn't.
So I don't know what the fuck they told him, but
that's a big difference, and so we appreciate that. That was a great move. Thank you very much, Ursula. Maybe on behalf of the Commission, you could say a couple of words.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a very important moment. Indeed, we are here, Europeans, as friends and allies. We had a fantastic NATO summit. Together as the two largest and biggest economies in the world, we had the largest trade deal ever agreed. And now we are here to work together with you on a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. Stop the killing. This is really our common interest, stop the killing. And indeed, it's very good to hear that we're working on the security guarantees, Article 5 life security guarantees, so important. But I want to thank you also that you mentioned the thousands of Ukrainian children that have been abducted. And as a mother and grandmother, every single child has to go back to its family. This should be one of our main priorities also in these negotiations, to make sure that the children come back to Ukraine to their families.
Thank you. And we did. I was just thinking we're here for a different reason, but we just a couple of weeks ago made the largest trade deal in history. So that's a big thing, and congratulations. That's great. Thank you very much, Ursula. Mr. Chancellor from Germany, a very great leader.
Mr. President,
Please.
dear Donald, many thanks for having us today. I think this is extremely helpful that we are meeting and hearing that the two of you are having such a good meeting today here in Washington. The next steps ahead are the more complicated ones now. The path is open. You opened it last Friday. But now the way is open for complicated negotiations. And to be honest, we all would like to see a ceasefire, the latest from the next.
Am I crazy? This is not how they were talking before. You ask European leaders about Russia, they were talking like King Von. And now they're like, oh, we want peace. We've always wanted peace. Peace is the best possible solution. What happened? They literally, they are so fake, bro. What happened? I'm not even kidding. Like they used to be like, oh, we're gonna make the guns talk. We're gonna make our guns do the talking.
Should be a trilateral meeting.
Yeah, we're sliding for Zelensky. We're sliding for Zelensky all day, every day. We're gonna send. Keir Starmer said he's gonna send the British military.
We can do that. I will say, and again,
Macron was like, we might use nukes. You know, I mean, he didn't say that, but
I haven't had a ceasefire. We just got into negotiations, and one of the wars was, as you know, in the Congo was 31 years long. Another one that we settled last week with two great countries was 35 years going on, and we had no ceasefire. So if we can do the ceasefire, great.
Oh my God!
And
he just keeps repeating it until it becomes a truth, I guess.
Many other points were given to us. Many points were given to us.
Remember all the wars I ended?
Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Donald, Mr. President, for hosting us today in this important meeting. And I think it is an important day, a new phase, after 3 years and a half that we didn't see any kind of sign from the Russian side that there was a willing for dialogue. So something is changing, something has changed, thanks to you. Thanks also to the stalling in the battlefield, which was achieved with the bravery of Ukrainians and with the unity that we all provided to Ukraine. And the reason why I mention it is that we also have to remind that if we want to reach peace and if we want to guarantee justice, we have to do it united. So that's why it's a very good day, the one
it's so funny that these like highly educated, well, not Maloney, she sucks, but like a lot of these guys are highly educated libs, right? They have a decent understanding of the world. I might not agree with their worldview, but like they're not stupid. So when they fucking hear Donald Trump be like, I'm ending all the wars, including the one in Congo, I ended the India clash, like they just have to sit there and be like, yes, Mr. President, you did do that. They know that's not the truth. But what can you do in the situation? He just kind of sits there and he's like, I've done it all. I've ended wars that you didn't even know. Like, they literally just have to sit there and appease him.
So we are always ready to bring our proposals for peace, for dialogue.
It's just like
something
a permanent
we have
ring-kissing operation.
Together to guarantee peace and to defend the security of our nation. So thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel?
Thank you, Mr. President, for organizing this meeting and for your commitment. And everything was said, but I just have to say here, everybody around this table is in favor of peace. And we work very hard, and we've worked very hard during the past few years to have a peace which is a robust and long-standing peace. This is why the idea of a trilateral meeting is very important, because this is the only way to fix it. And by the way, I think as a follow-up, we would need probably a quadrilateral meeting, because when we speak about security guarantees, we speak about the whole security of the European continent. And this is why we are all united here with Ukraine on this matter. In order to organize such a trilateral meeting, your idea to ask for a truce or ceasefire, at least to stop the killings, as we discussed, is a necessity. And we all support this idea. And in order to have such a long-standing peace for Ukraine and for the whole continent, we do need these security guarantees. And the first one is clearly a credible Ukrainian army.
What does that look like? What does that look like?
And the second one is
what does this look like? This is what I need to understand.
And
like they keep saying we're going to do security guarantees, but what does that mean? You know what I mean? Is it like NATO-style security guarantees without actual NATO intervention?
Guarantees and our commitments. And you can be sure that Europeans are very lucid about the fact that they have their fair share in these security guarantees for Ukraine, but their own security is clearly at stake in this situation. So you can count on us, as we can count on you, in order to deliver this robust peace for both Ukraine and Europe.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting us here. Can I start where Emmanuel started, which is we all want peace. The war in Ukraine has had a huge impact, particularly on the Ukrainians who've borne the brunt of it, but it's also had an impact on Europe and on the United Kingdom. There's not a family or community that hasn't been affected. And when we talk about security, we're talking about the security not just of Ukraine, we're talking about the security of Europe and the United Kingdom as well, which is why this is such an important issue. I think this is such an important meeting. As a group, I think we've had a discussion on the phone a number of times, Mr. President, but be able now to be around the table to take it forward. And I really feel that we can, I think, with the right approach this afternoon, make real progress, particularly on the security guarantees, and your indication of security guarantees, of some sort of Article 5 style guarantees, fits with what we've been doing with the Coalition of the Willing, which we started some months ago, bringing countries together and showing that we were prepared to step up to the plate when it came to security. With you coming alongside, the US alongside what we've already developed, I think we could take a really important
I don't know. Maybe this is like a face-saving operation for the West and America's like military prowess or something, where they just have to make it seem like they're actually standing down from the Russian incursion with 20% of Ukrainian territory and perhaps even more now being relinquished to Russian control, and they're just saying like, but we actually did such a good job.
Thank you for being prepared to take that forward.
You know what I mean? I don't know what the security guarantees are going to look like. I don't even know if like Vladimir Putin is actually going to follow through on the conditions of the ceasefire. I don't know what the actual details of the ceasefire look like currently, but it doesn't.
Difficult issues to a head.
I don't know. It doesn't feel like this is anything different than just straightforwardly saying like, no, you get all of your maximalist positions, but please promise that you're just not going to hit Ukraine any harder.
Thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much. And, you know, it's very interesting because this is the first for the White House. You can't say that very often. It's seen a lot over the years.
Maybe they're just like presenting this as a way to be like, see, we tried to do a peace. I could see them doing this as a way to be like, see, we try to do peace. Putin is actually the big hurdle to peace. And maybe they're going to get Donald Trump to finally recognize that Putin is a hurdle to peace or something. But then again, then you're back to square one. And the number of weapons you send to Ukraine is not going to actually make up for the lack of manpower. So even if you go back to square one and you just
thank you very much,
get
Mr.
everybody
President.
involved in like
think in the past
defensive posture for Ukraine, it doesn't change the dynamic on the battlefield unless there's like actual military military intervention.
The fact that we're around this table today is very much symbolic in the sense that it's Team Europe and Team United States helping Ukraine. And the progress that we're looking out.
Do you think Putin is a hurdle to peace? I mean, considering that he did invade Ukraine, yes,
which are a big part.
he is the warring party
and then,
here. He is the belligerent.
Towards a process with a trilateral meeting with you.
Yes, I do think
and
that.
President Putin and President Zelensky. Some of the international media might wonder, why is the president of Finland here? I think the reason is probably
you got to get out of your rational bag on this nonsense. None of this is rational.
We have a long border with Russia. over 800 miles.
I'm
And
noticing
we,
a
of course,
significant lack of Turkish presence at this table, and it's frustrating me.
From World War II, the Winter War and the War of Continuation. And if I look at the silver lining of where we stand right now, we found a solution in 1944, and I'm sure that we'll be able to find a solution in 2025 to end Russia's war of aggression and find and get a lasting and just peace. The situation is very difficult, but that's why we're here.
Thank you, Alex, very much. Good job. So we're going to be meeting for a while, and we're going to discuss some of the issues. And I don't think there's any issue that's overly complex. It's at a point now where people want to do things. I really do believe. I've known him for a long time. I've always had a great relationship with him. I think that President Putin wants to find an answer too. And we'll see. And in a certain period of time, not very far from now, a week or 2 weeks, we're going to know whether or not we're going to solve this, or is this horrible fighting going to continue. We'll do our best to get it ended. And I believe you have two willing parties, and usually that's good news, but two willing parties that want to make a deal. And we'll journey together, and we'll go over and we'll see if it can be done. And it's possible it might not be able to be done. On the other hand, it's possible it will. And we're going to save thousands and thousands of lives a week. And so it's something we really have to do. And or at least we have to give it our best. It's all you can do. You can give it your best. But I think we may have a very good outcome. So I want to thank you all, and the media, I want to thank you. We're going to be staying here for a little while. Then we're going to walk over to the Oval Office, and we're going to have another little discussion about similar matters. And then they're going to go home to their great countries and report. And I'm going to remain here and work, and you're going to go and work. We're all going to be working. We may be in a different location, but that's what we know how to do is work. But I want to thank the media. Has been actually very fair, generally speaking, very fair. I think it's important that they're fair because this is a very important. This is a very important.
I can't be the only one confused by this, right?
And
like,
so
am I? I feel like I'm not alone in this, right? There is like this is a confusing set of events that has taken place, specifically around the issue. They just keep having meetings, whether it be Vladimir Putin coming to the United States of America, or whether it be European leaders coming to the United States of America, and there is no negotiation. What is going on? They just keep saying it's at the table, it's imminent, but they never actually define what the terms are, and they don't even, like, we don't even know. It's just a meeting about a meeting. It's a meeting about a meeting for another meeting in the future at a certain point, at a certain date, and I truly don't understand what is happening here. Blue Anon was right. Just admit it. Wake up, HasanAbi. No, I don't think it's like Agent Krasnov shit. I said this already. Looking at what has taken place so far, especially in the aftermath of that Trump meeting with Vladimir Putin, I came to the conclusion that is maybe not so great for a lot of American dominance enjoyers, American hegemony enjoyers. But I came to this conclusion that, like, I think Trump doesn't have any other way out of this. I don't think any American president would have a different way out of this. It's just like they tried it. They tried to, atrophy the Russian military. They tried to destroy the Russian economy in the process with the mother of all sanctions. And ultimately, Putin kind of won. And I don't know, like when Trump said to Zelensky, you don't hold all the cards. I think he after this meeting with Vladimir Putin, I realized that, I mean, America doesn't have any of the cards here either. Because if, like, the ultimate solution here is just like an escalation to nuclear warfare, in that regard, this is one of the first instances where, like, a direct military intervention from a foreign adversary against an American proxy, against a Western proxy, if you want to see it that way, led to the foreign adversary winning. It's just because there's nothing else that the Western world could do. There's nothing else that the Western world could do in this regard. I wouldn't even consider Afghanistan to be similar to this. Vietnam is a good example, I would say. Korea turned into a stalemate. Vietnam is a complete defeat for American interests, for sure. But even then, like, this is like with Vietnam, America was the Russia and didn't even have the same kind of ambition that Russia has with Ukraine because it's not in their backyard. Vietnam is not America's neighbor, and America was militarily invading Vietnam. It's like if America invaded Mexico and then Russia and China were boosting the Mexican defenses to withstand to withstand like an American annexation. That would be the equivalent. Do you see what I mean? Like Vietnam is America creating a puppet state and trying to maintain some kind of control over the entire country through South Vietnam with puppet leadership, whereas like the USSR is obviously funding and is invested in the defense of the North Vietnamese liberation. But like, while that is also somewhat of a proxy, it's not a direct equivalent. Whereas Russia's actions, I say, is irredentist with the investment into annexation, like permanent territory acquisition, and they seemingly won. They got their desire. Russia lost McDonald's because of this war. Now they're eating healthier, and Trump got scared seeing how low the Russian military's cholesterol results are. Okay, dude. It just doesn't make a lot of sense, is what I mean. It just, like, they talk about how there is going to be a managed resolution, an end to this conflict. You're using words that people who should be understanding aren't. Okay. Russia's interest in Ukraine, in the most charitable interpretation, is to maintain control over Ukraine, to not allow Ukraine, which is directly its neighbor, to be in the grips of Western influence. Okay? Regardless of what the Ukrainian population thinks, by the way. I'm not talking about like the Ukrainian sovereignty. I'm not talking about the wishes of the Ukrainian population at all. I'm simply saying like Russia's goals was territorial acquisition, halting any sort of like NATO intervention in a country that has proximity to strike the Kremlin, right? They obviously also with Crimea wanted wanted to protect their point of entry into the Black Sea, all that stuff. But I bracket that off separately because it does seem like even the European leaders and Ukraine has basically dropped Crimea from the equation. It seems like if they were to give Crimea permanent recognition, like permanent annexation recognition, legal recognition, as is, and say it's like Russian territory, and then in extraction for that, they got the Russians to pull back from like certain Eastern Ukrainian positions, that would be an insanely good proposition. It's just not even going to happen regardless, right? So that's but it seems like even the Western leadership is on board with that. But overall, I feel like I feel like they're not getting anything out of this, anything out of these talks at all. It's just like Putin getting everything he wanted, and I don't know if there's any alternative to that anyway. I don't know what the alternative is to this. Like, what's the alternative? Because it's not even at a stalemate. Russia was able to acquire even more territory in eastern Ukraine. This pic shows a bit of the map that Zelensky told Trump he really liked. It shows the percentage occupied by Russia. I mean, I can't really fucking see it. I don't get one thing. The West is telling how important Ukraine is for their safety and how important it is to provide them with weapons because they should not lose the war. Why the fuck don't they send their own soldiers then? As long as Ukrainians die, it's a war they should be fought. The fuck? The reason why they won't send their own soldiers is because all of the countries that have the capability of sending military into Ukraine to defend Ukraine, well, one, that would be unimaginably unpopular. Okay? As long as it's just Ukrainians dying and it's they're using Western weapons, then they can manage that. Okay? That's number one. So domestic unpopularity is a major factor here. But the second part of the equation, perhaps the most significant part of the equation, is that if two nuclear armed nations or any nation that is under a nuclear security treaty like NATO were to go to war with one another, like official hot war with one another, that would trigger nuclear holocaust. That would trigger mutually assured destruction. That is the reason why they haven't sent troops into Ukraine. That's the biggest reason. And I think Vladimir Putin knows that. And that's part of the reason why he was able to push and push and push into Ukraine, knowing full well that they would not be able to amount a significant military force to withstand the Russian meat grinder trench warfare techniques, where they just basically bum rush further and further into Ukrainian territory because it's a significantly larger country. So NATO, which in other circumstances is supposed to be a security agreement, right, ended up becoming a bit of a problem for American interests, because that way you can't get France or the UK or Germany to send in troops to Ukraine because they're a part of NATO. That way you can't get Turkey to send troops into Ukraine because they're a part of NATO. If the Turkish military is directly in hot battle with the Russian military, all of a sudden Russia and Turkey are in war. If Russia attacks Turkey, okay, then you're triggering Article 5. Now you have a nuclear arms treaty going up against a foreign adversary that it was designed to be that it was designed to threaten, that also has nuclear arms. So in a weird way, NATO actually ends up being an anchor around the weight of American foreign policy, only because Russia was able to succeed militarily. This is why I kept saying, like, one of the weird solutions that I see is like it's not going to happen, but one of the only solutions in this circumstance is, like, if you truly want to militarily defeat Russia, you have to go and fight to defend Ukraine. That's it. You have to send soldiers to defend Ukraine. That's an incredibly unpopular prospect to begin with. That opens you up to Russian counters. That opens you up to going into battle with Russia, and you can't do that when you have NATO anyway. For some reason, I'm skeptical that most NATO countries would actually go to arms if Article 5 was triggered. I feel like a lot of them would try to find some loophole to justify not doing it. I don't disagree with you. I think I've said this before. I don't think America would, like, the American calculation of, like, defending Poland or defending Estonia, Lithuania, any of the Baltic countries does not revolve around, like, genuinely caring about the lives of people that live in the former Eastern Bloc or whatever. It actually is about defending America's military prowess around the globe. And in that situation, if Russia had the smoke, they would just let it go, potentially. It is crazy that he said he likes this map. Trump says Zelensky can end the war now if he wants to. President Zelensky of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, or he can continue to fight. Remember how it started. No getting back Obama giving Crimea 12 years ago without a shot being fired, and no going into NATO by Ukraine. Some things never change. Trump announced that Ukraine will not get Crimea back and no NATO for Ukraine. Sending troops is one thing, but closing the sky over Ukraine and shooting down the constant barrage of drones would be quite helpful. Why Israel getting this treatment? Because Israel is attacking militant groups that don't have anti-aircraft defenses and a civilian population that these militancy groups are born out of. Russia is attacking a nation state. Like, there is no equivalence here. You know, Israel's killing toddlers. Okay, Russia does end up killing toddlers too, but like the no-fly zone, like the no-fly zone over Ukraine would only be established with NATO nations coming in and offering defenses to Ukraine with their air forces. That's how you establish it. It's not like a fucking banner that you put over the airspace. It's not like you close the airspace by just putting up a fucking physical dome or something. You literally have to establish it with deterrence. You have to establish it with air forces. And the moment that you do that, it's basically the aerial equivalent of sending military into Ukraine. This would imply that these countries are going into war. It's no different. It's no different than like sending troops. Ukraine has to take the L here. No, like, it sucks. Russia was unjustifiably aggressive, but as an American who doesn't want more wars, we have to make Disney take this deal. No, I mean, I think that Zelensky doesn't have a say in this process at all, not even from the start. So I think this is more so just like America trying to find a good PR way to get out of this. What are you even saying, Lol? What do you mean? I'm not even. It's not even about like making Zelensky hold the L or something, okay? Because he's already doing that. He's going above and beyond by shitting on Zelensky like the last time he had that meeting. It was embarrassing. It was disgusting. It was fucked up. But I think that also serves a role in basically making it seem like America's washing its hands from this. And it was maybe just the foreign leadership, or the former leadership's fault that America's even in this quagmire to begin with. I'm worried that after the war ends, Europe and the U.S. will try to normalize relations with Russia, and they will never face accountability. There's really no justice when state actors are involved, huh? Yes. If the West had been even more supportive early on, letting Ukraine use long-range missiles, sending jets, and setting up a no-fly zone, etc., is there any chance this could have turned out differently? No, because no-fly zone was always a red line that they were not going to cross for the reasons that I mentioned. It's like the same as sending fucking military. Do you not understand? You cannot establish a no-fly zone by saying, it's a no-fly zone now. You have to set up military deterrence. And Ukraine doesn't have the capabilities, because they tried, to destroy like Russian air superiority early on. They were able to take out a bunch of, they were able to establish some semblance of deterrence with anti-aircraft weaponry and things like that with the Ukrainian Air Force. But overall, a no-fly zone could only be implemented by Western forces and their Western air forces specifically. And that would require, just like sending military troops on the ground into Ukraine, that would require having, Polish Air Force fly over the Ukrainian airspace to literally shoot down Russian aircrafts. That would be the same as going into direct battle. And as long as Poland and as long as all these other countries are under the security banner of NATO, then that is the maximalist position. It automatically triggers nuclear deterrence. It automatically triggers nuclear retaliation. And that's the reason why they never did it. That's the reason why it was a non-starter. It wasn't even like, no serious person was actually discussing these options.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have the president of Ukraine with us. We've had a lot of good discussions, a lot of good talks, and I think progress is being made, very, very substantial progress in many ways. We had a good meeting, as you know, just a short while ago with the president of Russia, and I think there's a possibility that something could come out of it, and today's meeting is very important. We have, I guess, the seven very powerful leaders from Europe, and we're going to be meeting with them right after this meeting, and thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. If I can.
This is also interesting. Brian Allen, based on reports, including from those even from Fox isn't denying it, it looks like Trump's Alaska summit went sideways, and the staffers like Caroline Leavitt and Steve Witkoff reportedly left ashen and wide-eyed. I wasn't in the room, but if seasoned operatives come out looking like they saw a ghost, that's panic. Whatever Trump agreed to or failed to push back on clearly set off alarms, and judging by the rush of European leaders to the White House afterwards, the damage control started before Air Force One even landed. Having said that, today's meeting with Zelensky and all the European leaders seemingly is much cheerier, which implies that either, there's something in it that we don't understand, that I don't understand, that I don't see, that clearly there's something there that is clearly positive for them, that they think is good, because they wouldn't be faking it. If they actually didn't like the outcome here of this meeting, whatever Donald Trump told them, they probably would say it out loud, right?
First of all, thank you for invitation, and thank you very much for your efforts, personal efforts to stop killings and stop this war. Thank you, and using this opportunity, many thanks to your wife, First Lady of the United States. She sent a letter to Putin about our children, abducted children, and my wife, First Lady of Ukraine. She gave the letter. It's not to you, to your wife.
Oh, I want
Yeah. So we are saying this sensitive topic, yes, please. And thanks to our partners and that you supported this format, that after our meeting we can have leaders who are around us, UK and France, Germany, Italy, Finland, EU, NATO, I mean all partners around Ukraine supporting us. Thanks them and thank you very much for invitation.
Thank you very much for being here.
President Trump.
Do you think it's fair?
Yes, Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, President Zelensky, you say in a post on X today, Russia must end this war, which it itself started. President Trump, you say President Zelensky of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to. Which is it?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think we're going to have a meeting. I think if everything works out well today, we'll have a trilat. And I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that.
And is this the end of the road for American support for Ukraine? Is today's meeting deal or no deal?
I can never say that. It's never the end of the road. People are being killed and we want to stop that. So I would not say it's the end of the road. No, I think we have a good chance of doing it. It's been almost 4 years now that a lot of people were killed last week. A lot of people last week. I mean, millions of people killed, but a lot of people last week for whatever reason. A big number, a lot of soldiers, both on both sides. And I know the president, I know myself, and I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it ended.
And as you met with Putin on Friday, today you've got President Zelensky here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards?
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be. Look, this isn't my war. This is Joe Biden's war. He's the one that had a lot to.
I'm telling you, like, you look at this and you go, oh, this is Trump just like shitting on Joe Biden. No, this is Trump trying to wash his hands of this equation. The very fact that he did not respond to who holds all the cards as a question, terminology that he has used against Zelensky easily, implies that he doesn't want to admit that he does not have the cards. He does not want to admit that the Western world, all the Western powers, do not hold the cards here. That, as we've said over and over again, as many leftists said over and over again, the conditions, like the end to this conflict, will be defined by what takes place on the battlefield. And what is going down on the battlefield shows that with all of the weapons that were sent to Ukraine, from the Western world, with like all the sanctions that were implemented, Russia has still been able to firmly acquire territory and embed themselves deep into the Ukrainian border and take over 20% plus of Ukrainian territory in eastern Ukraine. It seems like it wasn't enough, and Donald Trump sees that, and he basically wants to hold the L. He wants America to hold the L without saying that he was the one holding the L. You know what I mean? It feels like this is a way for Trump, in the Trumpian way, in the most Trumpian way possible, to say, sure, we lost, but it actually wasn't us who lost. It was Ukraine who lost. It was Joe Biden who brought us into this. I don't think he wants to take a small L to avoid a much larger L, Russia going further into Ukraine. I don't think that's the equation. That's what his argument is. But I think he's just like trying to do a Trumpian exit from all of this. Vibe check. A notably different tone in the Trump-Zelensky Oval meeting, a stark juxtaposition for the first White House encounter. When baited with a question about whether Ukraine or Russia holds the cards, a throwback to the first meeting when Trump said Zelensky doesn't hold the cards, POTUS did not bite. Even the wardrobe issue was addressed by the same reporter who criticized Zelensky for not wearing a suit last time. This time, Brian Glenn, Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend, told Zelensky he looks great. Seems clear neither leader wants to get out ahead of the high-stakes closed-door discussions that will get underway shortly.
Do with this happening, and we want to get it ended, and we want it to end good for everybody. We want it to end good. The people of Ukraine have suffered incredibly.
President Zelensky, are you prepared?
This is the most insane position. I'm a reformed IDF soldier, so I support Gaza because of you. I still support Russia, though. Brother, that is the most insane thing I have ever heard in my life. You got to give that up. You got to cut that. If you were capable of recognizing that Israel is doing a genocide, as someone who lived in Israel, as someone who fought for the Israeli occupying force. You can't be serious about like Russia doing a good job here. This is not a brand, I mean, this is a brand new sentence because most people, like, there are a lot of people in Israel that are pro-Russia, okay? Israel is like little baby Russia, basically. But that's crazy. That is a brand new sentence. Something deep in the Israeli psyche that must support war crimes, if not theirs, someone else's. This is a normal position around the world. Yes, it's just not a normal position in Israel. It is the most abnormal position in Israel that you can arrive at, especially if someone is like an anti-Zionist now. They probably are pro-Ukraine as opposed to pro-Russia. Or, well, not necessarily pro-Russia, but like it wouldn't say that like Russia is doing a good job. You know what I mean? Being pro-Russia is the normal position. I've been explaining this to you guys over and over again. Yes, for much of the global South, they literally do not see Ukraine as a country that is stuck between a battle. They don't see Ukraine as like being manipulated and being destroyed in the process. They see Ukraine as a Western proxy. Okay, the pro-Russia, pro-Palestine position is the most popular position in the global South. I try to explain this to Westerners all the fucking time, and they just either don't understand it or they yell at me as though they're saying I'm in favor of this position. I'm not. But if you were to like get out of your bubble, there are probably a lot more people on the planet. So much of the global South is just less enlightened than you. I'm not even pro-Russia, but damn, it's not about being less enlightened. It's about vengeance. It's about demanding vengeance. It's about assuming that the enemy of your enemy is your friend. That's what it is. Because if you've been fucked over by Western forces, whether it be like colonialism in African countries or the United States of America's direct intervention in your country, then you're like anybody that fucking pushes back against this militarily, I'm on board with. It's a campus position that people arrive at because of their experiences. I'm saying that Russia's interest in this is not to like fight Western imperialism, okay? But a lot of people who have been victims to Western imperialism see it as that. So if you want to understand like where people are coming from when you see that, like when you see the Bangladeshi unks with the pro-Russia, pro-Palestine stance, and you're like confused by it, this is the reason. It is funny though, because like even an accurate reflection of like what the rest of the world feels about this, even me like bringing this up pisses a lot of people off, and they fucking act as though that's my position. It's not. I'm just telling you what their opinion is. Okay, I'm not making a value judgment here. I'm just saying this is why they feel the way that they feel. I'm not even saying that it's correct. I'm saying that that assessment is incorrect.
To keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Thank you for your question. So, first of all, you know, we live under each day attacks. You know that today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was dead, small one year and a half.
I don't think this is a suit. I know this is irrelevant to the grand scheme of things, but I don't think this is a suit. I know it's utterly irrelevant. I think it's swag. He looks swagged out. Big Dog, you watching K-Pop Demon Hunter in theaters this weekend? No, but I did watch it on Netflix. It was awesome.
So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support, American and European partners. And we will do our best for this. So, and I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States, personally of President Trump, to stop this war, to make a diplomatic way of finishing this war. And we are ready for trilateral, as President said. This is a good signal about trilateral. I think this is very good. Thank you.
Mr. President,
if the peace deal will be achieved,
I love how Chad is pretending like there isn't a lot of pro-Ukraine and pro-Israel people out there. Yeah, no, that's the other side of this, which is also, again, incredibly incorrect of an assessment to make. But there's a lot of people in the West that are pro-Israel and pro-Ukraine. The numbers have actually diminished now, okay? But it is a common position. At least it's like the only position that Western leadership has. It's the only position that like Western governments have. That is their position. And people will try to justify that by saying like, well, Ukraine was attacked and also Israel was attacked October 7th. But that is a common, that's the other side of the story. There's a lot of people who look at what Russia is doing in Ukraine and say, oh, this is a fight against Western empire. This is like, finally, you got one country that is like able to militarily withstand and like do revenge to the West, right? That's the way they see it. And then on the opposing side, you have all the people in the Western nations who are looking at like Russia's incursion into Ukraine and are terrified about this. And or you got like pro-NatSec liberals, like pro-NATO liberals who are just saying that they're pro-Ukraine and also literally pro-Israel, not recognizing how insane and how untenable and how utterly hypocritical this position is. Someone being pro-Russia and pro-Israel would be insane. Haven't met one of those Israelis. I've definitely met pro-Russia and pro-Israel people. MAGA, okay? Some of the MAGA base are pro-Russia because Russia is fighting woke, and pro-Israel because Israel high. Israel is the Holy Land, okay? There are pro-Russia, pro-Israel people. They're just called Russians. They're also called Israelis of Russian descent, of Russian background. So, that's definitely not I mean, it's marginal in the grand scheme of things. It's like a much smaller percentage of the population if you adjust it to the entire world. But
you're going to be willing to send American peacekeepers to Ukraine?
Well, we're going to work with Ukraine. We're going to work with everybody, and we're going to make sure that if there's peace, the peace is going to stay long.
Did you say Tucker Carlson yet? No, Tucker Carlson is no longer pro-Israel. Let's be real.
This is very long term. We're not talking about a 2-year peace and then we end up in this mess again. We're going to make sure that everything's good. We'll work with Russia. We're going to work with Ukraine. And we're going to make sure it works. And I think if we can get to peace, it's going to work. I have no doubt about it.
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops? Would you roll that out in the future?
We'll let you know that maybe later today.
I think pro-Russia, pro-Israel is like the South African, like the white South Africans who left after the dissolution of the apartheid and went to Israel. They're just one note. They don't care who's doing it. They just like war crimes. They just like dominating people. They're like, nah, it's fine. If there's another country, it doesn't matter. Any country that's doing it, I'm in favor of. You know what I mean? Like, there are people that did that, right? There were people in South Africa that after the dissolution of the apartheid in South Africa were like, oh, I'm not going to live in a country full of black people where I can't dominate them. I'm going to another country where I can be a part of the in-group that will dominate the out-group. Instead, I'm moving to Israel. It's kind of like that. They're just like, I like attacking civilian infrastructure. I am in favor of blood and soil narratives. I like it no matter where it's coming from. Okay? I like war crimes. I like blood and soil politics. I'm just on board with it no matter who's doing it. I don't give a fuck.
We're meeting with 7 great leaders of great countries also, and we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved, but there'll be a lot of help. When it comes to security, there's going to be a lot of help. It's going to be good. They are first line of defense because they're there. They're Europe. But we're going to help them out also. We'll be involved.
Vladimir Putin mentioned that the war will not end without addressing the root causes of this war. Have you had an understanding what are the root causes of this war?
Well, look, the war is going to end. When it ends, I can't tell you, but the war is going to end, and this gentleman wants it to end, and Vladimir Putin wants it to end. I think the whole world is tired of it, and we're going to get it ended. It was, I've done 6 wars. I've ended 6 wars, and
oh my God! Oh, I've ended 6 wars, even more wars than you haven't seen before. And it's like you can just basically lie about the Congo, whichever way you want. because who's going to question it? It's not like people were privy to what the fuck was going on anyway. So even if the conflict is still going on, no one is going to investigate this statement. So he can just say it. Just make up new shit. Make up fake countries that don't even exist. Be like, I ended Myanmar. Countries that do exist. I ended Myanmar. I did that. That was me, right? It's not like you got any journalist in that room going, well, that's not true. Why are you saying that? I ended Sudan. I ended it. I ended the Martian War. There was a big war being waged with an asteroid. I ended that too.
But this maybe would be the easiest one, and it's not the easiest one. It's a tough one. A lot of reasons for it, and they'll be talking about it for a long time. But they'll be talking about the others. Look, India, Pakistan. We're talking about.
That's racist. Assuming Americans don't care about wars in Africa. Shaking my head. Yeah, exactly. They don't. They don't.
The big places. When you look at, you just take a look at some of these wars. You go to Africa and take a look at that. Rwanda and the Congo, Republic of the Congo. That's been going on for 31 years. And so we've done a total of 6, and we really have 6, not including the fact that we obliterated, and it turned out to be a total obliteration, the nuclear, as you said, the future nuclear capability of Iran. And this one, I think we're going to get solved also. I feel confident we're going to get it solved.
Thank you,
Mr. President. Can you tell us about your conversations with European leaders and
the Republic of condominiums, they're making a Trump Tower.
They need to see to support an end to the war?
Yeah, well, we're going to be meeting with a great representative group and 7 very powerful, very big countries, and great people, all friends of mine and friends of yours. And we're going to have some suggestions made. They want to see peace. They would like to see peace.
They call it Republic of Congo. I call it Republic of Condo. Condominiums, Trump Towers, left and right.
Please. In the red.
President Trump, do you think it's fair to for Ukraine and for Russia to achieve a lasting and durable?
Yeah, I ended 6 wars is his like Brandonized version of I did NATO. Like that's it. That's it. I'm doing AUKUS, Jack. I'm doing AUKUS. Except like even though it's like basically the same shit that they're saying, which is an old man rambling. Obviously Trump's rhetoric in this regard is more palatable to the average person because like he's saying that he's ending wars. He's saying that he's ending wars, even though he's not. It doesn't really matter. But like people understand that as like a thing that the president is doing.
If Ukraine
Whereas people don't understand when someone says like, I did NATO, I did AUKUS.
It's territories that Russia hasn't yet conquered. Do you think it's a fair peace for Ukraine?
We're going to have a lasting peace. Just to answer the first part of your question, we're going to have a lasting peace. I hope it's going to be immediately. I hope it doesn't have to go on. And I think people of the whole world is going to be very happy when that's announced.
Mr. President, you posted on social media, Mr. President, a very touching letter from the First Lady. And the letter was hand-delivered to President Putin. And it calls for an end to the war, essentially, because of the children and the children's future. Why did the First Lady feel that letter was necessary? Was it because she believes that Mr. Putin is the aggressor in the war? Is a similar letter being hand-delivered to President Zelensky?
So the First Lady felt very strongly. She's watched the same thing that you watch and that I watch. I see things that you don't get to see, and it's horrible. But when she's got a great love of children, she has a wonderful son that she loves, probably more than anybody, including me. I hate to say it, but she loves her son. She loves children, and she hates to see something like this happening. And that goes for other wars too. I mean, she sees the heartbreak, the parents, the funerals that you see on television. Always funerals. We want to see something other than funerals. No, she felt. It was a beautiful letter. It was very well received by him. And she did ask me to say, you know, she would love to see this end She would love to see it end, and she says it very openly, very proudly, and with great sorrow because so many people have been killed.
Mr. President, last week,
Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look.
Oh, clown show, dude. Fucking clown show. That's what this is. It's a real dog and pony show. A real clown show.
Good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good on
I
you.
said the one that attacked you last time.
Yeah.
See, now he's I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. You see, I changed, you are not.
Maybe yours is much better. Real quickly, upon peace, God willing we get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances, and a little bit we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, maybe, how to say, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, in the sea, yeah, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say
we're ready.
during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake
You like this idea?
Yeah.
No.
Speaking of news, I got a question for you. This sounds insane for me even to ask this, but do you think the American media really doesn't even want a peace deal because they've seen they've been so critical of you every step of the way as you lead the charge for peace?
It's an amazing phenomenon. I said that if in the settlement you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands of miles around them, they would say I made a bad deal.
That's not, dog. What are you fucking saying? That is not the deal that is in place. All right, even if I did it, even if I gave, he said Kievan Rus. Go back, you missed Trump, what Trump said. What?
Do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say
we're ready.
during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good.
You're right, I did miss that. Even Kaya got up for that one. She changed positions. I like that. I like that. No, I said no new wars, but it turns out if there is a new war, maybe no election in 3.5 years here in the United States of America. Seems great. Seems great. Mexico looking so good. Mexico looking so good. Looking ripe.
I wonder what the fake
You like this idea?
Yeah.
No.
Speaking of news, I got a question for you. This sounds insane for me even to ask this, but do you think the American media really doesn't even want a peace deal for peace?
If in the settlement you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands of miles around them, they would say I made a bad deal.
Well, that's not the settlement, is it? That's not the deal, is it? It's the opposite, actually. It's basically the opposite of that deal. So
Level of hatred and animosity is incredible. Not with all. I mean, we have great people up here. We also have terrible people up there that I think are told what to say. But, in solving all of these wars, they don't even write about it. I saw major wars. I saw wars that have been going on for 31, 35, and 37, and a couple of quicker ones. One that was going to go into a full-blown deal very quickly. You know what the one I'm talking about. It was a big one. But they don't even write about that. No matter what I do, no matter what, and this is not anything to do with you. It's probably to your advantage in a certain way. But no matter what I do, no matter what deal I make, from my standpoint, you'll come out good. Maybe President Putin will come out good. But they'll say, Trump was absolutely horrible. It's just it. And I've lived with that for a long time. I've lived with it since just before the first election. I used to get great publicity. Now I get the worst publicity anyone's ever gotten in office. But
I won in a landslide, so that people understand. They're the only ones that count, ultimately. But I've also had great reporters. I've had journalists that are very good. But it's very sad when you do the right thing. As an example, they said, because of the fact that Vladimir Putin came to American soil, this was a tremendous defeat for Donald Trump. No, it was really wonderful that he did it. It was a hard thing for him to do, to be honest with you. It was the opposite of what they said, but they said it. Now, if he didn't come, they'd say that was also bad for Trump. You know, there's no way. And there's just a great dishonesty of the press, and I think that's why it's lost its credibility. You know, its credibility is at an all-time low. We have a thing going on right now in D.C. We went from the most unsafe place anywhere to a place that now friends are calling me up, Democrats are calling me up, and they're saying, sir, I want to thank you. My wife and I went out to dinner last night for the first time in 4 years, and Washington, D.C. is safe, and you did that in 4 days. I'll tell you, it's safe. I had another friend of mine, he has a son who's a great golfer, he's on tour, and he came in fourth yesterday in the big tournament where Scotty Scheffler made the great shot, and he said his son is going to dinner in Washington, D.C. tonight. I said, would you have allowed that to happen a year ago? He said, no way, no way. He said, what you've done is incredible, and I think the people realize it. But the press says, he's a dictator, he's trying to take over. No, all I want is security for our people. But people that haven't gone out to dinner in Washington, D.C. in 2 years are going out to dinner, and the restaurants the last 2 days were busier than they've been in a long time.
Sir, I walked around yesterday with MTG. If you could walk around with D.C. with MTG and not be attacked, the city is safe.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week you warned of what you called severe consequences if a 30-day ceasefire or any type of ceasefire were not agreed to by Russia. Will there be severe consequences? Does that change because of
I don't
meeting
think you
with
need a
President
ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires. And I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically why, well, you know, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, you know, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and
what is the fucking press, dude? Holy shit. It's not. It's not. It's over. The notion that you are going to have a nominally adversarial press team in a press pool is completely gone. It's not happening. It's something that I've noticed, not just in the press. It's something that I'm going to be talking about with Ben Cohen of Ben&Jerry'S as well. It's not just the press. Our culture, like corporations and every other institution that previously, at least aesthetically, tried to defend the principles of liberalism, are completely casting all of that aside and becoming servile little mouthpieces for the right-wing agenda of this administration. Some of it is out of fear, and some of it is because they want to make more money and they know Trump will press them. It is unfolding in every part of our lives, okay? Every aspect of our lives is being dominated by right-wing crybabies, and I don't know if we'll be able to change this dynamic anytime soon, and I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. The media was never adversarial to begin with, or it's just like, or they were only adversarial to Biden on a right-wing basis, but for the most part, they were servile to Biden too. You're a left-wing crybaby. It's really funny that you say this because I have literally, with the exception of a content creator directly issuing a death threat against me and telling his fans to kill me in the streets, I've never asked for deplatforming of another content creator, not even once. As a matter of fact, it's always right-wing content creators who are actively demanding that the FBI prosecute me, that the Customs and Border Patrol throw me in jail for any number of different made-up fucking reasons. Constantly demanding that I get deplatformed every single fucking week. So the notion that, like, I'm the crybaby here is idiotic. You've made this up. You're just You're creating an alternative reality because the reality that we all exist in makes you feel kind of shitty and weak and lame and soy. That's it. Anyway. He keeps saying 666. What 6 deals he talking about? Iran, Israel, allegedly Congo, Rwanda, Azerbaijan, Armenia. I think he means India, Pakistan as well. But I don't know how we arrive at 6. Why are you wearing your jacket inside? You're just trying to aura farm? Hell yeah, I am. I have a friend who I recently learned is a D-fan who has always been a liberal and fought against me. I now realize why. He never wanted to talk issues and just wanted to shit on us all out. Yeah. For many of those people that get their notes from content creators, I try to stay away from that parasocial back and forth, that parasocial drama aspect of things, because I think it's better to be issue focused. But for many people, they simply analyze a lot of this stuff off of content creator drama. They don't actually care about the issues, because if they did, they'd be like, I don't have any issue with this fucking guy. He advocates for the same things that I advocate for. What the fuck are we talking about? Anyway, that's irrelevant. Let's continue.
You know, long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. I like the concept. You know, I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes. But we can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. They have to fight. I wish they could stop. I'd like them to stop. But strategically, that could be a disadvantage for one side or the other. But all of these deals I made without even the mention of the words ceasefire.
President Zelensky, can you explain the decision to offer Ukraine Article 5 like security guarantees, but stop short of pushing for their full membership?
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement that they would never allow Ukraine into NATO. So that was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing it today, but we will give them very good protection, very good security. That's part of it. And the people that are waiting for us, they are, I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out all.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Trump.
Are you disappointed there's no
The United
ceasefire,
States,
Mr. President?
the United States has already given hundreds of billions of dollars to this.
Happening, bro? What is, like, they're just like yelling. It's just, do they give the right wingers better microphones or something? Like, what the fuck's happening? They're like, they just tune it up. They're like, oh, it's douchey talking. We gotta fucking tune it.
War effort in Ukraine.
Biden.
At best, it is
Biden.
a stalemate, and the killing continues. So, President Trump, how much more is the United States willing to give Ukraine? And President Zelensky, how much more do you want?
Well, I'll start off just by saying we're not giving anything now. We're selling weapons. This is something before, I guess the number is well over $300 billion. That was under Joe Biden, a corrupt politician, not a smart man, never was. By the way, go back 40 years. He was not a smart man 40 years ago either. But now he's in particular bad.
This is MAGA's take on Ukraine, and you said I was wrong. What? That MAGA hates Ukraine, bro? I told you. Yeah, I don't think that's wrong. What do you mean? No, I think there are a lot of Americans. I talk about this all the time. They got duped by like Telegram. There are a lot of Americans who unironically, there are a lot of Americans on the right that unironically think that Russia is actually engaging in a moral war against woke. They see Ukraine as like Fox does still pummel MAGA with anti-Russia sentiment. That's true. Yeah, both of those things are true. Both of those things are true. While Fox News and the establishment Republicans are still very much invested in the quote-unquote defending Ukraine unconditionally narratives, even though it's like just so that they can continue sending weapons to Ukraine. There's no like moral interest here. American politics doesn't exist on moral boundaries. The average American, even not just like MAGA people, I think the average American is just like, why the fuck are we giving so much money to other countries? Like, that's their position. Americans are very selfish. MAGA supporters, however, also do have a specific type of reverence for Vladimir Putin. One, born out of Donald Trump's love for Vladimir Putin, and two, because they just got fucking tweaked into defending Russia because they went into the wrong Facebook groups and they went into the wrong Telegram channels and they turned into people who actually think Russia is fighting a just war against woke and against like Western degeneracy.
This was done by a corrupt administration that shouldn't have been in, and frankly, if the right results of the election were given, if I were president, this war would have never taken place, and he would have been very happy.
Like they make it seem as though like Democrats actually wanted to give money to Ukraine so they can make Ukraine gay. Okay, that's it. They think like Democrats wanted to homify Ukraine, and Vladimir Putin is invading Ukraine to stop the gay, stop the woke.
Because he would have liked to have seen, I mean, they went through hell. He went through hell. This war would have never happened, and the people that were killed, a couple of million people, a lot of people with soldiers and everything else, and the people that have been displaced and forced into other areas and other countries because of what's happened, none of that would have happened. And I'm just saying that he was a horrible president, whether it was the borders or this. He was just a horrible, corrupt president.
Mr. President,
you want to
I can. Thank you so much. So first of all, we have possibility now to buy weapon from the United States. We are thankful for this program and this opportunity. We are thankful for Europe. They pay for this. And through NATO program, for example, Pearl and etc., we have some programs where we can have some money to finance this. And this is a part, I think. It's not a part for the war and to defend us. It also will be a part for security guarantees, to strengthen our army, to rearm Ukrainian army. This is very, very important. And it depends how much money we need to rearm. For example, the question of air defense, we spoke about it with President Trump, and I'm happy that we have now bilateral decisions and we work on it with production, American production. Nobody in Europe has so many air defense like Patriots, for example. We need it very much, and this is also about defending.
I think the good news, we make the best military equipment in the world by far. You mentioned the Patriots. How good are they?
Systems.
We have systems, they're literally 100% foolproof, and it's really like shooting two bullets, two bullets hitting each other in the air in a space like this. The chance, 100.
Come on, it's so good. Patriot missile systems, THAAD. We got THAAD. We got missile systems you've never even heard of. Believe it. Aren't our missiles so good? Please buy more. Bye-bye.
It's 99 to 100%. So we sell the equipment to NATO, and NATO does what, I don't know what the arrangement is that you have with, but I know that they want you to have the equipment. And we're getting the best equipment in the world, but they pay us for the equipment. Under Biden, it was just crazy what was going on. I believe the number is over 300. I think it could be $350 billion worth of equipment and money and everything else. And we've made more progress in settling this war in the last 2 months than they made in 4 years. This should have been settled a long time ago, but it should have never happened. Yeah, please.
Real quickly, you pushed out on social media.
Brian, go first.
You pushed out on social media about doing away with mail-in ballots and potentially electronic voting machines. Can you expand on that and how important
Well, that's a very off topic, just really quickly. Mail-in ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive.
Guy who was literally shitting on Zelensky for not holding elections. He's a dictator. Now talking about undermining another pivotal part of like American democracy while sitting next to Zelensky only moments after he said, oh, if you get into a war, maybe you can, if you get into a war, maybe you can avoid having an election. How nice. I will think about it. Everything that right-wingers do is good. Everything that they say is bad, or whoever they claim is doing the exact same thing is bad and immoral and wrong. Once you realize the world revolves around this fundamental truth, it makes a lot of this commentary more palatable. This is just truly what they believe, okay? It's good when I do it. It's bad when anybody else I say is bad is doing it. And it's woke, it's gay, it's communist.
Order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots because they're corrupt. And you know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong, but just about the only country in the world that uses it because of what's happened. Massive fraud all over the place. The other thing we want changed are the machines. For all of the money they spend, it's approximately 10 times more expensive than paper ballots. And paper ballots are very sophisticated with the watermark paper and everything else. We would get secure elections. We'd get much faster results. The machines, I mean, they say we're going to have the results in 2 weeks. With paper ballots, you have the results that night. Most people, but most people, many countries use paper ballots. It's the most secure form. So between paper ballots, very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud. If you have mail-in vote, even Jimmy Carter with this commission, they set it up. He said the one thing about mail-in voting, you will never have an honest election if you have mail-in. And it's time that the Republicans get tough and stop it because the Democrats want it. It's the only way they can get elected. Because with men and women's sports and with transgender for everybody and open borders and all of the horrible
things that you like, ZELENSKY. You want to do transgender sports in Ukraine. That's why Putin invaded, right? You want to do mail-in voting, don't you? Be honest. You want to do transgender mail-in voting. Everybody transgender. Everything's computer. Everybody transgender.
And now the new thing is, they love crime. They're fighting me on the fact that I've made Washington, D.C. safe. We're not going to get mugged, beaten up, or killed like all the people you've been watching get so badly hurt. I'm glad, I hate to take your time with this, but I'm glad you asked me that question. We're going to stop mail-in ballots because it's corrupt. You know, when you go to a voting booth and you do it the right way and you go to a state that runs it properly, you go in, they even ask me. They asked me for my license plate, for identity. I said, I don't know if I have it. They said, sir, you have to have it. I was very impressed, actually. But it's very hard to cheat with mail-in voting. As you know what happened in California, it's so corrupt, where some people get 5, 6, 7 ballots delivered to them. Now, we got to stop mail-in voting, and the Republicans have to lead the charge. The Democrats want it because they have horrible policy. If you have mail-in voting, you're not going to have many Democrats get elected. That's bigger than anything having to do with redistricting, believe me. And the Republicans have to get smart. We're not going to have a country. I said for a long time at rallies, you need borders.
Brother, you won. What are you talking about? Oh my God. Oh my God. He is still chirping about this, dude. You won the election, man. What the fuck?
And you need free and fair elections. Those two things. Otherwise, you don't have. We have strong borders now. In 90 days, Mr. President, we didn't have one.
I know. Mail-in voting is incredibly important to Republican control of Florida because that's how old people vote here. I know. He votes by mail. Trump votes by mail. Mail-in voting, universal mail-in ballots is a prominent fixture of Republican states. Red states have used them in perpetuity. Old people need mail-in ballots. He is not trying to stop mail-in ballots. He's trying to stop mail-in ballots and mail-in voting in blue states. That's it. That's it. Because mail-in ballots make it easier. It's a access thing. And the easier it is to go out and vote, especially when you're a horribly unpopular leader, the easier it is to vote against you and your administration. But once again, as I've literally told you, after criticizing voting by mail, Trump and First Lady request mail-in ballots. They vote by mail. Trump votes by mail. It is so fucking stupid. Dog Hassan, you smelly as fuck. Shaking my head. I smell fucking awesome. You should ask your mom. She loves the way I smell. It's just so fucking stupid.
0, 0, and 3 months. Not one person came in illegally into our country. In fact, even I find that hard to believe, but it's run by a little bit of a liberal group that put out the numbers, so I guess it's, but 0, 0, and 0.
Mail-in voting is not available in Ukraine. Mail-in voting is only available in 12 countries in the world. It's not safe. 8-month subscriber. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you think the American elections are some of the safest elections around the planet. Okay? American elections are some of the safest, most secure elections around the planet. I cannot defend this position enough. Okay? It is just the truth. The notion that mail-in voting is not safe is insane. Okay? It's also conducted with paper. Paper is the safest method, for the record, before people yell at me. But it is done by paper, and it is the safest method. I don't know, it just feels unsafe. Okay, but that's your feeling. You can't just operate off of your feeling. Can we? Can we operate off of your feelings? Don't you think what matters more than your personal feelings and your personal fears is the million different times that this has been endlessly relitigated? Like, do you think that they don't do checks after the election? Bipartisan committees have been launched to investigate the security of our elections. Republican think tanks have tried to tackle this issue to make a claim that American elections are insecure, they're unsafe. Every single time this has been investigated, every single time, the results have always been the same. The results have always been the same. American elections show very little irregularities, and the fake voting, or like the voter fraud narratives, have always been fraught. It's been fraudulent. Look up the Election Truth Alliance, please. Hasan will not look at the fraud. Oh no, we got Blue Anon in here. No, they are not. This was a hacked election. Holy shit. Hasan will not look at all the fraud in the last election. When I said I wanted more hogs, I didn't mean Blue Anon, dude. I want like right-wing hogs. This is crazy. Oh, no, I don't want a mythical blue hog. That's like a shiny Pokemon. I want a fucking red hog. I want a hog. I want a real-ass hog. What is happening? What is happening?
You go back a year ago, 2 years ago, millions of people poured into our country. It was terrible. Thank you very much.
International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, IDEA, an intergovernmental organization that works to protect democratic institutions, says that 34 countries allow postal voting, 12 of which allow it for all voters, and 22 of which allow it for some voters. Among the countries that allow it are Canada, the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, and Germany. Dude, mail-in ballots are fucking awesome. Y'all are crazy. I voted by mail every single time, and I will continue to do so. It is ridiculous. It is a massive convenience. It is great. It is a great system. And if there were major irregularities, okay, then yes, I would advocate to change it.
What security guarantees do you need from President Trump to be able to make a deal? Is it American troops, intelligence, equipment? What is it?
Everything. And really, it includes two parts. First, strong Ukrainian army. That's what I began to discuss with your colleagues. And it's a lot about weapon and then people and training missions and intelligence. And second, we will discuss with our partners. It depends.
Not unsafe does not equal safest in the world. It's one of the safest in the world, okay? And also, like I said, there are never major irregularities in American elections. There are a million different committees and a million different think tanks that want to make it seem like there are major irregularities, have actively and desperately tried to cultivate this narrative, and they have failed to do so because American elections are safe and secure. Holy fuck. Election fraud, bigger than voter fraud. Exactly. Election fraud is what actually happens in this country. And the way that they do it is by pumping up the narrative that there is voter fraud in this country. America does not have an issue with too many people voting. America has an issue with too little people voting for a multitude of different reasons. But as far as like the Republican strategy on this goes, they lie about election fraud. They just keep repeating that lie over and over again until it is the established narrative. And then they turn around and implement election fraud, election engineering, voter suppression. That is the real issue in this country. The real issue is hurdles placed in front of people that stop them from going out and voting. Okay? That's the real issue. The real issue is not too many people are voting, it's too little people voting. Holy fuck. I cannot believe that there are still people who push this. Even in a progressive community such as this one. Wow. is crazy.
On the big countries, on the United States, on a lot of our friends.
And Mr. President, are you willing to commit American troops to that NATO-like protection in order to get President Zelensky to a deal today?
Well, I don't know if you define it that way, but NATO-like, I mean, we have people waiting in another room right now. They're all here from Europe, biggest people in Europe, and they want to give protection. They feel very strongly about it, and we'll help them out with that. I think it's very important. I think it's very important to get the deal done.
You've been involved with the peacekeeping in Ukraine since your first day in the administration. What would you say to the Ukrainian people right now who are suffering under the Russian attacks and hoping that the American people will stand with them?
Well, I know Ukrainian people. I've known many over the years. They're great people. They're smart. They're energetic. They love their country. I mean, they love their country, and we want to get this war ended. That's all I can do. I love the Ukrainian people, but I love all people. I love the Russian people. I love them all. I want to get the war stopped. Very important.
Mr. President, was there any aspect of your discussion with Vladimir Putin that left you disappointed?
Look, we just spoke to, I was just telling the president, I just spoke to President Putin indirectly, and we're going to have a phone call right after these meetings today. And we may or may not have a trilat. If we don't have a trilat, then the fighting continues. And if we do, we have a good chance. I think if we have a trilat, there's a good chance of maybe ending it. But he's expecting.
Trilat is so funny. He's so sick. Oh, we're going to have a trilat. Many people are calling it the trilat. I call it trilat. People call it trilateral. I don't got time for that. I need to be tactical. The trilat. Oh, no. Who told him that? Who gave him the new method? I call it the trilateral, a trilat.
My call when we're finished with this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go, guys. Thank you, press. Let's go. Let's go. Move. Come on, guys. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Thank you, press. Thank you. Keep moving. Keep moving. Thanks, guys. Keep moving.
Thank you, press. Keep moving.
This morning, as Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky touches down in Washington, President Trump says it's up to Zelensky to end the war, even though it was Russia that invaded Ukraine. President Trump writing on social media, President Zelensky of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, or he can continue to fight. The president ramping up the pressure on Ukraine after his summit with Russia ended with no peace deal and no ceasefire.
There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal.
Zelensky expected to show up to the White House today, flanked by several European leaders, including the French president, the German chancellor, the British prime minister, and the Italian prime minister. A remarkable show of force just months after Zelensky's meeting with Trump ended.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III.
But Zelensky says it's Putin that is bluffing, warning he's using a summit with Trump as a photo op.
So it's necessary to cease fire and work quickly on a final deal. We'll talk about it in Washington. Putin does not want to stop the killing, but he must do it.
The president said he would walk out of the meeting if Putin wasn't serious about a peace deal and warned that he could face tougher sanctions.
I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today.
But no agreement was reached, and so far Putin has not faced any consequences. The Russian leader was welcomed with a red carpet, a handshake, and fighter jets as he touched down on American soil for the first time in nearly a decade. We were there as both leaders arrived in Alaska. I asked them about the violence in Ukraine. Trump and Putin riding together in the...
Can you imagine the press asking that question to Benjamin Netanyahu, by the way? I'm just imagining a world where, like, we treated Palestinians like they were human beings, you know?
Beast, meeting behind closed doors for nearly 3 hours. Cameras invited in for just a minute. I asked if he would commit to peace.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
But neither Trump nor Putin took questions from reporters, only delivering brief remarks before ending the summit. Putin boarding his plane to head back to Russia, only to continue attacking Ukraine. And Zelensky has been adamant that there needs to be a ceasefire before any longer-term discussions on peace negotiations continue. But President Trump has abandoned that idea. He does appear to be coming around to one of Zelensky's demands, providing some sort of security guarantees for Ukraine. On the way to Alaska, I asked the president about if he'd be discussing territory swaps with the Russian leader. He told me that that would be on the table, but ultimately it would be up to Zelensky to decide what, if anything, he'd be willing to hand over to Russia.
We have former National Security Advisor for President Trump and former U.S. Ambassador to the UN, John Bolton, and CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent, Jeff Zeleny. Ambassador, what did you think of the meeting? Did you think that it went well, better than it could have gone for sure?
Well, I would say it was a normal meeting, which is progress. But remember what the iconic French Foreign Minister, the Marquis de Talleyrand, once told his young diplomats. Don't get too enthusiastic in your work. And I've always found that good advice. They had a normal meeting. That's great. Now let's see what happens.
You, in an op-ed you wrote for the Wall Street Journal, talked about the silver lining being that a ceasefire not being reached in Alaska actually helps Ukraine. Help us understand why.
Well, I think a ceasefire along the existing front lines on the battlefield, then followed by what could well be very extensive negotiations lasting months, years, could turn that ceasefire line into the new Ukraine-Russia border. There's always a risk of that. It's happened in numerous other UN peacekeeping operations, in the case of Korea in the 1950s. So there's a big caveat to that, which to carry on the war, Ukraine still has to have necessary military support from Europe and the United States. It sounds, so far at least, like that could continue. I don't think the Russians are going to negotiate really seriously until they suffer reverses on the battlefield. Putin thinks he's on a roll now, and they are gaining small amounts of territory at an exorbitant human cost. I think if those the movement of the troops was in the other direction, he'd be a lot more eager to talk.
Can you help us understand, Jeff, how...
Okay, that last part is not wrong, but that's not the case, is it? And the entire point here, the entire point of like the ceasefire conversations is that that's not a likely outcome. That's not a likely scenario.
The White House, how President Trump sees Ukraine's land and what he believes Zelensky needs to cede to Russia. We saw the post where he said Crimea, basically he said that Zelensky should give up any claim to Crimea, which was illegally annexed by Russia in 2014, and give up any desire or hope to join NATO. But of course, there's a lot more land besides Crimea in question here. How does he view that? Is it like a bargaining chip? What does he see?
Well, he certainly does not view the land in the way that President Zelensky does, or the people of Ukraine does. I mean, for President Trump, it's just something on a map that he's not that familiar with. It doesn't take that much interest in. But I think going into this meeting specifically by saying a no Crimea and a no in NATO, that is what was his kind of opening bargaining point here. I'm not sure he is that interested in the fine print of what specific part of the Donbass is going to a Russia, or if a Ukraine can hold on to. But I think that he is willing to, it sounded Friday like he is willing to effectively agree with President Putin's view of that. But I think one thing that strikes me in this, I mean, President Trump said he wants a trilateral meeting to come from this. Putin has never agreed to that. So I think after this meeting, President Trump said he's going to talk to Vladimir Putin. He said he's expecting my call. So if President Trump is able to coordinate a trilateral meeting that would happen sometime in the coming days or weeks, that would be significant. That's something that has not happened yet, of course. But I think it's important to point out that Putin has not agreed to the meeting, and he has insisted on effectively wanting to buy more time. And so we'll see how quickly that meeting is scheduled. And in terms of crisis being averted, I think you make a very good point. It was a normal meeting. We have zero idea what's happening right now in the Oval Office, or what is going to come up when the European leaders sort of join this. So I think it is very, very early on, probably at the first quarter of this very consequential day in the White House.
Ambassador, when you look at what's been reported about what is on the table regarding a potential peace deal, you're talking about some sort of security guarantees in the form of a reassurance force that President Trump, as you pointed out earlier, Jeff, would not rule out U.S. forces being a part of, even though he's been skeptical of it, expressed skepticism of it before. And then also this idea that there would be some kind of Article 5-like agreement between allies of Ukraine to intervene if Russia were to advance its incursions down the road. Is that actually enough to keep Vladimir Putin away from his ambition of remaking the Russian imperial order?
I think we're a long way from any of that. I can't wait till the MAGA base hears that Donald Trump has committed American combat forces, U.S. forces against Russian forces on the line in Ukraine if the Russians violate the ceasefire. One nuclear power directly against another nuclear power. I don't think that's what they signed up for with Donald Trump, and I don't think he's necessarily thought through that implication either. He wants a Nobel Peace Prize, and he wants it now. So he's willing to say a lot of things. He didn't really commit to anything. You could have all kinds of U.S. troops in Ukraine, as we did before the invasion. We had train and assist missions. They weren't there to fight anybody. They were there to train the Ukrainians. That's very different from a combat force. And in terms of Article 5...
yeah, right. That was what we did in Vietnam, too. Our trainers getting attacked was one of the reasons why we had to go into Vietnam. Hey, Jake Weber. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. I was just talking to Jake this morning about collabing with him and doing some IRLs with him in the future. We are talking about John Bolton, a war criminal and an absolute psycho, and we're covering the conversations that took place today between Trump and the president of Ukraine and European leaders.
Steve Witkoff said this yesterday in an interview with Jake Tapper. I've listened to that portion of the interview several times. I don't understand it at all, because Witkoff started with Article 5 and then started talking about enshrining a Russian commitment not to take more territory in Ukraine, not to take any other territory in Europe in Russian law, which doesn't have anything to do with Article 5 or Article 5-like guarantees. Moreover, and I hate to raise this point, but the question of what Article 5 actually means in a non-NATO context, very much up in the air. And so you'll forgive me, I'll read 6 words from Article 5. That the parties, when one is attacked, it's one attack on one is an attack on all. What do? They are, quote, to take such action, each party, take such action as it deems necessary. As it deems necessary. And then it says, including the use of armed force, meaning you're not required to use armed force. You could, or you could send a note saying, that's terrible, do let us know how it turns out.
A lot of wiggle room there,
That's
as
right.
you point out.
While President Trump rolled out the red carpet for...
So what? They're going to just fucking drop the most important aspect of NATO security guarantees so they can send troops? Which country? I don't even know which country would be down to relinquish Article 5 NATO security guarantees. Which NATO nation would be like, yeah, we're sending our troops to defend Ukraine? There's no shot that any country would do that. It would have to be a non-nuclear armed nation anyway. And also, on top of that, it would be the most unimaginably unpopular. Like, I can maybe Poland, but even then, I feel like that's a very, very different world we're living in.
Vladimir Putin, Putin's military was bombing Ukraine. President Trump in that press conference saying, quote, we're going to stop thousands of people a week from being killed. And President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. Well, this is what Putin's military did just this morning. 5 Russian attack drones striking this residential apartment complex in Kharkiv. Shocking images of destruction. At least 7 people killed, an entire family, including 2 children, among the dead. And this is why Ukrainians want a ceasefire, why they don't trust Putin's promises, and why President Zelensky is going to push for ironclad security guarantees today. Even with the support of European leaders, he's going to be under huge pressure to make concessions, especially on land. But I think his priority is twofold. Stop the attacks on civilians, like the one this morning, and ensure that Russia doesn't invade Ukraine for a 3rd time. Michael?
All right, Ian, thank you so much for that.
Joining me now is Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio. Secretary Rubio, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. So heading into the meeting with President Putin on Friday, President Trump said he wanted a ceasefire agreement. Now he is saying he wants a broader peace deal. We know that Ukraine, we know that European allies want a ceasefire first. Is a ceasefire now off the table, Mr. Secretary?
No, it's not off the table. I think what the president said, in fact, you just read it on the air a few moments ago, it was agreed to by all that the best way to end this conflict is through a full peace deal. There's no doubt about that. I mean, who would be against the fact if tomorrow we came to you and said we have a full peace deal and it's done? I think that's the best way to end the war. Now, whether there needs to be a ceasefire on the way there, well, we've advocated for that. Unfortunately, the Russians, as of now, have not agreed to that. But the ideal here, what we're aiming for here is not a ceasefire. What we ultimately are aiming for is an end to this war.
Well, I want to drill down on that exactly and what happened, because as you just heard before the meeting with President Putin, President Trump warned there would be, quote, very severe consequences for Russia if it didn't stop the war. Here's a little bit more of what he said on the plane ride over. Take a look.
I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today.
So what exactly changed? Is it that Putin would not agree to a ceasefire?
Well, first of all, the Russians are already facing very severe consequences. There's not a single sanction that's been lifted. And not one. I mean, they're facing all the same sanctions that have been in place today. All the American support continues for Ukraine. And ultimately, look, if we're not going to be able to reach an agreement here at any point, then there are going to be consequences. Not only the consequences of the war continuing, but the consequences of all those sanctions continuing and potentially new sanctions on top of it as well. But what we're trying to do right now is end the war. And in order to end a war, you've got to give every opportunity that exists. You have to be open to any opportunity that exists to bring it about. And here's the thing to remind everybody. And when the president says this is not our war, but let's be frank, this is not our war. The United States is not in a war. Ukraine is in a war, and we've been supporting Ukraine. We happen to be in the role of the only country in the world, with the only leader in the world, that can actually bring Putin to a table to even discuss these things. Now, the president has traveled, all the way to Alaska, all the way back, has dedicated months and months of work, him, our entire team on this matter, because we want to see an end to the war. But if tomorrow the war continues, life in America will not be fundamentally altered. So I think that what we have to understand is that this has been a priority for this president because he wants to promote peace. He wants to promote the end of a war. And I think we should be happy that we have a president that's trying to promote peace and bring a war to an end.
Mr. Secretary, let's look at the state of the war. It's really captured in this chart. I want to put it up on the screen for our viewers. It shows that Russian attacks on Ukraine have nearly doubled since President Trump came into office. And in fact, in July, Russia launched more than 6,000 missiles and drones. That's the highest amount of attacks since the war began. What do you say to Ukrainians who worry that without a ceasefire in place, you are giving Putin more leverage at the negotiating table and a green light to drop more bombs?
Well, the problem with that is that we've been asking for a ceasefire for a long period of time. We think usually it's very hard to negotiate when you're in the middle of hostilities.
I'm sorry. No one is willing to say the truth. No one. It's over. It's over. They lost. America does not hold the cards any longer. That's it. Like, these guys are at least trying to entertain the reasons, like the different reasons as to why they're trying to concede to every single maximalist demand that Putin is making by removing their own personal responsibility or removing the American government's responsibility, at least under this administration. But Russia holds the cards.
But that said, the only way to have a ceasefire is for both sides to agree to stop firing at one another. Beyond that, and the Russians just haven't agreed to that. Beyond that, I would say that one of the complications about ceasefires is they have to be maintained, which is very difficult. I mean, every single day we keep an eye on what's happening between Pakistan and India, what's happening between Cambodia and Thailand. Ceasefires can fall apart very quickly, especially after a 3.5-year war like what we're facing now. But I don't think anyone disagrees that the ideal here, what we're aiming for, is not some permanent ceasefire. What we're aiming for here is a peace deal, so there's not a war now and there's not a war in the future.
But why not impose more sanctions on them and force them to agree to a ceasefire instead of accepting that Putin won't agree to one?
Well, first, I think that's something that a lot of people go around saying that I don't necessarily think is true. I don't think new sanctions on Russia are going to force them to accept the ceasefire. They're already under very severe sanctions. I think that it should be, you could argue that could be a consequence of refusing
Bro, I'm telling you, it's because you can't sanction Russia any more than you already have. You have to start sanctioning your allies. That's the reason why I said it's over. Mother of all sanctions, weapons transfers to Ukraine, all the fucking tech, and Russia still just kept sending human waves over and over and over again and bludgeoned their way into the fucking battle lines that they have arrived at now. At this stage, there are additional sanction packages that you could implement, which would be threatening India, because India is one of the countries in the region that is allowing Russian oil and gas to enter the market. India is the mediator, right? So that would basically shut off a big chunk of the Russian economy. The problem is, I don't think anyone would be on board with that, because we've already sanctioned so many fucking countries. We're already bullying so many countries with tariffs. And on top of that, like, what are you going to do? Make Europe not buy Russian oil and gas by way of India? I don't know if they would be able to withstand the domestic pressure that comes out of that, the price shocks that they already withstood. I just think if you sanction everybody, or if you alienate everybody around the globe, then you're only sanctioning yourself. So I feel as though in this situation, it's just like, stop spreading the human wave myth, man. People have been saying this stupid shit since World War II. Russia employs just like Ukraine infantry tactics suited for the situation as per doctrine and strategy post-2000. Human wave is just a buzzword. I mean, they're throwing fucking bodies on the pile. It's true. Okay? It's true. I don't know why. I'm not saying like, I'm not doing like Orientalism or anything. It's Russia, ironically enough. They're white. Okay? Trump trade advisor Peter Navarro wrote a very hostile op-ed in the Financial Times today, targeting India over its purchase of Russian oil and threatening the cessation of technology transfer and other retaliatory measures. The thing that does not make sense is that if the U.S. is anyways interested in rebuilding ties with Russia, why is it so offended by India purchasing Russian oil? There's a significant hostility which may be explained by frustration over India declining to reduce protectionist measures in its own economy and open it up to U.S. competition. I think the other side of the story is that this is in the cards for America. It is the nuclear option for the last remaining sanctions package that they could apply. The problem there, however, is that just like they went in and thought, oh, we are going to cause a significant defeat for the Russian military here by using Ukrainian manpower and failed to do so, the alternative is the acceleration of American demise even further if they try to push for a sanctions package on India and then they force India into Russian arms by doing so. I think it's a dangerous proposition for American, the continuation of America as a nation state in the global markets, where you're just like, oh, we're going to sanction India. We're going to sanction Europe for purchasing Russian oil and gas. But we're gonna sanction India for being like an entry point for Russian oil and gas into the global markets. When you do that, well, India is supposed to be a major role player against China, major bulwark against China. India is supposed to be your big ally there, a manufacturing hub that you could transfer over to if you want to forcibly remove trade relations that other countries, other allies, regional allies, and international allies alike have with China. You got to move them to fucking India. But if you also are entertaining the notion of like crippling the Indian economy, then you have no cards remaining. This is why I keep saying we don't really have the cards. America does not have any of the cards any longer. The Kremlin is negatively reacting to the U.S. proposal that Ukraine receive Article 5-like security guarantees. Russian Foreign Ministry categorically rejects NATO countries sending a military contingent to Ukraine. For the record. So when Trump says like, oh, I'm going to do a NATO-like guarantee here, I don't know what he's talking about.
To agree to a ceasefire or the end of hostilities. But there is no evidence that more sanctions, because sanctions take months and sometimes years to bite. And we may very well wind up in that place. I hope not, because that means that peace talks failed. But we have to give every opportunity for peace a chance in this particular case. And that's what we're trying to do here. And so those options remain to the president. The minute he takes those steps, all talk stop. The minute we take those steps, there is no one left in the world to go talk to the Russians and try to get them to the table to reach a peace agreement. So that moment may come. I hope not, because I hope we get a peace deal.
But so, Mr. Secretary, a lot of people have heard President Trump threaten sanctions for months, and they are wondering, are they empty threats? Why hasn't he punished Putin to date for this war since taking office?
Well, again, every single sanction that was in place on the day he took over remained. And the impact of all those sanctions remain. You know, when the Russians landed in Alaska, they were there to refuel. They had to offer to pay in cash to refuel their airplanes because they can't use our banking system. They face consequences every single day. But the bottom line is that has not altered the direction of this war. That doesn't mean those sanctions are inappropriate. It means it hasn't altered the outcome of it. And here's what we do think.
I mean, this is as close as you're going to get to an American head of state or a secretary of state openly admitting that the sanctions amounted to fuck all for Russia. He said it. Shit like that only just hurts regular. For foreign adversaries, sanctions like that only hurt regular people in these countries, and they're not exactly as harmful for like the governance in general. I mean, if they worked, they would have worked in fucking Cuba, or if they worked successfully, they would have worked in Venezuela. All it does is just destroy people's livelihoods. Sanctions only work on your allies, okay? Foreign adversaries, for the most part, have developed their economy entirely around avoiding American sanctions anyway. I mean, Marco Rubio is openly admitting that the sanctions didn't work in terms of thwarting the Russian invasion. Didn't you hear his anecdote? The Russians had to use cash to pay for fuel, cash or something? No, he's literally saying, we have the fucking insane sanctions against them. It's not working. They have to do this embarrassing thing where they have to pay for cash for the fuel. But even then, it doesn't matter. It literally hasn't worked. He just admitted that.
Is important, and that is that we end this war. To end this war, you have to be able to engage with the Russians. As much as people may not like it, as distasteful as people may find it, the only way to end this war is to get the Russians to agree, as well as the Ukrainians, but the Russians to agree to a peace deal. And the minute you issue new sanctions, your ability to get them to the table, our ability to get them to the table, will be severely diminished. That moment may arrive. But when it comes, what you're basically signaling is there is no opportunity for peace at this point. So just let's put on more sanctions and allow more people to get bombed and more people to be killed. And that's what we're trying to stop.
So, Mr. Secretary, what will Russia have to give up? What concessions will Russia, the aggressor, have to make as a part of this peace agreement?
Well, that's what these negotiations are about. And as you can imagine, everybody goes into a negotiation wanting 100% of what they want. That includes Ukraine, but obviously the Russians. And the only way to reach a deal on anything, whether it's in business or in politics or in geopolitics, the only way to reach a deal is for each side to get something and each side to give something. And that's been very difficult. If it was easy, this wouldn't have been going on for 3.5 years. Understand, the longer these wars go on, the harder they are to end, unfortunately, because one side is...
What's Russia giving up? This is what I mean when I say they're just like not being honest. And I almost understand why they can't be honest. You can't have the Secretary of State of the United States of America just be like, we lost, we're losing. There's nothing we can do. What do you want us to do? Sanction the entire fucking planet for continuing to get oil and gas from Russia, an OPEC Plus partner? Draw further enmity towards the United States of America? We lost. We thought we could have pushed Russia. We thought we could have collapsed their economy. We thought we could have purged their forces from Ukrainian borders without expending a single American active duty combat service member, was simply weapons transfers to Ukraine. And it was an abject failure. And now here we are. I think that's the reason. I think in a weird way, I feel like this is like their attitude here is basically, if we don't do it now, we're going to have to do it 3 months from now, 4 months from now, 5 months from now, a year from now. And the battle lines will look even worse. It's basically a way, it's in a way not dissimilar to the immediate off-ramp that Ukraine had in the beginning when they were able to successfully push back the Russian forces from Kyiv. In the first half, why are people saying fun half? Did I say fun half? On accident. There was a point in time where Ukraine had more leverage than it does currently. If they had taken that deal back then, Ukraine would be in a much better predicament. They didn't. They pushed. They said, we can continue supporting Ukraine militarily. We can see it out all the way to the end. And in that time frame, Ukraine lost more civilians, Ukraine lost more soldiers, and Ukraine lost more territory. So now what remains for the Trump administration to do here is to come to a settlement with Russia that doesn't actually embarrass America too much. You see what I mean? Even down to the mineral deals that Trump is putting together for America, American extraction. How much minerals exist in Ukraine? It's not a whole lot. I think that's just Trump trying to present it as like, no, we get something good out of this deal too. We get the fuck over Ukraine as well, because it's not our war, it's Ukraine's war. That's it. They just want to pick apart the remaining, the remainder of the country for scraps, and to make it seem like they didn't take a fucking fat L. America, I mean, they didn't take a fat L in this because they tried it and they lost. So now they're like, no, we're getting something out of this. That's what it feels like. This is not about, in my opinion, this is not about saving Ukrainian lives. This is more so about how much of a runway we have remaining with two different proxies taking place with Israel and with Ukraine, and with a lot more interest in defending Israel than defending Ukraine, and a lot more interest in helping Israel commit ethnic cleansing in Gaza than defending Ukraine from Russian interests. And also the persistent fears that, like, if China were to do something, they would have they would be caught with their dicks out pissing against the wind in this moment. Because remember, missiles are not an infinite resource. You have to make more missiles. You have to make artillery shells. You have to make more tanks. You have to make more drones. And it's obvious to me that America does not have the capability of continuing to steadily supply Ukraine and Israel at the same time with the same intensity, and simultaneously have Ukraine engage in this war of attrition that they are obviously losing, because their problem is much larger than the weapons that they're receiving, but instead the manpower that has diminished.
Is always looking for leverage on the other, in this particular case, the Russian side as well. And so I think that's the core of what we're trying to work through here. That's why Zelensky's coming tomorrow. That's why European leaders are coming tomorrow. That's why the president called them from the airplane, spent 2 hours in the middle of the night talking to them. And that's why we've been engaged with them every step of the way, is we are trying to find what can we get to that both sides can agree on. And it's been difficult. This is a hard issue set, but we're dedicating a lot of time to it. And the president deserves credit for dedicating time to it.
And I understand that these negotiations are ongoing, but can you name one thing that President Trump is asking Russia to give up in order to get peace?
Well, I'm not going to disclose those things because
because they don't exist. There's literally nothing, because you can't. Also, apparently Donald Trump interrupted his meeting with the European leaders to call Putin. He's like, Vladipoo, I'm calling you right now personally from my cell phone. I miss you. I'm with a bunch of these gay, woke Europeans. I hate them. I miss you. You're so bold. You're so brave. You're not like those wokes.
Negotiations. Look, I know everybody wants to know what's happening, and to a certain degree that's important. But what's more important is that these negotiations work. And for us to run to the press, like you see these leaks sometimes that are completely inaccurate, and in many cases, sometimes you see leaks out there that undermine the negotiations. Okay, these negotiations, in order for them to be successful, require for us to allow both sides to agree to potential concessions or discuss potential concessions without it finding its way in the public sphere and creating all kinds of internal problems for one country or the other country. So here's the bottom line. We all know what the elements of such a deal. There has to be talk about what the territories are going to look like and what the border lines are going to look like at the end of this conflict. There has to be talk about Ukraine's legitimate desire for security in the long term to make sure they don't get invaded again. There has to be talk about how Ukraine is rebuilt, and how do you rebuild a country that's been attacked as often.
What is this? It's not. You say they can't do anything further to sanction Russia or get an upper hand, but their low-key is law. Explain. Because if you say India, again, India is more important to American global dominance right now than ever before. They haven't seized any assets from Russian banks? What do you mean? They did, didn't they? I thought the EU did. Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure they did. Not only that, but they were also entertaining, like, giving that money to Ukraine to purchase American weapons. Russia continues to move money within the U.S. commerce, and Trump can stop that within 1 second, and he doesn't? Wait, what? I don't understand what you mean. Like, Russian nationals that live in the United States? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I know. They could stop Russia selling oil to many nations. No, I know. I already mentioned that. The reason why I say it's like the nuclear option for sanctions is because it would actually cook us. You're right. It would cook the Russian economy, right? They're done after that. The problem is it would destroy the global economy in general, which, I mean, Trump has entertained that for his own personal ambitions, like with the fucking tariffs and shit. But basically, it would alienate what remains of the allies that America has. Because think about, walk through the steps of how you would engage in this, right? Like you have to sanction India, or you have to sanction what, like European countries with no meaningful alternative to Russian oil. I'm fairly certain that many of these European countries would not be able to overcome the domestic instability that would cause, because a version of this already happened with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And that's part of the reason why so many fucking right-wing parties rose to power in the process, pointing the finger at blame at like migrants and brown people when they were experiencing cost of living crises born out of the energy prices skyrocketing. Any kind of volatility almost always pushes these countries into the hands of fascism. And it did already. You could say that it was an inevitability, and I totally agree, but it accelerated that, I think. I would say that America also is like America also used the opportunity that it had to become a market substitute for American gas in Europe as opposed to Russia. So they already took advantage of that too.
As it has over the last 3.5 years. These are all key elements of any agreement. We understand that. And each side is, if there's going to be a deal, each side is going to have to give up on something. That's just a fact.
Mr. Secretary, I want to show folks what Ukraine looks like right now. This is a map of Ukraine. That red section there, that's the area currently under control by Russia. It's about 20% of the entire country. There are reports that Putin...
So can America replace Russian oil as well? It has already tried. It already has to a certain degree. But like the American oil and gas industry, the American fossil fuel industry also relies on OPEC Plus setting the standard and setting the prices. Russia has a lot of influence over that. So they are still absolutely beholden to market conditions. They're still absolutely beholden to the cartel. And more importantly than all of it, they're beholden to the profit incentives there. And a great example of this is that under the Biden administration, when Saudi Arabia refused to increase oil barrel production to normalize prices because they wanted to continue generating super profits, America couldn't even get the American oil and gas industry to stop selling oil and gas to Europe and sell it to America instead so that we can normalize the energy prices, which played a formative role in the cost of living crisis exploding here. 1.5 years of real negative wage growth in the United States of America under the Brandon leadership, which played a role in Donald Trump winning again. That's literally what happened. So if your argument is, why doesn't the American oil and gas industry like undercut the competition and artificially lower the price of oil and gas by like pumping out as much oil as possible? I don't even know if they have the capability to do that. I don't even know if we have the infrastructure ready for that. And I certainly don't think that any of these companies have the interest in doing so, because it would undercut their own financial imperative, which is to keep prices stable, play along with the cartel, because they're the ones who still end up benefiting from it.
Is asking to keep all of this territory in a potential deal. Is that what's being discussed? Can you confirm that?
Well, I can confirm that he's given speeches in which he has said that repeatedly.
So he's asking for that now in these private conversations?
Well, look, ultimately, if the Ukrainians are not willing to give that up and no one's pushing you.
As Ukrainian, I can't say you know nothing. Oh, well, thank you. I know some things.
Ukraine to give that up. And so I don't think that's what, if there's going to be a peace deal, it's not going to look like that. But he certainly is making demands. He's certainly asking for things that the Ukrainians and others are not willing to be supportive of, and that we're not going to push them to give. And the Ukrainians are asking for things that the Russians are not going to give up on. I know this sounds, I know everybody wants to have more detail, but we're trying to have a serious negotiation here and see if we can find any middle ground between two warring parties in a very difficult war where the Russians feel, as they always do, like they have momentum on their side, and the Ukrainians have been incredibly brave in fighting back and in the defensive posture they've taken. The Ukrainians have inflicted a tremendous amount of damage on the Russians. I think last month alone, 20,000 Russian soldiers were killed in 1 month in this war. So the Ukrainians have inflicted tremendous amount of damage on the Russians as a result of this. Both sides are very dug in. This is a difficult one, but we're going to continue to work on it because the president's made it a priority to try to end the war that should have never happened.
Mr. Secretary, you were one of the few people in that room with President Putin and President Trump. You got to look him in the eyes. Do you believe that President Putin believes in Ukraine's right to exist based on what you heard and saw?
Well, look, I wasn't playing any of those games about looking people in the eye and trying to read their minds. I'm reading actions.
Wait. Does Russia have a right to exist? Does Russia have a right to exist? Why are you being Russophobic? Suka blyat. Russia is small nation. Russia constantly under attack. Russia #1. Oh, you want Kievan Rus? Do you? You are being Russophobic. Oh, why you always say Slava Ukraini? Why you always say Kievan Rus? Russia small nation. Russia used to be much larger nation. This is 3,000 years ago. This was all Russia. Do you condemn Ukraini? Do you condemn Ukraine? That's what it would be like if the media treated Russia like they treat Israel.
Looking at his actions. What will you agree to? What will you commit to? And what will you follow up on? And in order for this war to end, Russia will have to take actions. Ukraine will have to take actions. Ukraine's partners and allies will have to take actions as well to enforce that peace in the long term. That's what we're interested in. Not all, I get all the drama around this stuff, but at the end of the day, we are talking about a war in which people are being killed and maimed every single day.
Yeah. Do you condemn Nord Stream 2 explosion? Do you condemn Nord Stream 2 explosion? Do you condemn Ukraine drone attacks in Moscow? Do you condemn? Do you condemn 14,000 killed in LPR, DPR? Да, давай. Как дела, как тебя зовут?
In which a country has been dismembered by 20%, as you've just pointed out, and it's really important to bring this war to an end. This war doesn't get better. It gets worse as time goes on. It gets worse. It actually threatens to spill over into other areas. So it needs to be stopped. That's why the president's made it a priority, and that's what we're focused on. Concrete actions by both sides, especially the Russian side, to bring this conflict to an end, and we're going to do everything we can to make it happen. Is it possible? I don't know, but we're going to try. We've spent a lot of time on this issue. We have a lot of other issues to focus on, but the president's made this a priority, and he deserves credit for that.
Mr. Secretary,
Yeah, it's actually Russophobic to call it Ukraine. It's Greater Russia. Yeah. 3,000 years ago, it was promised to me. It was. I mean, Vladimir Putin does say that. Not 3,000 years ago, but he's like, look at map. Look at map. The Ukraine, it means the border. The border of what? Russia. Ukraine and Russians, they are brothers. They are brothers. Why? Why are you so, what is it? What would it be? It's, you're so Orthodox Christian phobic. I don't even know. You are being anti-Slav.
More questions, and we're almost out of time. NBC News is reporting this morning.
Tovarish, niet politik here. Tovarish. Niet politik here.
That NATO-like security guarantees for Ukraine were discussed as a part of this agreement. Can you tell us what role would the United States play in such a security agreement?
Well, there'll have to be some security guarantees for Ukraine, right? I mean, it's one of their fundamental demands is that if this war were to end, they have to make sure this never happens again. They don't want to get reinvaded. They don't want to wait 3 or 4 years from now and find another, war on their hands. So there's going to have to be some security guarantees as part of it. How that's structured, how that's built, what our role will be, that'll be the kinds of things we'll have to work through. But again, that is going to be a key element of this deal. And it is something that in order for there to be a peace, the Russian side is going to have to accept that Ukraine is a sovereign country that has a right to defend itself and has a right to enter into alliances with other countries to defend itself. How that's constructed, what we call it, how it's built, what guarantees are built in there that are enforceable, that's what we'll be talking about over the next few days with our partners who are coming in from overseas tomorrow for a series of meetings and in the days to come. We had a long phone call about this yesterday with several of the national security advisors from various countries in Europe.
Mr. Secretary, I want to play something you said about President Putin. This was right after the invasion in March of 2022. Take a look.
This guy lies, habitually lies. He's never kept a deal they've ever signed, and he lies all the time. And I don't know why, but he plays us like a violin in the West, because the West wants to believe that you can cut a deal with everybody. You can't cut a deal with guys like this. He's a professional, experienced liar.
Mr. Secretary, given that, what makes you think that if you are able to reach a deal with President Putin, that he would stick to it, based on, as you just said, he's a liar?
Well, that's the point. That's why the deal has to have enforceable mechanisms in it. That's why the deal has to have things like security guarantees. That's the point I was making a few minutes ago when you were asking me about looking someone in the eye. What's important here is actions, not words, not paper, document. Those are all important. Those are elements of a deal, but they have to be enforceable. They have to be verifiable. They have to be enduring. There's no point here in signing a deal that's going to be violated in 3 or 4 months. There's no point in doing that. It actually would make things worse. So that's why this is such a difficult thing. Not only do you need a deal that's verifiable, that's enforceable, and that's enduring. If you don't achieve that, then I think you could have a ceasefire for a few months, a few weeks, and then the war will start again and more people will die. That's not the outcome we're interested in. That's not the outcome anyone wants. So that's why this is so difficult.
All right. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, thank you so much for joining us after an historic week. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
If you look at territory, which is one of the key ones, President Trump has already suggested that Crimea is off the table, that it isn't going to be part of that negotiation. It is worth pointing out that Crimea was originally part of the Soviet Union. They'd fought hundreds of years ago for the strategically important port of Sevastopol down in the south there. In 1954, Khrushchev had handed that to Ukraine, largely for administrative purposes, when Ukraine was actually just a county of the Soviet Union at the time. Of course, when the Soviet Union collapsed, Russia and Ukraine very nearly went to war over Crimea, and there was an accommodation made at the time. And of course, but now that's why in 2014, following about 2 decades of Ukraine starting to look further to the west for
Wow. That's interesting. First time I'm hearing about this. Wait a minute. Wow, Russian propaganda. People used to get so fucking mad at me for saying this. Like, this is one of the major points of contention with this was like the starting point of the fucking downfall, with people being like, Hasan is pro-Russia, Hasan is pro-Russia, for just like an accurate reflection of events while also simultaneously talking about like Russia as a separate fucking nation state, that already had complete control over Sevastopol and was his like entry point into the Black Sea anyway. But 3-4 years later, you're hearing the same points coming out of Sky News and the BBC.
Economic support, and with NATO starting to become on the agenda, that the Russians moved into Crimea. Now, having got in there, it'd be incredibly difficult military operation to liberate that. And that's why many people think that Crimea is not a useful negotiating tool at the moment. Having moved into that, though, Russia built a bridge across the Kursk to actually join this to Russia itself. But of course, that was incredibly vulnerable.
I think one of the craziest things is, in an effort, I could totally see the Trump administration in an effort to try and shift the blame to the Democrats entirely and to rid themselves of this like Ukraine issue in order to not take the L and be the responsible party that did the historic appeasement to Russia or whatever. I could see them gray zone posting. They kind of are already doing that. I could totally see them start gray zone posting. What I mean by that is just like talk about, Euromaidan, talk about American intervention, and be like, that's what they did. They did that. Obama did it. Victoria Nuland, she said, Ukraine is ours. It was never supposed to be. It was the apple of Obama's eye. I could see them start gray zone posting like crazy. Oh, Bungler, he's the one who did it. He's the one who did it. And then Biden said Russia, Russia, Russia. Obama did Euromaidan. I had a perfect phone call with Ukraine. They impeached me. Victoria Nuland did not have a perfect phone call.
And as the years went by, that's why that Russia had started a sort of insurgency up in the Donetsk region and tried to build this land bridge across the region.
Is any of that incorrect, though, besides Russia's holding the responsibility for invading? I mean, it's more complex than that. It's a more complex subject matter than that because it does avoid like whatever the Ukrainian people wanted as any part of the process. And not only that, but also ultimately, they would not actually tie that back to a reliable anti-imperialist narrative anyway. That would be ridiculous. He would say some shit like Hunter Biden is the reason why Joe Biden fucking fought Russia or something. I'm joking when I say that. I just don't think that they would say that at all. But every good grand narrative, no matter how conspiratorial, has a nugget of truth in it. That's why I'm saying like I could totally see them shifting their conversation away to at least like have a kernel of truth at the heart of it, to be like, American intervention is real. We did do it. It was bad. It was bad.
Now, why the focus on the Donbass region? Well, a lot of its mineral resources and the like. This is the one area that Russia hasn't yet taken. But this isn't about just trying to get to the borders. It's not like they're trying to secure Somerset. Why is this actually key? If we go zoom in a little bit further, there's a line of towns, based on road junctions and rail junctions, strategically important, that are, if they are going to be very difficult for Russia to take. If you remember the battle for Bakhmut back 18 months ago, about 60,000 people died in that battle about an 18 months. So it's really difficult for any of these to fall. Russia is, of course, paranoid that if they don't take these, then there is the danger that Ukraine in the future cuts the land bridge and therefore isolates the Crimea. From a Ukrainian perspective, if these were to fall, there's lots and lots of free area up here that Russia could actually rampage across. The real key here, though, is what is going on in President Putin's mind. Is his ambition still to take the whole of Ukraine, or is it simply to secure this land bridge?
I mean, the very fact that Western press is now talking about this with real terms means that the end is imminent, or at least like they are coming to terms with holding the L here, because it is the exact opposite of how the coverage has been for the past 3 years. Anytime I spoke on these terms, anytime I spoke similar to this, everybody fucking came up to me and was like, you're pro-Russia. You're you love Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin is giving you back shots. You want to suck and fuck Putin. You love Trump. You love Putin. All this stuff. And now you got Western press covering it. I also kept reiterating that eventually this would come down to whatever Putin is able to do, whatever the Russian forces are able to do in the front lines, and also that the appetite for funding, okay, Hassan, you're the victim. No, I'm not. Of course not, because the real victims are, and always will be, the Ukrainians that are getting fucked over in the process. 100%. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because media narratives oftentimes have a capacity to delude people into thinking an alternative reality than the one that is unfolding if they are to pay close attention to what's actually happening. Okay? I'm not saying that I'm a victim in this at all. I think the real victim is the truth. Truth is the first victim in this process. That's it. Just like a lot of online liberals have farmed the drama angle and say Hassan is, pro-Hamas, Hassan is pro-Hamas, to farm pro-Israeli propaganda. A lot of online liberals in bad faith farmed me for years and years to farm pro-NATO propaganda. And they diluted their audiences into thinking an alternative reality was actually happening, that a victory was imminent. A victory was imminent. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen any moment now. China is going to collapse any moment now. Ukraine is going to push out all the Russian orcs any moment now. And over again, they did this, and they will continue to do this. No matter which war we engage in, they will find a way to swing that narrative in the direction of pro-America. And anyone that says, hey, I don't think this is correct, is actually a hater of America, and is wrong and is a bad guy, and you shouldn't fucking listen to them. Fuck that guy, over and over and over again. That's it. How has NAFO been handling this? I don't even think they deserve to be mentioned at all.
Just the land bridge, then the conversation is about territory and it's about security guarantees. And therefore, there's just the faintest prospect of a negotiated settlement. If actually Putin's ambition is still the whole of Ukraine, then I'm afraid all of this is just window dressing. It's Putin playing for time. And frankly, we're no closer to any sort of solution than we were a few weeks ago.
Jeff Zeleny, I want you and our viewers to listen to something that the President
This was interesting. Yeah. Hot mic moment. Is Trump still riding that dick? I say yes.
Trump didn't intend to be public, but his mic was hot. This was as he and the other European leaders were sitting down to the meeting, and he was talking about Vladimir Putin and what Trump believes Putin will do for him personally.
I think he wants to make it. I think he wants to make it.
Jeff?
A couple.
He wants me. He wants me so bad. He said I'm in juicy. He said wants it. But to him, fuck. Oh, fuck. Hey, yo! What the hell is going on, man? What the helly? Okay, we're back, I think. It's just stuttering. What the heliante? I'm gonna bring it back. Okay, we're back. We're back. Did you guys miss everything? You missed it. You missed it all. Okay, first of all, delay check. Post it. Post the number. Post 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. It's choppy. And it's still kind of choppy. There's a little bit of a delay. It's going in and out. And I think it might be my internet this time. I'm looking at all the numbers in front of me. Okay. It kind of feels like it's on my end. It's on my internet. That is like a little messed up. It's choppy trap house. Okay. Well, in and out. On to your butts. Hold on to your butts. 1 second. I'm going to bring the backup. Hold on. It's fine now. It's fine for the time being. Hopefully it stays fine. I'm going to fix the ingest to make sure that there's no delay. Don't worry. Make no mistake. I am a political engineer, which means I got the engineering background. I'm a technical internet engineer. So you're going to see a minor F. Okay. All right. So I fixed it. I fixed the delay. Okay. I know what I'm doing. If this continues cutting in and out, I will turn back and I will go on to the backpack. I haven't gone on to the backpack yet. Okay. Like I said, I'm an engineer. I'm a Twitch streaming engineer. All right, let's get back to the video. Don't freak out. Here's the hot mic.
I think he wants to make it. I think he wants to make a deal for me. You understand that? As crazy as it sounds.
He wants me so good. He wants me so bad. I threw it back for him and he liked it. He said no loads refused. No loads. All loads, all hands on deck. He gripped it. He gripped my shit so tight. He cracked me. He cracked me. Putin cracked me. He said, Unc, I'm cracking.
Jeff?
A couple key words in there are for me. I think he wants to make a deal for me. I mean, it's not altogether surprising that President Trump thinks this. Whenever there's a hot mic moment, we're always slightly more interested than when it's something that he would have just said. It's not actually all that dissimilar from things he said throughout the campaign. But what's different about it now is the whole comment there.
Dude, Trump saying Putin wants me and he'll do this for me has the exact same energy as the therapist lady. The lady that fell in love with her psychiatrist has the same exact energy as a dude, one of your homies being like, yeah, no, actually this stripper is different. Like she truly does want me. We did actually establish a real relationship. Like that's what it feels like to me. Yeah, he's supposed to say that because you're fucking stupid and you get duped by that sort of thing. So of course he's going to say that. That's it. That's what he's doing. That's what he's been doing, and he's seen a lot of success so far. Why wouldn't he keep doing that? I don't think this war is ending anytime soon. Financial Times, Ukraine will promise to buy $100 billion of American weapons financed by Europe as a part of the deal to obtain U.S. guarantees for its security after the peace settlement with Russia. According to a document seen by the Financial Times, under the proposal, Kyiv and Washington would also strike a $50 billion deal to produce drones with Ukrainian companies that have pioneered technologies in Russia. Okay, yeah, it's not going anywhere, I don't think. I'm going to be honest, it feels to me like they're just going to normalize relations with Russia and keep the fucking battle going. I don't know. Like this was hurting. This was hurting Russia too much. Holy shit. Kyiv shared the proposals for new security deals with the U.S., which have not been previously reported on, in a list of talking points with European allies ahead of the meeting with Donald Trump on Monday. Scoop. Ukraine will promise to buy $100 billion of American weapons financed by Europe as a part of a deal to obtain U.S. guarantees for its security after a peace settlement with Russia. Under the proposals, Kyiv and Washington would also strike a $50 billion deal to produce drones with Ukrainian companies that have pioneered the technology since Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022. I feel like I'm watching Meat Canyon video featuring Jake Paul. Putin is literally Jake Paul Lamau. Trump is just happy to be touched, even though he's being robbed. Yeah, it doesn't seem like this is an anti-war initiative as they presented it. And maybe that's the reason why Zelensky was happy at the end of this. Yeah, I don't know. They're all in the Oval now being briefed on the Putin call. Harry Enton, holy Toledo. Every poll that comes out of New York City mayor leaves me with the same question. How does this not end up with Mamdani winning? Like there's A, no sign of consolidation of an anti-Mamdani vote behind one opponent of his. And B, it appears Mamdani is the most popular candidate. Holy Toledo. It seems like white boy jihad summer is imminent. Yeah.
To make a deal for me. That was at the root of President Trump's entire argument that I can end this on day one. That his relationship with President Putin was so strong from that first term. They were stablemate, as he once said on 60 Minutes, of which there was no evidence of. But this is just kind of the latest version of it. There's been zero evidence that President Putin is using his relationship with Donald Trump to do anything for Trump, to end it for Trump. So I think it was just a window into President Trump's mindset. There, and perhaps not that surprising, but
yeah, I mean,
reveal it.
It is a good point that most of what President Trump says, you don't need a hot.
OSINT Twitter / Walter Bloomberg, everyone's most reliable fucking news resource that actually erased $4 trillion and then replaced $4 trillion of market value with one fucking tweet, a real mover and shaker, reports Ukraine's Air Force says Russian strategic bombers take off for a possible attack on Ukraine. This is right after the Trump phone call. Dude, I swear to God, Russia is doing Israel shit without being Israel. I guess everyone is Israel now. The world is Israel. This reminds me, I don't know if it's real or not, and it probably might be fake, but they did do a version of this after the fucking Trump talks in Alaska. And that reminds me of the way Benjamin Netanyahu has treated Joe Biden and also Donald Trump. We are so fucking washed, and it's not just because Trump is a joke. We're just fucking washed, man. We're washed. We're washed. Everything is Israel. Even our foreign adversaries are behaving like Israel. By the way, not sure if you saw this. Beitar is claiming that the ADL is pro Zohran Mamdani. That's amazing. Oh, that's amazing. Also, speaking of Zohran Mamdani, I saw this. This was really funny. Love the product placement during a discussion of how capitalism ruins everything. Make sure the label's facing the camera before we talk about killing CEOs. Yeah, because that's what we were talking about, killing CEOs. And also, we're drinking water. We have officially arrived at the point where socialism means you can't drink water unless it's directly out of a glass. Not just tap water, but tap water that what? That you put into a cup. It cannot be a bottle. It can be a can. I just don't know, man. I don't know what to do. Like, how do you argue with these fucking people, dude? How do you argue with these fucking people? Love the product placement during a discussion of how capitalism ruins everything. Love this app. Oh, is this what I think it is? Type of shit that makes you say moshi mosh. Yup. Report Hamas Piker for supporting terrorists. He should be banned already. It's a bot, man. It's a bot. It's not even a real human being. I think that one is just like straight up a bot. Apparently, that's all that fucking account was responding to, people with like people who are not even fucking affiliated with me.
That could never be enough water.
More water.
Yeah.
People are asking if this is sponsored content.
No. I
was just drinking it.
My God.
I know.
There's no sponsors.
Yeah.
Sponsored? Oh, hell no. Of course not. It's just like, it's so fucking stupid, man. It's so fucking dumb. Yeah, I saw this one too. This must hit so hard if you're a moron. Mamdani featuring a water brand valued at $1.4 billion while shitting on capitalism is peak irony. Socialism means you can't drink fucking water. You should remain thirsty. A little scared that Hasan is advocating for every single person alive to take TRT, HRT, and Ozempic. Yeah, this is a joke, but this is unironically the way people approach anything that I say as a joke. That's obviously a joke from Jeremy Kaplowitz. I'm just saying that, like, that is what all my fucking haters sound like. Anyway, they can't take it when socialists aren't starving and homeless like they picture the socialists to be. Yeah. What? Don't want to be annoying about this, but did you see a French kick streamer got killed by his friends on stream? Is on Hostwit? No, I did not see that. That sounds insane. What the fuck is going on Kick, bro? I didn't even realize that, like, that Kick brain rot was like international. Yeah, watch that. No, I'm not watching that. He was not their friend. They abused him for months. What the fuck? The new meta is just doing snuff films now? Fucking gross. Anyway, let's look at the Holy Toledo. Harry Enton talks about support for Ukraine.
It's the idea that Ukraine's going to achieve complete victory. That idea has collapsed within Ukrainian society. What are we talking about here? Ukrainians on the war versus Russia. You go back to 2022, the start of the war. Fight until Ukraine wins. Look at this. The vast majority, about 3/4, 73% agreed with that position. Negotiate to end the war as soon as possible. Only 22%. Look at where we are now. It's a complete flip. It's the inverse. Now 69% want to negotiate to end the war as soon as possible, compared to just 24% who want to fight until Ukraine wins. That's a 49-point drop in this position. Now, of course, negotiating to end the war as soon as possible, that's a bit more nuanced, right? Ukrainians don't want to agree to all of Russia's demand, but I think the idea of even there being some territory that would be not formally recognized as being given that Russia could in fact stay in, that does have majority support, but the idea of formal recognition of Russia's demands, absolutely not.
All right. Why do you think that opinion has changed to the extent that it has?
Well, I think one of the big reasons why opinions have changed is this idea that this war is going to end anytime soon. Ukrainians don't think it will. Take a look here. Ukrainians on the war ending within a year. Just 25% say that it is likely. Look at this. 68%. 68% say it is unlikely that the war will, in fact, end in a year. And you'll notice, John, this 68% looks a heck of a lot like the 69% who say that they want to negotiate to end the war as soon as possible.
So President Trump overnight ruled out Ukraine joining NATO, seemingly ever. But what do Ukrainians feel about that?
You know, obviously Ukrainians would like to join NATO. That has been a goal of theirs for a number of years. But the idea that that NATO admission will happen within 10 years, look at the collapse in this position. 2022, it was 64%. Now it is just half that level at 32%. So again, this is one of the goals that, Ukrainians had since the beginning of the war. They no longer believe that it's achievable. Well, the idea that Russia is going to be forced out of all of that land that they're occupying, they don't necessarily believe that is going to happen. So again, I think this is one of the reasons why Ukrainians, they certainly don't want to accede to every Russian position, certainly certainly not most of them, but the idea that they do want to negotiate an end to this war as soon as possible, that has now gone through the roof. Again, we're talking about 69%, which is such a big difference from where we were at the beginning of the war when it was just 22.
Wanting to negotiate doesn't mean wanting to surrender.
Correct.
It means wanting to discuss, and not believing that they'll join NATO is different than wanting to join NATO.
You got it.
But you can very much see how Ukrainian thinking has changed over the last few years.
Absolutely, John.
Harriet, thank you.
Thank you.
These polls are disingenuous. We do want negotiations to end the war, but for sure, but do not accept permanent occupation. This is a crucial detail missing. I mean, that's also reflected in the polls as well. They say they don't want that, but like I've said from the start, which has, again, drawn a lot of controversy to my statements, but like Ukrainians and their real emancipatory need is not a part of the equation here. These decisions are being made without the opinion of Ukrainians. I would say that any sort of push to say like, oh, well, Ukrainians want sovereignty and therefore they should keep fighting, therefore we should keep giving them weapons, is simply a mechanism for America to continue selling weapons to Ukrainians. And it's not even necessarily the American population or the Western population's demands on this process that matters at all. The greatest example of this is, of course, Gaza. You have overwhelming majorities of Western populations demanding an end to America and the Western world's allowance for Israel to continue committing genocide in Gaza, and yet they have not moved an inch away from that position. They're in a permanent bloodshed position. They're deadlocked with Israel and their ambition to do ethnic cleansing in Gaza, and there's not really seemingly anything we can do about it to stop this process. Hold on. Oh, I think Ben might be here. Hold on. Hey, what's up? Oh, he is? Hold on. Oh, I see him. Okay, hold on. I just unlocked it. Okay. Ben Cohen is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Ben Cohen of Ben&Jerry's. I'm already live. Oh, you were? Hell yeah. All right, well.
And I really dig your chainsaw-equipped motorbike.
Oh, yeah.
That is very cool. Now,
That's my brother's.
yeah, and where does he go?
Do you want me to put that somewhere, or you got it?
Do I got it?
All right, you got it.
You mean like plop myself down here? What
Yeah.
are we on? What are we live? What are
Oh,
we
we're
doing?
live already. We got 34,000 people watching.
Yo, hello everybody. Look, I just put on my Up in Arms hat.
Hell yeah.
Hi everybody.
All right,
Oh, and I got the dog.
Do you want me to? I can tell her to.
No,
go back
I like the dog.
Okay, Ben Cohen, ladies and gentlemen, of the Ben of Ben&Jerry's.
Jeez.
Live and alive in the building. Very excited. People are saying ice cream, you scream. We all scream for ice cream.
Yeah.
That wasn't a joke. No. Ben
I should have brought you ice cream. Shit.
Damn.
Forgot.
I thought you would. I'm
Sorry,
not gonna
man.
lie.
You
I
know,
thought you would.
I thought I would too. I mean, I didn't know. I was look. I got some kind of magic. I got magic pieces of paper.
What is that? Oh my God! No.
Turns into ice cream.
No.
Yeah. That
We got
turns
free. This coupon's good for anyone. Ben&Jerry's pint, bag of cookie dough chunks. Let's go.
This is for your listeners.
Okay. Do you want me to just show it and whoever gets it first?
Yes.
Is that how this goes?
Yes.
Like I just put it on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Whoever gets the coupon first and takes it to a store wins. Okay. Are you ready? There it is. Hold on. Boom. I hope that works. And if not, I'll just post it. I'll just post it on the, I'll post it on my Twitter. How about that?
What? You post it on your Twitter and it works?
I'll take a photo of it on my
There's
Twitter.
Another one.
Another one. You're giving me so much free ice
well,
cream.
Well, of course, I forgot to bring you the
No,
pints,
no,
man.
it's
I got
fine,
to
it's
bring
fine,
you
it's
the
fine.
pieces of paper here.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to come up with Zinn favorite ice cream for you.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, I mean, you're
what? He's got Zinn.
No,
He's got
I have
extra.
Zinn everywhere.
He's got essential. Man, what the guy runs on
The
zero
Dr. Pepper.
sugar, Dr. Pepper and cream.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So, Ben, I have so much to talk to you about. You were detained briefly, right?
I
Where
was.
You were protesting at the RFK
yeah,
Jr. hearing.
It's true. Yeah.
You're very progressive. You're an OG. You're one of the OGs.
I'm definitely
original
old.
gangster. No. That doesn't mean old. That means you're the original gangster.
All right. I'm an original gangster.
And I want to hear more about the story of how Ben&Jerry's came about, where you're from, for the people that might not know. Let's get started at the beginning.
Sure. I was born in 1951 in Brooklyn. I stayed there for a year and a half. My parents moved to Long Island. I stayed there till I was 18. I met my friend Jerry running around the track in gym class. We were the two slowest, fattest kids in the class. We learned to like each other. We stuck together. I dropped out of a whole bunch of colleges. Jerry went to 4 years straight, tried to get into med school and couldn't get in. I tried to become a potter. Nobody would buy my pottery. We felt like we were both failures. And we decided to start our own business. Our idea was that we wanted to live in a rural college town, and we thought we would take a food trend that was just starting off in the big cities. And
But you were there when ice cream was popping off for the first time ever. That's crazy.
Well, when homemade ice cream was
Yeah.
popping off, you know, I think it was Dolly Madison, the president's wife, who really started ice cream in the U.S. But that was before my time.
Have you ever seen in the USSR they have like they place a lot of importance on ice cream, where I think it was like there's this thing, I forget what it is. Hold on, I'm gonna pull this up real quick. And we do things a little bit non-traditional here for the record. It's just like it's a normal organic conversation. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I mean, so if I have a pain in my neck and I just bought some off-brand Icy Hot, I can rub it on. While
Yeah,
I'm
I have like pads and stuff too if you want one.
pads?
Yeah, I could
What
get you
kind?
like a heating pad. You can slap it on if you want.
Yeah, man, I want to be like Hasan.
For sure. Palombier is a type of ice cream made with vanilla, cream, eggs, and sugar, originally created in the Soviet Union in 1937. And I think it was like a big, what do you call it? It was like a big deal where they wanted to make sure that all kids were able to get it. So ice cream has been an important. Ice cream has had a history in politics as well. It seems where even in the USSR they were like we gotta make sure that the kids and everybody else gets to have their treats, specifically ice cream.
Absolutely true. I was actually in the Soviet Union. At the end of the Soviet Union, Gorbachev was setting up. He allowed you to have joint ventures.
Yeah.
And we set up a Ben&Jerry's joint venture.
No way.
Yeah.
That's sick. That's like
in Karelia, the Russian state of Karelia.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing.
Petrosavodsk. It's right on the border with Finland.
Let's see. Okay, that's never mind. That's
whoa, jeez, what the heck
that's
was
just
that?
Reddit, Ukrainian conflict. But what is this? Okay, never mind.
All right.
That most of it is just like most of it is just about Ukraine. So you're wearing a common side effect shirt. Before we continue with the history lesson about how you arrived at this ice cream behemoth, and became known for that. You're wearing a common side effect shirt. Have you watched it? It's one of my favorite shows. I love it.
Yes, I watched the whole thing. I
It's
totally love
amazing.
it. They're in the middle of producing a new series, a new.
Is the second season or just
The
like an
second
entirely
season,
new
that's what I'm
season?
saying, the
Okay,
second season.
Thank God, because some of those shows, dude, they can just get canceled, even if it's good. Especially if it's good, they usually cancel them. But it's amazing that you're repping them. You said you were hanging out with them earlier.
Yeah. I
Hell
just
yeah.
came from there. That's why I didn't bring any ice cream, because I came straight
ate all
from
the ice
there.
cream.
That's correct. They've
Okay.
got the ice cream. You know those guys? Go to
I
their
don't know.
freezer.
I don't know those guys. I'm gonna go.
Well,
check
they're
them out.
really good guys. You
Yeah.
should see them.
Do you want an icy hot patch?
Like you. Well, I just put this stuff on. I think it'll work.
All right, perfect. So you start Ben&Jerry's. How did it, like in the beginning? I assume that there was a lot of limitations, a lot of hurdles that you had to clear in the process, right? Did it explode in popularity from the start?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, we started as this little homemade ice cream parlor. Never expected to be anything more than that. In an old converted gas station that was falling apart in Burlington, Vermont, and in terms of getting business permits back then and health permits and the fire permit, all that stuff, it was a lot easier than it is now.
Oh, okay.
So there's kind of less. In that way, there was less obstacles.
Yeah, the pesky nanny state hadn't intervened.
Right.
Bernie Sanders, the devastating the dangerous mayor of Burlington hadn't come in yet.
He was just running for mayor for the first time as we were starting up. I guess we started a little before him, and I remember being at the incredible, huge celebration in the basement of Memorial Auditorium, scooping ice cream for the victory party.
Wow, you were there from the beginning.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
yeah.
I feel like he hasn't changed his look at all.
He hasn't changed
He has
his
looked
look.
like he's looked like he was this age back then.
It's true. He hasn't changed his look. He hasn't changed his politics. He hasn't changed his stump speech.
I know.
It's the beautiful thing about Bernie is just how consistent he is. And, you know, some people complain, you know, Bernie, you're always saying the same thing. And he was saying, when we start having justice in this country, I'll start saying something different.
Yeah. So you go through the process, not as many hurdles back then as there are now.
I mean, the big hurdle was we didn't have enough money.
Yeah.
I mean, we had $4,000 apiece, and we were planning on getting a loan from the SBA, but we couldn't get a long enough lease on this old gas station that was falling apart, so we couldn't get the loan from the SBA, and you know the bank kicked in another $4,000, so it was $12,000.
Mm-hmm.
Started Ben&Jerry's. It's kind of amazing. I guess you can't really start a business on $12,000 now.
Yeah, no, that definitely can't. So let me ask you, getting right into it, Trump is president again.
Oy.
Yes. I don't know if you knew that. Trump is president. Guys,
Oh.
That's what's going on. Sorry.
on,
Hate
make
to be
me
the bear.
happy.
Hate to be the bearer
don't
of
rub
bad
it in.
news. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. And one thing that I have routinely talked about with Ben&Jerry's is the component of marketing and political advocacy. Specifically because I always use Ben&Jerry's as a great example of a company that, in spite of corporate takeovers, in spite of control by much larger conglomerates, Ben&Jerry's has always maintained political advocacy as a part of its mission, and I think is largely in part because of your direction, right? Like this is a genuine thing that you care about, as opposed to Target, for example, or many other mega corporations in this country that will only aesthetically get on board with performative activism in an effort to do marketing. And the second part of this is that I now fear that we're moving in the direction where a lot of companies have completely cast aside the previous performative liberalism, the performative wokeness, if you will, to now move in the direction of right-wing politics, broadcasting right-wing politics as though it is a virtuous position to have. Have you noticed this as well in your experience?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have, Hasan.
That was a wordy question. I just lobbed it up for you.
You know, and I have thought about that, and I think all that's going on is that most businesses, most corporations don't really have a social mission. They are not values-led businesses. They are businesses whose purpose is to maximize profits today, in the here and now. And so, you know, think about it. I mean, if you're a business and your only purpose is to maximize profits today, you go along to get along. You know, if the current president says X, you say, yeah, baby. If he says Y, you say, yeah, baby. And if he says Z, yeah, I'm on board with that.
Yeah.
Because they don't have a heart. They don't have a soul. They don't have a spirit. And that, I think, is the interesting thing about Ben&Jerry's. It's a business, it's a thing, but it has a heart and a soul and a spirit. And, you know, it's the idea of being values-led, not profit-led. Values-led is a term that was coined by Anita Roddick, who started the Body Shop. So, you know, the Ben&Jerry's mission, and, you know, we went through a lot of difficulties in order to get to this point. You know, there was a lot of internal dissension. There was external criticism, but the Ben&Jerry's mission is a three-part mission. So we have a social mission, we have a product quality mission, and we have a financial mission. And the interesting thing about them is that they are written horizontally to make the point that no one of them comes before the other. They're all interconnected. And staying true to those missions is what keeps Ben&Jerry's Ben&Jerry's.
Yeah. You mentioned that there was some struggles that took place in the process. Do you want to elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. In the early days, the struggles were mostly internal. I would say, let's take a stand on a particular issue. For instance, peace.
Dangerous prospect. An ever-present danger to the military-industrial complex. You're speaking a dangerous language, sir.
Let's suggest that the government take 1% of the Pentagon budget and use it for peace through understanding activities between the U.S. and the former Soviet Union. Because the people, they don't have anything against each other, and yet we were in this Cold War.
I feel like that kind of dangerous language would have gotten you denaturalized back in the day. if you
Probably
were
today,
a little bit younger, or now. Exactly.
So we were coming out with a chocolate-covered ice cream pop on a stick, and normally you write about, you're going to taste the most amazing chocolate-covered ice cream pop on a stick you ever had. It's so smooth, so rich, so creamy, so chocolatey. And instead, we said, let's call this a peace pop, and let's use the copy on the package to talk about making peace instead of war and shifting this money out of the Pentagon. And it was incredibly controversial within the company that people were saying, our executives were saying, the people on the board of directors were saying, business that's not business's role. Business should not be trying to advocate for particular national government policies. And it was quite a heated discussion. And finally, I kind of forced it through, and nothing happened. I mean, people were saying that what's going to happen is, we set up this new plant that's designed to make these chocolate-covered ice cream pops on a stick. If we come out with this packaging, right-wing groups are going to picket the supermarkets. The supermarket's going to take it off the shelf, and none of that stuff ever came to pass.
Yeah. Well, it probably helps if it's delicious.
Yeah.
Because if it was not good, it'd be easier to be like, I don't want that. I don't want that at all.
Yeah.
No, this is something that I've seen in my own industry as well. Streaming, the internet, like content creators, like a lot of them, I think, are at the mercy of the broader audience and like whatever they're saying, and they never want to lead by example because they're afraid of like corporations pulling out. They're afraid of companies saying, "Oh, we're going to blacklist you." They're afraid of companies saying like, "Oh, you speak on this political issue." I don't necessarily think that's appropriate for our brand, and for that reason, I think they choose not to make a stand. They choose not to take a reasonable moral stand, like you just described, and I feel like that creates an environment where, without that bravery, without that courage, that creates an environment where the only ones who are speaking loudly are oftentimes right-wingers that don't have these sorts of fears, that don't care about these sorts of things, especially when the administration is like heavily leaning on that kind of domination as well, even on the corporate side. One of the things that I've seen is that the Trump administration is actively bullying corporations as well into taking positions against what they've defined is woke. Now, it's largely optics. And I don't think that any of these corporations actually cared about anything beyond profits to begin with. Right. So therefore, back in the day when they were actually pushing for ESG or DEI initiatives or any number of different statements that they made, they were doing so in an effort to do marketing, but it wasn't genuine. But now they're moving in the right-wing direction, and I fear that this is creating a permission structure for people to go, oh yeah, being a bad person is actually a virtue. Pushing these vices is actually a good thing. And I think it makes the entire environment less safe for everybody, not just marginalized groups in particular, but it just makes the environment that we're living in more toxic overall.
Yeah, I think that's really true. I mean, the word that's been going through my mind lately is cutthroat. I mean, I think about Trump's, original book. What was it? The Art of the Deal.
Yeah.
And in that book, he's saying, there's so many people who say that a good deal is when both parties come away from it thinking we did pretty good. We feel okay about this. And he said, no, that's bullshit. A good deal is when you get everything you want and the other guy feels fucked over. Is that allowed? Are we allowed to say that?
You can curse as much as you want. Yeah.
And he's running the country the same way.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't care about cooperation. He doesn't care about respecting the other guy. He wants, when he talks about America first, he's talking about everybody else last.
Yeah.
And it's
not even good for America broadly either. It's just good for him and his buddies. Him and his most loyal servants, basically. Picking apart what remains of this country's carcass for scraps, basically. Dismantling the regulatory agencies and the like. Going back to Ben&Jerry's, one of the positions that I think, or at least was very impactful for someone like myself, was the implementation of BDS to a certain degree at Ben&Jerry's when I believe you guys pulled sales from the occupied West Bank. Do you mind talking about that a little bit?
I'd love to talk about that, but I really would like to get some of that smart water they got.
Absolutely. Do you want smart water? I have that as well.
Oh yeah, any kind of liquid.
There you go.
I'm not.
Well, I have sodas back there too. If you want Mountain Dew.
No. I'm much better at
just drinking water.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Sorry. Everyone always gets on me in the chat when they're like, why don't you offer your guests anything? Now they're going to cook me. They're going to say, you didn't offer your guests anything.
Well, it's because I didn't bring you any ice cream.
It's tit for tat.
I understand.
Art of the deal.
So, the Israel.
Yeah.
So I want to be clear that we did not, what we were doing was not BDS. What is that?
Boycott, divestments, and sanctions.
Boycott, divestments, and sanctions. What we were doing was our ice cream was being sold in Israel. It was being sold through a licensee that was also manufacturing the product there. And we told them that we don't want our ice cream being sold in the West Bank because we disagree with how Israel is treating people. And somehow or other, the ice cream showed up in the West Bank, and we went back and forth on that for a while, and eventually we said, "Hey, we really mean it. You need to pull the ice cream, not sell the ice cream in the West Bank." And so then we refused to renew that licensee's contract on that basis, and so the ice cream was not sold in the West Bank, and Unilever, who is the parent of Ben&Jerry's, owns Ben&Jerry's at the moment, was doing a lot of other business in Israel, many other brands, many other products, and Israel kind of came to talk to the Unilever guys, the top Unilever guys.
They call the managers,
right? And they said, if you don't take care of this situation, we're going to kick you out of Israel, for all your products, all your businesses. And so what Unilever did was they sold the rights to Ben&Jerry's to an Israeli, and now Ben&Jerry's in Hebrew. They didn't sell, you can't write it in English, but is now available anywhere in Israel or the occupied territories, I guess.
But it's not called Ben&Jerry's. It's in Hebrew.
It's in Hebrew. It's Hebrew letters that I
Interesting.
guess are pronounced Ben&Jerry's. But that was illegal according to the terms of the contract, the acquisition agreement that was made with Ben&Jerry's when they bought Ben&Jerry's. Ben&Jerry's has an independent board of directors who is responsible for the social mission and the essential integrity of the brand, marketing, and the product quality. And so that move by Unilever usurped the power of the board. And so the board sued Unilever, and there was an out-of-court settlement, and now the board is saying that Unilever did not live up to the out-of-court settlement, and so they're suing Unilever again.
Oh wow!
So
Okay,
that's the.
I didn't know there's still ongoing.
That's the current.
They're like, no, the West Bank has to get Ben&Jerry's. They're adamant. I mean, this is a part of, I think, a much broader, much more complex influence peddling operation that has taken place in America to basically get as many people on board, or to completely diminish like some of the most violent aspects of Israel's occupation over the course of the past 80 years. Do you want to talk a little bit more about that specifically, considering that you were also protesting against the Trump administration as well on this issue? Because I don't know, were you there with the Code Pink people, or were you there separately?
When I was in D.C.?
Yeah, when you're in D.C.
We were there separately, but Code Pink was being very supportive.
Yeah.
And they were very...
You know Medea Benjamin?
I know her very well.
She's the GOAT. I love her.
She's great. And so she was very helpful in terms of getting me into that committee hearing.
Oh, she's the best at that.
Yes,
I don't know how she does it.
I don't know how she does it either, because
for decades now.
They ought to know who she is by now.
No, she just finds a way to sneak into everything.
Well, I guess it helps to be kind of small.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but Code Pink was also very helpful in terms of creating the video. When I was being walked in zip ties down the hall, it was Code Pink that was prompting me with the right questions and doing the videotaping.
Yeah.
I guess it's not taping anymore.
Video filming, video clipping. They're good with clipping. That's what the Zoomers say now. They say clips.
Clips? All right.
Yeah.
Video.
They were clipping.
They were clipping.
Yeah, you had here another thing that a Zoomer was. I'm 34, but like a younger generation would say you had aura. That's the new term.
What if you're old?
No.
34?
When you're doing something cool, you have aura.
Aura.
You had a lot of aura.
All right.
That's what they say.
All right. That sounds good.
Yeah, you got the clip.
Well, you got aura too, man.
Oh,
I think we got aura together. We're blending our auras. You got the OG aura. You got the young G aura.
I'm not. My audience says I'm unk. So they say I'm
what,
old.
You're like really old?
Yeah, they say
well,
I'm
what
old.
the hell am I?
You're at that point. You're
ancient.
That's why you're OG. You're OG. Unk, and then there's OG, and your OG status. So do you want to talk about your experience in general? You're Jewish, and you grew up in Brooklyn, and then in Vermont as well. And I was wondering like how your opinion on Israel evolved throughout time, if you don't mind me asking.
No, be my pleasure. After I slurp.
Yeah. Go ahead. Kaya, place.
So I went to when I was in like elementary school. I went a couple of afternoons a week to a thing called Center Island Jewish School. And it was mostly teaching you about Jewish culture and teaching about how Jews had been discriminated against, and teaching you the Jewish songs and the dances and the holidays. And they also taught us about Israel. And what we were taught was that, after World War II, the Jews needed a homeland, a place they could feel safe. and it was Israel. Israel was created for that purpose, and it was this really shitty land in the desert that nobody wanted and nobody lived on, and that's what they got. And
Yeah,
then,
a land without people for a people without land.
And then the Jews, with the help, the Jews who moved to Israel with the help of the international Jewish community, ended up creating this very vibrant, highly developed society and culture. And what we were told was that the Arab countries, the Arabs who lived around them, were kind of jealous of that culture, that development, that quality of life, and so they made war on them.
Yeah,
and so that's the way I thought it was for a long time, and I understand that on both sides there's people that have screwed the other side, and I don't know, one guy starts making a war and then the other guy starts making a war. I mean, I'm sure sometimes Arabs were responsible for some of the horrible things, sometimes Jews were responsible, but that's as I understand it.
So what was a formative part of your development that made you feel like the way that this was presented to you initially might not have been entirely correct?
I think it was only maybe 20 years ago that I started understanding that, there were people who lived there, and there were people that were pushed out, and then it didn't sound so good.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think that both the Jews and the Arabs have claims to that land. Some biblically and some legally and whatever, but it seems that they need to find a way to get along. And I mean, what I believe strongly is that the mothers of people, of kids on one side don't want their kids to die, and they don't want their kids killing the other guy's kids. And I mean, I'm aware of all these efforts at peace, and that almost created peace, and then some extremist on one side or the other screws it up. I don't know what to do, but the one thing that I know is that you can't mistreat people. That forcing people in Gaza and the West Bank to live in what the UN has called essentially an open air prison is not going to work. That people don't take that lying down, and what would happen if people in the U.S. were forced by some occupying power to live in that?
Yeah. I use the analog of aliens because there is no equivalence with the asymmetry of power, because America is the most powerful nation on the planet and has been so, especially in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR. America won the Cold War. It's uncontested, right? 800 military bases all around the world, constantly in a state of permanent warfare, imperialism, military occupations everywhere, or military bases everywhere that is masqueraded as a security contract that they have with all of these other countries. And therefore, it's virtually impossible for us here living in the heart of empire, living in the United States of America, to ever comprehend what that would look like unless it was like an infinitely more technologically superior force that could control us in this way. Americans are so powerful, I think, that we invent enemies to be afraid of, whether it be Russia or whether it be China. We invent people to be afraid of that could do to us what we've done to the rest of the world. But you're absolutely correct. if there was some kind of superior force that came in and displaced a lot of Americans in the same, ironically, the same way that we did to the indigenous population on this land originally, and then partitioned off different segments of American soil and created a stateless system that had no contiguity for Palestinians or for the Americans in this equation. Of course, people would fight back. It's the perfectly understandable position, one that is actually reflected by even former Israeli heads of state and even current contemporary Israeli heads of state, whether it be like the heads of Shin Bet and numerous other people that have openly recognized, if I was born on the other side of that boundary, I'd be fighting too. I'd be a terrorist. I'd be exactly the guy that they call it, that I call a terrorist right now. So I think our understanding of it here in America is very is very outdated, and that's, I think, partially because of the experience that you reflected on just now with like your schooling, and it's not just about the way American Jews are educated on Israel. It's just broadly the way that Americans are educated on it, especially like Christian Zionists, for example, in evangelical churches get a very different theological justification for why Israel must belong to Jewish people and Jewish people only in an effort to trigger the rapture. So there's different facets of American society that have a lot of political power that have been taught that this is a moral battle, good versus evil, and you have to support the good guys in this process. And yet, I would say in the past 22 months, the societal attitudes, even in the Western world, has broadly shifted in the exact opposite direction. Do you feel like that will lead to a more meaningful conclusion? As someone who has been aware of this for 20 years plus now, especially, do you feel like societal attitudes have shifted?
Well, it seems like just in the last month, more and more people around the world and in the United States are understanding that what Israel is doing, aided and abetted by the United States, is mass murder. Call it slaughter, call it genocide. I don't think it matters much which term you use, but it's intentionally, massively slaughtering people. And no, it's the moral issue of our time.
Yeah.
And the people of the world say this is horrible. This needs to stop. We will not allow this, and yet the leaders of our countries go against the population and continue to kill, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, sons and daughters, families just like ours in some other country in our name. That's what gets me about it, is that they're doing it with my money and in my name.
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like the changing societal attitude, at least, is like going to cause a generational divide that hopefully will lead to better outcomes for the Palestinian population down the line. Of course, they are running out of time. They don't have time at this moment. One thing that I've noticed, and I'm wondering how you feel about this, is that this has become such a moral stain that is so undeniable, that's so undeniably wrong, that it's almost making people in the Western world question whether we have a real democratic process at all. Do you see that as a warning for American politicians in general? That, like, if they don't pack this up?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We do not have a democratic process. We do not have a democracy. We do not have government of the people, by the people, for the people. We have government of the money, by the money, for the money. And so, I mean, a big part of it is we need to get big money out of politics. But, the most hopeful thing that I'm aware of is Mamdani, winning the primary in New York. And, he ran on on a platform that says let's take care of the actual everyday needs of people. Let's make it so that they can afford to have a decent place to live, that they can afford to buy food, that they can have a decent livable wage, and these other guys, the Democrats and the Republicans, have said they don't give a shit. Have mouthed the words, "Oh yeah, we care, we love the children," but you look at the federal discretionary budget, which I just happen to have with me here. Let me see.
You just walk around with that?
Yeah, I walk around with the federal discretionary budget. Somebody has to, somebody has to pay attention here. What? Wait a minute. Here. This is the 800 military bases.
Oh yeah, you got it right there.
Hold that. Put it up there. You know where to put it.
That's amazing.
And this is the discretionary budget. So all that big red stuff, that's what's going into the Pentagon. And then you got veterans, which is essentially retired soldiers and injured soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
And those little slivers, that's the stuff that we really want. That's the stuff that we really need. That's healthcare, childcare, housing,
education.
It's absurd.
So let's talk about Up in Arms. You got the hat on.
I got the hat. Yeah, I got the hat. And
you got some pamphlets with you.
I got this shirt because I was just with those guys, but I was going to wear this shirt, but I'm giving it to you.
Oh wow, thank you so much.
Congratulations. They gave me a shirt. I give you a shirt. It's kind of like passing it along.
Hell yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So what's Up in Arms' mission about?
So Up in Arms is a campaign to get the issue of federal budget priorities, of taking care of the American people, of reinvigorating the American dream, making it possible to achieve the American dream by shifting money out of the Pentagon into those things that we care about. So the idea is to get that to be an issue in the upcoming presidential elections in 28.
Yeah, that sounds like scary talk. Someone's got to keep funding Raytheon. Why don't you think about the what would you say to people who say, why don't you think about the poor shareholders that need a permanent state of warfare to ensure that their shareholder value keeps going up year over year?
I'm telling you, those stock prices are rising humongously as we conduct these wars and as we continue to give weapons to all these different countries. They just love war.
The small
war
business
is good business.
Yeah, small business of Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and many others. Now also we have the tech bros that are moving in this direction as well, because they realize that's like the last part of the imperial coffers that they could raid, with very limited repercussions, if any at all. And you can have these expansive budgets and constantly drive up costs. But of course,
So I think of it as these pigs feeding at the trough. So right now you've got the legacy defense or weapons manufacturers, Lockheed, Raytheon, the ones you talked about, and they're all taking up the whole length of the trough. And now you got Palantir and all these silicon,
Anduril,
right, trying to shove them out, trying to nuzzle their way in because they want to be sucking up all those bucks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So do you feel like the Democrats are actually going to push back against this, or do you feel like where does the lack of interest from the Democratic Party overall come from in terms of saying the things that you're saying? Because I would say that you are by no means a radical. I would say that I definitely have a lot more radical, probably a lot more radical opinions that some Americans might not even initially get on board with. But this is not radical at all. This is very reasonable, right? This is an incredibly reasonable proposition to do right by others. I believe I think it might have been Eisenhower who said, every dollar being spent on a bomb could be spent on books, or could be spent on bricks to make houses here. And yet we spend it over there. We spend it on weapons of war instead. how do we get back to that mentality?
Every gun, every rocket launched, every missile fired signals in the final sense a theft from those who are hungry and not clothed, those who are something or other. That was Eisenhower's thing.
Yeah.
So how do we get back to that? I think we get back to it by electing politicians that are not mainstream Democrats or mainstream Republicans. I mean, everybody realizes that the Democratic Republican parties are broken, that they're corrupt, that they're about self-preservation, that they're not about what's good for the country. They're about what's good for the particular politician to get elected next year. And so, you know, I mean, Bernie was running and he, you know, the DNC, you know, kind of tilted the table against him. But if the DNC had not done that, he would have got the nomination, and I believe he would have got the presidency. I mean, because, you know, Trump got it because what people wanted was none of the above. They wanted, no, I don't want a mainstream Democrat. I don't want a mainstream Republican. I don't want more of this shit, because year after year, they keep on saying, oh, yeah, we care about you. We care about you. We care about you. But year after year, things get harder and harder and harder in the richest country in the history of the world. I mean, we have enough money. You can't believe, we can't conceive of the riches that this country has. I mean, we have $1 trillion a year that's now going into the Pentagon. That is a little under $3 billion a day. I mean, just on nuclear weapons, we're spending over $100,000 a minute. What could you do with that money? I mean, for less than 5% of the Pentagon budget, you could eliminate homelessness. You could eliminate starvation and food insecurity, not only in our country, but around the world. I mean, there are 3 million kids a year that are literally dying of starvation.
Yeah.
For $50 billion, that's 5% of the Pentagon budget. We could provide food security for every one of them and provide food security for everybody in the United States who doesn't have enough to eat.
Yeah.
And we make the decision to instead, let's build more nuclear weapons. Let's build more nuclear weapons. I mean, what would Jesus do? I mean, what does that do to the soul, the spirit of our country?
Supply side Jesus. Jesus. Yeah, like Al Franken's joke. It's just Jesus would not cure the lepers unless they were in their network of coverage. That's how he operates. You don't understand. American Jesus is very different. I mean, it's a cliche at this point, but yeah, if Jesus came back to the United States of America, they'd probably kill him. They'd be like, you're a Mexican communist. Get out of here. What are you talking about? That woke stuff. You know, we have, I mean, I think that's just like aesthetics anyway. I don't think any of these guys actually truly are believers, or at least they believe in a very distorted version of what they perceive Christianity to be, prosperity gospel, and in an evangelical format. It's a permanent state of war, not helping the poor at all.
It is a permanent state of war. I mean, how can you possibly say that we're at peace if we're spending $1 trillion a year on weapons, on the military? I mean, we're not at peace. We're preparing for the next war.
Yeah.
It's absurd. I mean, is this really the best our leaders can do to solve problems by killing our brothers and sisters in other countries?
Yeah. But again, I think it goes back to the profit. It goes back to the profit incentive, which is that
it totally goes back to the
this is the one industry. I mean, there are other countries out there who spend far less in their military development that end up doing far more in terms of developing their countries. There's many reasons to criticize China, certainly in their own internal affairs. They've done a litany of things that I personally find unfavorable. Having said that, they also engaged in tremendous development internally over the course of even the war on terror sliver of American history. They didn't do much of that, and instead they just kept building high-speed rail and rapid urbanization and tremendous infrastructure. And I always point to that to not say like, oh, we should be more like China, even though America does actually seemingly take on more of the social repressive aspects of Chinese governance in an exaggerated manner, as a matter of fact, and apply it here. But I wish we would also focus on internal development, rebuilding our infrastructure, and instead of relying on the initial gains made by the New Deal that we've been eating off of that victory for a very long time, for far too long. That's why all of our infrastructure is crumbling.
I mean, China reduced poverty in their country by, I don't know. I mean,
800 million people.
Some huge percentage. I mean, while in our country, the spread between rich and poor gets wider and wider and wider.
Yeah. So that's what I always point to. That's always present. But then people hear that and they go, "Oh, you love China. Why don't you go live there?" It's like, okay, maybe. I mean, if the government keeps doing what it's doing, who knows?
I mean, there's problems in our country. There's a lot of screwed up things that our country does. I'm sure there's a lot of screwed up things that China does.
Yeah.
But what the big thing that the U.S. does is it says that we must have full spectrum dominance militarily, that any country that starts to develop economically or starts to develop militarily is automatically considered to be an enemy. It's the official policy of the United States to not let any country become developed militarily or economically. And as soon as one does, like China, that for that reason only, China becomes an enemy.
Yeah.
And why? I mean,
yeah, they produce 30% of everything that we consume. So it's additionally crazy. And you see that with what Donald Trump has been doing now with this like universal tariffs regime. I mean, you're a business guy. I was wondering what your take has been on the way this like almost Nixonian madman theory posturing that Donald Trump has implemented in terms of global trade, even though we designed it in a way that benefits us, benefits the American consumers, where we just basically hand off IOUs to the rest of the global South, and then we extract their natural resources and also their incredibly cheap, incredibly affordable labor that we've kept to a reduced level in perpetuity. Now Donald Trump is saying, for no real discernible reason, we need to restructure global trade, and we don't have the manufacturing base, I don't think, to protect some kind of domestic manufacturing. So I'm all out of ideas as far as like trying to figure out what Donald Trump is doing, but I wanted to hear your perspective on it. What's he doing with global trade?
You want me to try to figure out what Trump is doing?
Yeah, I'm not a business guy. I'm a Twitch streamer. So
well, the way I see it is that when Donald and I were growing up, we're kind of contemporaries. Manufacturing, having a job in a manufacturing business, in a manufacturing operation, was a secure job, was a good job. You had good pay, you had good benefits, you had a good pension. There were unions, and so people were making more money. They had a better quality of life, and he thinks that by bringing manufacturing back to the U.S., that'll come to be again. The problem is that manufacturing has now become so automated that you go to these manufacturing plants and there's hardly anybody in them.
Yeah.
It's all robotics.
Yeah.
So,
and not only that, but also my advocacy always been I've been to Japan a bunch of times at this point, and when I go there, one of the things that strikes me is that there's a lot of the population is very old, and there are a lot of old people that still work in jobs that don't necessarily require a person to work at all. The example that always comes to mind is like the guy that sits right outside of like a some kind of like utility truck that is working on the side of the road and just like waves people away with a wand. That job could be delegated to a cone with a light on it. But there's a reason why that person is doing that job. It's almost like the Walmart greeter job, right? Where they do that not because that's a redundancy that needs to be eliminated. They do that deliberately so that like that person has a job. And the example I always think of is automation is not necessarily a bad thing. It's not supposed to be a way to displace the existing labor force. It's supposed to eliminate the burdens of the labor force so that instead of working, 8-hour shifts, you work 4-hour shifts. But I think our mindset on this is, or has been, because we're constantly invested in improving profit margins, even though profit rates have a tendency to shrink, is to displace the most malleable aspect of commodity production, which happens to be labor, constantly depressing wages, looking for secondary markets where we can move manufacturing to. That's what global trade has created for the American labor force. And ultimately, my suggestion always is automation isn't necessarily bad. Domestic manufacturing isn't necessarily bad. It's just that we have to ensure that there are still people that are working, even if they're not really doing anything. There's just a person that's just sitting there just to collect a check for sanity, for social cohesion, so that the system doesn't collapse.
Well, there's definitely stuff that needs to be done. There's more than enough jobs that need to be done. You think about the infrastructure. There's a lot that needs to be done there. We need more teachers. We need more childcare workers. But I understand what you're saying, that automation is reducing the number of people that's required to make stuff. And what should be happening is that people should be working less hours and getting paid more money per hour. The problem is that the workforce is becoming way more productive.
Yeah.
Thanks to robotics and computers and whatever. But all that productivity, all the profits from all that productivity is going just to the 1%.
Yeah.
And no, that's what we need to change. I mean, why don't we how about having like a rational minimum wage in the country?
Yeah.
I mean,
or a
the
federal
minimum
jobs
wage
program.
The minimum wage is $7.50, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there are people that are working and getting $7.50 an hour, which is ridiculous.
Yeah. One thing I've always fantasized about is that we already have a massive government jobs program. It's called the military. And I wish that like the DOD would be, in a future utopian society, the DOD would be restructured into simply just like the Army Corps of Engineers. Instead of holding arms, they hold shovels and pickaxes, and they build roads and are constantly working not to kill children overseas, but instead constantly working to build bridges and homes and factories.
I think that makes a tremendous amount of sense.
Yeah.
I think the people that end up going into the Army would appreciate that a lot better.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going into the Army because they genuinely want to serve. They want to have meaning in their lives.
Yeah, or because they're poor,
right?
And they want to pay for college.
That's another big part of it. Both are true. And so why not get that by actually serving the country and making the country better, as opposed to killing or threatening to kill people all over the world?
Yeah. After Walmart, the military is the largest employing body in this country, if not, well, not the planet. I think the Chinese military is larger, but that's it. And I don't know what it will take to have this kind of like dramatic restructuring, this redesign, because I feel like what I see from American politics has been this endless sea of cruelty and lack of interest in moving this country in a positive direction, and that I think is devastating for a lot of younger generations that still have that, I guess, naivete where they think they can just go out in the streets and protest and maybe even make change happen. And our system basically is designed in a way where we just stamp that naivete out. We stamp that hopefulness out. And then we make people feel like change is never going to happen in the positive direction. And it pushes people in the direction of nihilism.
Well, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think that, like I say, Bernie was a force against that nihilism. And I think that Mandami is, and then there's another guy who, in the Midwest.
Omar Fateh.
Right.
I'm going to be doing a collaboration with him as well, like I did with Zoran early on. I'm going to be flying out there.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. But and so I think what Up in Arms is about getting the issues that we're talking about into the presidential debate. And the big hope is that we're going to establish a constituency of voters that are going to say, hey, I'm going to vote for a candidate who's talking about making America a more compassionate place and meeting the actual everyday needs of our people instead of shoving it all into preparing to kill people all over the world. If we can get a constituency of people like that, someone's running for president, he wants votes, and he or she, and that's a way to shove them in the direction that we want them to go in. But I mean, when you talk about nihilism, I mean, what? You can either fight it or you give up.
Yeah.
Or you say, you either fight it or you say, okay, I'm in a country that's going to screw a whole bunch of people, and I'm going to keep paying my taxes, and there's nothing I can do about it. That's the case. Well, and I'll tell you, you mentioned young people. There's this group called Dissenters. The website is wearedissenters.com, and they are amazing. They're organizing on college campuses. They're multiracial. They're multigender. They're working on exactly this same issue, and that's what we need to do.
Yeah, we need to rise up and continue pushing back, no matter what the letter is next to the congressperson, because I feel like a lot of people find themselves falling into the team sports mentality, and they think like, oh well, the Democrat is they're good by design. Definitionally, they're like morally better. And while there is truth to that, if you compare all of the policy outlines of the Republican Party versus the Democratic Party, certainly there are plenty of instances where the Democrats are not as bad as the Republicans, and yet they still actively, in my opinion, especially we saw this with the Kamala Harris campaign, they run in the direction of the Republicans, and then they end up reiterating Republican policy from 4 years prior that they had run against. Kamala Harris did this with immigration, for example, and so did Joe Biden. Joe Biden ran on a promise of, in the first 100 days, that he was going to push for amnesty for all of the non-citizens that have been living on U.S. soil. Conditional amnesty has always been more popular than mass deportation, and yet that never happened. They completely dropped that. And of course, the Republicans never stopped pushing lies that immigrants were not simply people trying to make an honest living in this country, that play an incredibly important role in the American economy and in the social fabric that binds us, that keeps us together, are active members of our communities and a part of American culture, but instead violent parasitic forces that must be removed using Nazi style rhetoric. And then the Democrats looked at that. They looked at the polls and they saw that the societal attitudes were shifting in the direction of white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment. And they said, oh, yeah, well, they're right. Immigrants do constitute a national security threat. We are going to be the adults that actually do the border wall. Trump is not serious about building the border wall, which I thought was such an ineffective way to advocate to win an election, by just conceding on a major issue to your opponent on their strongest issue.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And you know what strikes me about the immigrants coming to this country, if you look at the history, they're mostly coming from countries that the United States fucked over in one way or another.
Yeah.
I mean, either we overthrew militarily their governments. Read Smedley Butler, who talks about how war is a racket and how he was overthrowing governments. And, this guy was the most decorated Marine back in his time. And he's talking about he was doing it all for the banks, for the big banks, and for the big corporations.
Yeah. And that's the other thing, of course, is that there's no problem with immigrants coming here, but if you even wanted to, in a positive manner, make sure that the host nations were or the nations where people are coming from were livable and habitable, then you would stop interfering in their affairs and instead only positively intervening. And by that, I mean actually help rebuild their infrastructure and allow these countries to thrive.
Exactly.
I mean, I came here. I'm very privileged. I am an American citizen. I was born on U.S. soil, and I am what is known as a anchor baby, and something that Donald Trump is trying to take away from the next generation, even though it's unconstitutional. Anyway, and even with all of that fortune, even with all that privilege, I have family members that live in the United States of America beforehand as well. I had been to the United States of America. I learned English at an early age. I'm a native speaker, even though it's my second language. And I always thought my own journey is to the United States of America. When I was at the age of 18, I came here for college. That journey was so easy in comparison to the treacherous trek that so many people have to engage in, where they leave their entire lives and their livelihood behind. They leave their culture behind. They leave their families behind in many instances just to make a dollar in the United States of America. So in spite of that privilege, there were still hardships that I experienced, loneliness and changing everything about how I lived and what I knew about the world when I came here to a totally different environment. So I always think about how people who are far, far less fortunate than myself came here, and that's what gears me to advocate for migrants in general and the humanity of migrants in general, and to advocate for amnesty in general. Because I just can't understand how people look at all that and think, no, these guys are actually here to destroy the country or something.
Yeah, what I don't understand is what is the problem with immigrants? I mean, how are they making our lives any worse? I mean,
yeah.
I mean, my understanding is that unemployment is really low in the country. They're not stealing our jobs. It's jobs that Americans refuse to do.
Mm-hmm.
And they pay taxes. I just don't understand what's the issue.
It's just scapegoating because if you don't address no one wants to address the real problem, which is corporate consolidation and endless greed and endless war as a consequence of endless greed. And therefore they have to look for new villains. I mean, we already know historic examples like in Nazi Germany, where they presented the villains of society rather than addressing the root causes. They turned around and scapegoated Jewish people and political dissidents like socialists, trade unionists, communists. Said it was Jewish Bolshevism that was the real threat to the superior German culture that was destroying it from within with degeneracy. A lot of these points of propaganda are damn near identical and have never really changed all that much for Republicans since the aftermath of World War II, I would say. We very quickly engaged in the Cold War, and in that process, I think we just never really gave up our fascist tendencies. And here we are. I think it's like unfolding. The logical conclusion of all of that enmity is the Trump administration.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I think what's missing, and I think what is, I don't know, an intrinsic part of the American people is compassion and spirit and a soul of and empathy. I mean, they're starting to say that, oh, empathy is a really bad thing. You shouldn't.
Yeah. I can't believe that. They're just being whole ass villains. That blows my mind. People,
because
I call
empathy gets in the way of,
yeah,
you know, give it all to me and fuck everybody else.
Yeah.
We don't care about those other people. Fuck them.
They say violent empathy
give
or
me all
toxic
the money.
empathy.
Right.
That's crazy. It's just, I call it vice signaling. Because conservatives used to say, like, oh, you're virtue signaling, which is, you know, signaling that you're more virtuous than you actually are. The underlying premise is you must be faking it, right? But it's still basically is an admission that, like, the thing that you were advocating for is virtuous. Nowadays, I think conservatives are vice signaling, where they say things like suicidal empathy or toxic empathy, and actively push for toxicity, actively push for more violence and more harm to others. It turns into this incredibly weird, immoral proposition that they're running off of, which is like being a bad person is actually a virtuous thing. It's a good thing.
Right.
And I don't understand how people don't see it.
That's the horrible part. I mean, I think that most people believe that there is some kind of spiritual aspect to our lives. As you give, you receive. As you help others, you're helped in return. And it's the same for countries. As you give, you receive. As you help others, you're helped in return. I mean, the major way that the U.S. interacts with the world, especially now that, you know, Trump has cut off, you know, the measly aid that we used to give out.
Yeah.
The major way we interact with the world is at the point of a gun.
Yeah.
800 military bases all over the world.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. I'm gonna switch because you've been here for a while now, and I want to take up more of your time. And thank you so much for coming on.
My pleasure.
This has been a wonderful conversation. We got to switch gears and talk about ice cream.
Oh, all right. That sounds like fun.
I'm a huge ice cream fan.
Thank you. Thank you for consuming. Oh, sorry about that.
Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Watering your floor.
Yeah. I'll grab some I'll grab some paper. Make sure none of your stuff gets wet. So, I'm a major ice cream fan. I love ice cream sandwiches. What do you think about, because I know Ben&Jerry's did like low calorie ice cream for a little bit. I don't know if you guys still do it.
I think that was a passing fancy.
Yeah,
it was
so it's
forced
not
on us by our corporate
Okay, so
parents.
you're not on board with that. What do you think
No.
about all of the protein infusion with like there's this like new wave of all forms of like treats being all forms of treats
I don't
having like a
believe
lot
in
of
it.
protein. You
I
don't
don't
believe
believe
it?
it.
Oh no.
I believe a treat should be a treat. I
Okay.
believe ice cream should be rich, creamy. I think it should be, that there should be calories to it. There should be butterfat in it. You're just not supposed to make it your meal for 3 meals a day. You know, one meal a day is okay. I mean, I once worked on this caloric daily intake thing where, you know, if you only substitute a pint of ice cream for one meal a day,
Mm-hmm.
you could eat lettuce and rice the rest of the time and you'd be fine.
Damn it. This was all a trap. I brought you in here so I could convince you to not only
You brought me in here because you thought I'd bring you ice cream.
Yeah, well, that, but then also I brought you in here because I thought I could convince you to not only do low calorie ice cream again, but also on top of that, do protein ice cream.
Oh God!
I need my protein.
But ice cream is supposed to be an indulgence.
I know.
It's supposed to be. You know, it's like I was once at some restaurant in France, and some other American tourist is at another table, and he's giving his order, and he'd say, "Can you hold the butter?"
That's crazy.
And the chef comes out and he says, "What are you, crazy?" Right, just like you.
Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. You're right about that. No, I get that. I'm just, I like to put protein into every meal that I have because I need a lot of protein.
All right,
I'm a big boy.
Shake it on the top. Use protein sprinkles.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. Where instead of convincing you, it seems you're an immovable object.
That's correct.
On this is
no, and I'm not into tuna fish ice cream. I'm not into chicken ice cream. I'm not into any of those savory ice cream things.
No, I would never. That's that's a bridge too far. That's a bridge too far for sure. But it's just.
I mean, protein. That's close to chicken.
You can make it. You can make sweet protein. A lot of the protein is sweet. You put a little bit of whey in there. Okay, ice cream sandwiches. Best version of consumption, I think. What do you think?
Well, I'll tell you my secret pleasure at night.
Okay.
It's mostly good after between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. Vanilla ice cream on wheat thins.
Oh wow!
Open faced. It is sweet, salty, crunchy, creamy.
Whoa!
It's everything you've ever wanted in an ice cream.
That's brilliant. Yeah, I never thought about that.
Thanks.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Really
That's
good.
a game changer. People are gonna try that. People are gonna try that after this and be like, damn.
And wheat thin sales are gonna shoot through the roof.
They know.
You got a lot of listeners.
That's why
man.
you're OG. Okay. Is it? I don't know if this is like asking you to pick through who's your favorite children, but like, do you have a favorite flavor of Ben&Jerry's?
I move around, but I stay with Chubby Hubby, New York Super Fudge.
Let me look this up.
Cherry Garcia.
Yeah, people were saying Cherry Garcia. They like that.
There's also this thick mint that has this really large, thick chocolate disc on the top of what they call chocolate ganache, I believe. I think that's really good.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're saying fish food.
Fish food is the last flavor that I was personally involved in.
Okay. I will say, I think chocolate chip cookie dough on top forever.
Yeah.
I'm a huge, I am a loyalist of chocolate chip cookie dough. It's because when I was younger, I think my parent, I loved eating chocolate chip cookie dough, and my parents told me, I don't know if it was a lie or not, but they were like, oh, you'll get worms or something if you eat the cookie dough. And I still ate it. I would still go in the fridge and I just eat the chocolate chip cookie dough. I even prefer it almost to like a cookie. I love a chewy cookie, but chewy chocolate chip cookie, but cookie dough is my thing. And you guys even have I think a cookie dough that you would just sell.
Yeah, you could just get a bag of chocolate chip cookie dough.
Oh, so good.
Ben&Jerry's invented chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream.
No.
Yep.
What?
Yeah, amazing. I mean,
no.
It's amazing. I mean, there was somebody who invented vanilla ice cream, somebody who invented chocolate ice cream. Ben&Jerry's invented chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream, and now it's become like a standard for every brand.
That's amazing. I'm sitting across from the inventor of the greatest ice cream flavor of all time.
Well, I have to say, it wasn't me personally.
Well, you played a role in it.
I mean, there was a guy who was there in the shop making ice cream in a 5-gallon rock salt and ice freezer. That's how we were making ice cream back in those days. And there was another person who was baking chocolate chip cookies. And
you just fall,
tripped and fell. Said, hey, throw some of that stuff in. And,
no.
Right. And it really took off. And then, I mean, that was making it in bulk in 2.5-gallon containers. And it became so popular that we wanted to start making it in pints. And the problem was that the little chocolate chip cookie dough balls, I mean, people were rolling them by hand.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of balls to roll.
Yeah.
And they're really sticky, and they would get stuck to all the machinery and crap. And Then we started coating them in cornstarch, I think, and now they're made by this great company in Vermont that employs people who speak like 5 or 10 different languages. I mean, they're all immigrants, and what they do is that they freeze them as soon as they're extruded into these little pellets. And
I'm blown. I can't get over this. It says that it was in 1991, Ben & Jerry's began selling pints with the flavor, which quickly became popular with consumers. 1992, chocolate chip cookie dough accounted for 20% of the company's total ice cream sales.
Wow.
20%.
Well, today, the biggest selling flavor is half-baked, which is half chocolate chip cookie dough and half chocolate fudge brownie.
Yeah, no, I love that. That's my Ben & Jerry's flavor. That's my top flavor. I love it. Wait, someone said ask him about grape flavor. You guys have no.
We don't do grape.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We had grape nut ice cream for a while. Grape nut cereals.
Have you ever had Turkish ice cream?
Who's
Turkish?
Oh, is that stuff that's like really stretchy?
Yeah.
I think
It's got because I asked my cousin how it's made. Because it's like what makes it so chewy, because it's like kind of chewy. Maraş dondurması. It's from the area called Maraş in Turkey, and he said that they use where is it? They use sahlep, which I don't know what it is. I don't know what sahlep is in English. Let me just see. Sahlep powder. I guess maybe it's the same thing. Yeah, is a warm milky drink popular in the Middle East and Turkey. Flour made from the tubers of the orchid genus Orchis.
Huh.
That's what makes it like, because I initially thought it was like mastic, like I thought it was like mastic gum that they put in it, but it turns out it's not. That's what makes it chewy. Anyway, if you guys want to broach into the Turkish ice cream territory, what is this? Show Ben your favorite Ben & Jerry's flavor. Oh, the Americone Dream.
Yeah, American Dream. There was some concern that
wait, really?
Because they're firing the guy, is it still going to survive? And I believe it will.
Oh, okay. So how does that work? How does the process of like getting a Ben & Jerry's ice cream flavor work? Are you still hands on in that? Are you like?
I'm not personally hands on in it. The first ever.
Let's say you make a call. You're like, there's a political commentator who isn't fired, who still has just saying, like a young guy, new vision. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure. Do people ask you that all the time where they're like,
everybody wants
ice cream flavor?
Well, I mean, we came out with Cherry Garcia, and then every band got in touch with us. We want our ice cream flavor.
Yeah. What's the craziest flavor that someone has suggested, if you don't mind me asking?
Crazy flavor. Nothing. Well, they keep on suggesting these savory flavors.
Oh, that's the new thing that they want? Why would anybody want savory?
I don't get it. I just.
If you want savory, use wheat thins. Put a wheat thin underneath the ice cream.
Exactly.
Yeah. What about pistachio? Do you guys have a pistachio flavor?
We do have a pistachio flavor, and there aren't that many ice creams that have a pistachio flavor anymore. And
yeah, which is interesting because like that's huge in Turkey, but then again, there's a lot of pistachio in Turkey.
Right.
What?
Yeah, we have a pistachio flavor, and what is some flavor though? You don't. Oh, we have Chunky Monkey. Banana flavored.
Yeah.
And you can't find another banana ice cream. I mean, banana ice creams, they used to be yellow.
Yeah.
But
or this is really OG. I feel like they don't do that anymore. Tutti Frutti.
Yeah, that is very OG. No,
I was not like a big fan of it. I've never been.
Not either.
I don't know why. I've always felt like fruit flavored ice cream is a bad take. I know, but it's just not for me.
Well, I mean, during my day at Ben & Jerry's, we found that we were not able to sell any fruit flavored ice cream unless we added chocolate.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I mean, I guess like strawberry cheesecake is the only one that I make an exception for because it's a cheesecake.
Right. Right.
Well, someone said rum and raisin. I don't like rum and raisin. But again, that's just me as my own personal preference.
It's an old time flavor.
Yeah.
We had rum raisin for.
Yeah. That's interesting though. Like I guess the palates change over time.
Yeah, Chubby Hubby was kind of one of the first sweet and salty things, and then there's been there was a real sweet and salty craze.
Yeah, I mean, there's a company called Salt and Straw.
Yeah, I know
that
them.
does specifically that, where it's like everything that they do is like very salty, very rich.
Huh.
That's probably why a lot of people are asking you to do more savory stuff. Honestly, yeah, they got like some of them are just straight up salty. Like they have like a goat cheese one where it's like just salty. It's not for everybody. Okay, out there idea. I'm gonna throw some ice cream flavor ideas at you.
Yeah.
And see if you already have it, because Ben&Jerry's has a lot of flavors. I don't know all the flavors. Okay, cinnamon toast crunch.
Cinnamon toast.
It's almost like a cookies and cream, but instead of the cookie base, instead of the Oreo cookie base, the base is cinnamon toast crunch cereal bits.
I think it could work.
That's free ball for you. I'm giving that to you for free. It's all good. You can take that home with you. It's fine. Okay, baklava.
Baklava, the company has tried, and there were two flavors that we came out with at the same time. It was baklava and cannoli, and I was saying that baklava was going to sell better than cannoli, but I was wrong.
Yeah, well, baklava it seems too oriental for Americans. I think still. It might have a resurgence now that like Dubai chocolate. I don't know if you know what that is. But Dubai chocolate is like popping off right now. It's a TikTok trend, but it's basically, do you know what kunefe is? It's a Turkish, it's like a Middle Eastern dessert. It's like phyllo dough pieces, I think. It's almost like, it looks like thick pieces of hair, strands of hair.
Kind of hairy, yeah.
And they douse that with like some kind of pistachio chocolate. And then they put that inside of a chocolate. And that's how they make Dubai chocolate.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it's not like coconut, chat. It's not. It doesn't have the same mouthfeel as like coconut at all. It feels like it's closer to like a noodle, like a crispy pastry than coconut. There's a lot of. I don't like this personally, but have you guys ever tried rose flavoring?
Yes, we have tried rose.
I don't really like it, but
I kind of liked it. It was kind of subtle, and I think we added some pistachios to it. And I'm usually not kind of a subtle guy. It worked for me.
Okay. What is your favorite flavor that went away? You have one where you're like, I really like this. I banged for this, and people just didn't get the vision at the time.
Well, the original one was mocha walnut. I used to be the delivery guy. I would be delivering it.
You just be eating while you're delivering?
Yeah. And, we got complaint letters. Half of them said there's too much coffee in the mocha. Half of them said there's too much chocolate in it. So, it was kind of a subtle, there's nothing, the walnuts and the mocha, it's kind of a subtle thing. And you had to have a hankering for that kind of thing.
Okay.
And then there was coffee almond fudge, which I thought was a great flavor, no longer around, and coconut almond.
So you're a fan of you're a fan of the nuts in the ice cream.
Yeah, well, you might have heard that I don't have that much of a sense of taste.
Oh, I have not heard that.
It might have been considered a problem for an ice cream, but we turned it into an advantage. So when you don't have much of a sense of taste,
you go for texture.
Correct. That's exactly it.
No, texture is very important.
Right.
I agree. I think mouthfeel is a
Mouthfeel, I love it.
very important aspect of it.
Not that many people use that word aside from myself.
Yeah. No, I love using that word.
Yeah, mouthfeel. It's a subcategory of the sense of touch.
My chatters made churn out the vote. Socialist woke bet.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just no pressure. I'm just Oh yeah, as far as like a chicken as dessert, tavuk göğsü, which means chicken breast, is a Turkish chicken dessert. It's made with literally chicken breast.
Really?
It's got a crazy mouthfeel, and it's not even remotely savory at all. It's really interesting.
Huh.
But yeah, that's another one. There was one more thing I wanted to ask you as far as flavors goes. So I gave you cinnamon toast crunch ice cream. What else? What else could there be? Chat, do you have any that I haven't thought about? Oh, bacon and maple.
That could work. I could definitely understand that.
Yeah, that was another one. Oh, people are saying Vegemite. Oh no. Yeah. No. Okay. Well, what do you think about the so you don't like the protein ice cream?
No.
You're not in favor of it.
No. Ice cream should be ice cream.
Okay, what do you think about like the Greek yogurt shops that they have now, where it's like you can just like put a bunch of stuff on it? What's your you've been to one of these places, I assume, where you go to like a frozen yogurt shop?
Yeah.
And they have all these toppings that you put and then they weigh it.
Yeah, I like it.
The
problem is
no-no?
that the cups are too damn big, and when
Yeah.
you go to check out, it's like $20.
Yeah. No, that's how they get you.
Yeah.
So what's a no-no for you in terms of toppings? Let's say you're
Gummy bears. I think this gummy shit is really ridiculous.
Yes. That's why I asked you, because someone was suggesting gummy bears.
No.
Gummy bears, I love gummy bears. Not on ice cream. They get cold and they get hard.
Yeah.
And it changes like the mouthfeel of it all.
Right. It's not gummy anymore.
Yeah. It's not it's not good
like
on ice cream.
A jujube.
Yeah.
Do you remember jujubes?
No.
These were like super hard gummy things.
Uh-huh.
They were like stale gummy things.
Yeah, no, I don't like that. But I do like, as I've said before, the crumbled cookie toppings I
Yep.
love.
Yeah.
Which another good ice cream flavor could be cookie butter.
Cookie
Which I don't even know if you guys have her already.
butter.
You've never had cookie butter?
No.
Oh, it's like Lotus Biscoffs. Like it's like little biscuits. They have a specific taste.
Yeah. So you take
And they turn that
butter
into like
and
yeah.
you make it into that taste.
They basically turn that into like they take that cookie and they turn it into like spreadable like a spreadable thing basically. And it's incredible.
What, and you like spread it on bread?
Yeah, you can spread it on bread
Or crackers.
I just eat it straight off the
Great.
yeah.
Good.
Ask me about red velvet.
You know, I don't believe in red velvet.
Well, I mean,
And-
it's nothing. It's just food
it's
coloring.
just red, right?
Yeah. I agree. Okay, we're locked in on this. So yeah, red velvet believers, you're wrong. It's true. I don't know what it is. I still think it's different. In my mind, it tastes different, but I know it's not different. If that makes sense.
Well, you know, especially for a guy who doesn't have a sense of taste, it's really not
Okay, someone's asking Earl Grey tea flavored ice cream.
too subtle. I mean, well, you know, again, a guy who doesn't have a sense of taste, I
Uh-huh.
can't tell the difference between teas.
Yeah, you just got to put sprinkle some nuts in there.
Yeah.
Tea and nuts. Okay. Well, Ben, thank you so much for coming on.
It has been a
was
pleasure,
amazing.
dude.
Thank
You're
you.
beautiful.
You're awesome. I'm gonna go grab some napkins.
Yes.
The water damage here, but it's all good. No, don't worry about that. All right, that was Ben Cohen of Ben&Jerry's, ladies and gentlemen. Incredible guest. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I certainly did. Great honor to have him over. An OG. He hasn't left yet. He's just using the bathroom. But probably one of the cooler. Yes, he's coming back. Don't worry. His bag is still here. And so is his cool and heat cream lidocaine. Lidocaine, not lidocaine. Do you want your you want your Pentagon budget paperwork back so you can
If you'd like to keep it around and use it.
Oh, no, I mean you're using that to preach the gospel to people. Wait, so you say you were born in 1950? How old are you now? Oh, thank you. How old are you now?
Oh, really?
You're 74 years young.
Yeah.
And also you're very active.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. It's a move our money, pull here, and then you pulled
Pull here. You got it.
global military spending in billions per year, and federal sending selected programs, Pentagon versus K through 12 education. I love this. Wow. This is incredible. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Viewers.
Mm-hmm. Ben is saying that if you guys want some, he can supply us with very large quantities of these pens. If anyone's invested in it, yeah, we got drops. Finally, Twitch drops.
What?
Oh, that's a thing that Twitch does called Twitch drops for video games. All right, well, thank you.
Dude, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Amazing.
Tell me what your brother is doing going around with that chainsaw.
Oh yeah, he's a Sawyer. How cool was that, huh? How cool was that? I thought the interview wasn't as contentious as it could have been. You didn't push him on protein ice cream at all. You barely presented an argument. I expect a bad input on a video on this too. Oh God. Oh God. Any attention? My one chance to bring attention to the injustice of a late night snack being discontinued gone. That was amazing. I went to my local B&J store with the coupon from earlier. They said they don't do coupons. Yeah. Ben is a OG. Ben is a OG. You know, he's been at this for a long time. Just admit it's not an issue. You could push harder and give ideas on protein ice cream like peanut butter and whey. You know way too much about ice cream and desserts. I can't believe Ben&Jerry's invented ice cream, cookie dough ice cream, which is my favorite type of ice cream. What an incredible. Why didn't you ask him on when they're shifting to only vegan flavors? No, there was someone in the chat while I was talking to him. There was someone in the chat who was like, "Well, you leftists are all the same. You literally behave in the same exact way when the topic of animal welfare comes out." There was someone who was trying to debate me while I was doing this interview about animal welfare. So don't worry. I saw the chatter. They were trying to do activism in the chat by being a nuisance. My favorite type of activism is being a nuisance in Twitch chat. The real activism. Yeah. Oh man. Wow, that was fun. That was a fun little interview that we did, huh? This is a message to Ben, but I just wanted to let him know he's such a major inspiration for me as someone who also is anosmia. It's rare to hear another person have it. HasanAbi audio popping off. What is this?
Empires don't die quietly.
Bro, you said HasanAbi audio popping off. It's got 474 likes.
Go away kicking and screaming, and it's incredibly bloody. And especially given the short timeline of human existence, we will experience all of that. I'm going to kill myself before that. You shouldn't. You want to know why? Are you really going to not see the end of Israel? You're really going to end your life before you see the end to Zionism as a fascist ideology. You can't. You can't do that. You got to survive directly out of spite. That felt like the MasterChef arc, honestly. It made me extremely hungry and annoyed by the vegans. 4% ass chirpers. Elaborate on the Turkish chicken dessert. I can't. You have to experience it to know what it is. There's no other way. There's no other way that I can do it justice. Don't die quietly.
Okay. All right. I'll repost that. I was literally lifting when you gave that lecture. Pay me on the back. I didn't read chat once and that interview was awesome. Yeah, I didn't either. Because he faced me immediately when he sat down. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to do the same. And I think that led to a spectacular interview. We're going to obviously get back to the untold fresh new hell that is opening up on a daily basis. But wonderful interview overall. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I hope you guys did too. Yeah. Your autistic ass is much better when you cut off chat. I agree. Ben&Jerry's posted the first and farthest left content I ever saw when I was stuck in my lib MSNBC days in 2020. I didn't know there was such clear ideologies that matched mine. It was Ben&Jerry's Matt Bernstein. That was it. They're excellent. But then I found your stream. Hell yeah. Breaking news on the Israeli pedophile that got arrested. What? Scoop. I've obtained the documents pertaining to the arrest of the Israeli government official Tom Alexandrovich caught up in a recent Las Vegas undercover child sex ring. Key findings. Alexandrovich allegedly solicited what he believed to be a 15-year-old girl for sex. He told the police he met with the FBI in Vegas, had a future meeting with the NSA, and immediately identified himself as an employee of the Israeli government. Alexandrovich repeatedly emphasized that he needed to speak with someone about his upcoming flight to Israel and speak to his family / the Israeli embassy. This calls into question claims from Prime Minister Netanyahu's office that they were not aware of Alexandrovich was arrested when initially contacted. The documents include much more detail on how Alexandrovich was caught up. Documents available exclusively for Breaking Point's premium subscribers. Oh my God. Documents available for Breaking Point subscribers. I knew that he got away. And I assumed that the Israeli government was lying, but there was not proof until this very moment. So there it is. Incredible stuff. Key finding. Alexandrovich told police he met with the FBI while in the U.S. and had meetings the next day, lined up with the NSA before fleeing to Israel after being caught up in the child sex sting. Yeah. Typically, the left's so-called premier journalists refuse to ask the hard-hitting questions like whether or not he condemns Hamas. As a so-called devout Israel supporter, I expected better of you shaking my damn head. Yeah. It's so... This is the least surprising turn of events for the saga of Israel, for the record. Okay? Anyway, let's get back to Hot Mike catching Trump saying he thinks Ben from ice cream. That's so stupid. I dropped out a whole bunch of colleges to become a potter. I thought we'd take food trend that was just starting off. You were there when ice cream was popping off for the first time ever. Did Hasan ask him what his favorite flavor of Houthis was? Amazing. Dude, you can't live a happy life like this. I swear to God. It's so sad. Anyway, let's get back to the news.
Mike, because he just says it on a mic that he doesn't care if it's hot or not.
I mean, he actually said it just earlier.
But yeah,
but for me versus for Biden. This is Biden's war, he said, sitting in the Oval Office with Zelensky, that they had agreement on Friday, that Putin agreed with him, that had Biden, had Trump been in office, this war would not have started the way that Trump had been arguing forever. And so he loves the thinking through his lens that just by his presence and being, that world events would have been different.
But it's been 8 months and he's not been able to end it.
Yeah. Well, is there any evidence that what Donald Trump clearly believes, that Putin will do something for him, is true?
Look, this is evidence that Vladimir Putin in Alaska got the magic working again, that KGB training to assess people, to see their desires and their weaknesses, got him right back where he wanted to be. And the point that there never would have been a war had Trump been president, Vladimir Putin said 4 weeks after the inaugural in response to a reporter's question in Moscow, and I'm sure it lit Trump up at that point. So Putin will get another chance tonight after the Europeans work Trump over to work him right back. It's just like a vaccine.
Knowing that's a whole different conversation. Knowing President Trump the way that you do, what is that conversation, phone call that he's going to make? I know I'm jumping ahead right now, but I'm just curious what you think after this meeting is done. What's that phone call going to be? And how important is it that it's Putin who's going to get the last word at the end of the day with that call?
Well, I think the unspoken issue here really is land. And if published reports in this country are true, that Putin basically said, if I don't get Donetsk, there isn't going to be anything, and you have to go to Zelensky and say, if you give Russia Donetsk, the rest of the province, the 30% Russia doesn't control, then a lot of these other things are possible. And if that is rejected by this group, Trump is going to report that to Putin, and Putin's going to say, I told you Zelensky was the obstacle to peace. And that's the next part of the manipulation. I'm doing this for you, Donald. We're on this together. Zelensky is the problem. And again, that's why all the European leaders said in the public part of that ceremony, all of us here want peace, meaning including Zelensky. Mm-hmm. I think that's the first place Putin will go at. Whether he gets a chance to go after the security guarantees may not even be necessary.
Yeah.
The backdrop to all this, of course, is the continued fighting, the assault in Ukraine, where the country's military says Russia launched 4 missiles and 140 drones overnight alone. One strike in the city of Kharkiv killed 3 people, among them a small child. Holly Williams is in Ukraine for us. Holly, good morning.
Good morning. For more than 3 years now, Ukrainians have been fighting to defend every square foot of their nation. They've been applauded for their courage, but make no mistake, they are exhausted by this war. Nearly 70% of Ukrainians now support a negotiated peace deal, according to a recent poll, and that's up from just over 20% at the beginning of the invasion. Yet the devil is in the details. President Volodymyr Zelensky has said it would be unconstitutional to permanently cede to Russia the parts of his country that are currently under occupation. That's around a fifth of Ukrainian territory. And many Ukrainians we've spoken to say that giving up swaths of their country and the people who live there is not a price they're willing to pay, even if it brings peace. Meanwhile, Ukraine and its allies in Europe also fear that sacrificing Ukrainian territory to Russia would set a dangerous precedent, effectively rewarding Vladimir Putin for his invasion and even encouraging him to do it again. Vlad.
All right, Holly Williams in Ukraine, thank you very much.
Donald Trump says Vladimir Putin wants to stop the killing. Try telling that to the people of Kharkiv, hit by multiple drone strikes at dawn. Dazed residents were led to safety while rescue workers raced to save survivors, prizing them from the rubble. Among the civilians killed, an 18-month-old baby girl, a 16-year-old boy. More than 20 were injured. There was no reason for Putin's military to target this place.
I want to say that this is not a military house. Families live here. Children, youth, old people. There is no military object here. But still, every drone hit it. You can all ask, why is this happening?
There were similar scenes further south in Zaporizhia, more attacks on residential areas. Russians are combining drones with ballistic missiles from multiple directions now and increasing the frequency of their attacks. On his way to Washington, Ukraine's President Zelensky wrote, "The Russian war machine continues to destroy lives despite everything. Putin will commit demonstrative killings to maintain pressure on Ukraine and Europe, as well as to humiliate diplomatic efforts. That is precisely why we're seeking assistance to put an end to the killings. That is why reliable security guarantees are required." In Sumy, it was a college the Russians chose to target overnight, with yet more civilians wounded. The Ukrainians said the Russians will soon have the ability to launch 1,000 drone and missile attacks a night, and they don't have the means to fully defend themselves. While they want security guarantees in future, right now they want far more help to counter that rising threat. Ukrainians want an end to this war, but need cast-iron guarantees that Vladimir Putin can never start it up again. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News.
How has foreign policy deteriorated so much since the Obama era? Like, I know he wasn't the greatest, but at least I remember attempts at diplomacy with adversarial countries, but there's nothing of the kind nowadays. I mean, I think it's a continuation. The last attempt at like diplomacy with the adversary was Iran, and look where that went after, look where the fuck that went when Donald Trump became president the first time. It's not even a thing. It's not even. And even with Obama, there was like plenty of moments where people were losing their minds.
Let's turn.
Hamas agrees the latest Gaza ceasefire proposal, source and group says. The very fact that this is being reported on the BBC is interesting, because normally I wouldn't hear from the Hamas side of things from the BBC. I would hear from Drop Site. So I wonder where this is. Coming from. Iran and Cuba, both of which only happened on the way out, got immediately reversed by Trump.
To the Middle East for the next few moments, because Hamas has informed mediators that it approves the latest Gaza ceasefire proposal. That is what a group official has told the Reuters news agency. AFP are also reporting this, that a Hamas source who requested anonymity told them that Hamas has delivered its response to the mediators, confirming that Hamas and the factions agree to the new ceasefire proposal without requesting any amendments. A Palestinian official earlier today told AFP that mediators had proposed an initial 60-day truce and hostage release in 2 batches. Well, let's go live to our Middle East correspondent, Emir Nader, live there in Jerusalem. And Emir, tell us more.
Well, what we understand is that this proposal is been based on a proposal originally put forward by the US envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, earlier in June. We've heard from a Palestinian official familiar with the talks that is what this 60-day ceasefire proposal is based around. It would see hostages and Palestinian prisoners exchanged in 2 batches over those 60 days. So an initial release of living Israeli hostages of perhaps around 10. That's around half of the Israeli hostages in the Gaza Strip, believed to still be alive still, and a number of bodies of Israeli hostages. And then there would be negotiations during this period ongoing for a permanent end to the war. That was the proposal put forward by Steve Witkoff earlier this year. We understand from Palestinian officials familiar with the talks that it is the proposal that has formed the basis of what Hamas have agreed to today. It was put forward to them in Egypt, where there have been these very reinvigorated negotiations, discussions ongoing in an attempt to avert Israel's planned invasion of Gaza City, which could have very huge, untold consequences for the million Palestinians that are there. So it's really focused.
I'm fairly certain that Israel's only accepting this. If they do, who fucking knows? They'll probably stop bombing again after the 2 hostages have been released now, because there are 500,000 protests in Israel at the moment about Bibi not bringing hostages home. Yeah, it feels like it's I guess like the internal pressure is mounting in Israel. But did they not already accept this?
Minds. What we don't know is how Israel may respond to this.
I saw a photo that said 300,000. I mean, it looked like a massive protest. It certainly looked like a gigantic protest. So
be seen as a partial deal, i.e. a staged release of hostages. And just last week we heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu that the door has closed to partial deals and that he wants to pursue only a comprehensive deal that would see the release of all Israeli hostages. However, he will be expected to respond to this, and there are many details that we aren't aware of, many details that involves, for instance, the day after, many details that will need to be worked out. Indeed, one of the key sticking points that undermined this proposal put forward by Steve Witkoff the first time is that Hamas really wants any release of hostages to lead to a permanent end to the war. So they no doubt will be seeking and perhaps have been given some indication of assurances that if they are to engage with this and release hostages, it will indeed lead to a permanent end to the war.
Emin Nada there in Jerusalem. Thanks very much.
Over to the Middle East now, where Israel's plan to take over much of Gaza was met with protests by hundreds of thousands of Israelis yesterday. They held demonstrations across the country demanding a ceasefire and the return of the remaining hostages held by Hamas. Lee Canary has more on some of Israel's largest anti-war protests.
End the war. Release the hostages. Hundreds of thousands in Israel demanded during a nationwide strike, blocking major highways and lighting bonfires. Loud calls for their government to listen.
Stop the war. Stop the government from sacrificing our hostages, sacrificing basically us and the Palestinian people for its own political gain.
One of the largest demonstrations of dissent over Israel's campaign to defeat Hamas in Gaza. The father of American-Israeli soldier Itai Chen, whose body is believed to be held by Hamas, summed it up with a scream. Enough, he says. Outrage has grown after Prime Minister Netanyahu revealed plans for a new military offensive in some of Gaza's most populated areas that will require mass movement of Palestinians again.
Oof. It's still whiplash, bro. Every time they flip from like protests in Israel directly to like 20, 30, 40 miles away from where that protester is being held. And I'm like, holy fuck. Dude, it's like living in Chicago and bombing the ever-loving shit out of like right on the other side of the fucking Illinois state boundary. You know what I mean? I don't think we think about it enough. Like, this is Gary, Indiana versus Chicago, Illinois. Okay? Like, imagine if the people of Chicago were just like absolutely destroying, just like bombing the fuck out of Indiana. And before you joke and say, oh, Indiana deserves to be fucking bombed or whatever, like, it's just so insane. Oh my God.
From places like Gaza City, where 11-year-old Nadim Abu Nada lives in ruins. But this is her home, and she says the only place she wants to go is to school. We want to live like the other children around the world and go to school. We have nothing. There is no food or water. Food aid agencies operating in Gaza say getting into the territory remains highly challenging, and any further disruption could be dire. Israeli reports say a Gaza City offensive would require a large-scale mobilization.
Yeah, they keep talking about fucking 750,000 reservists. They got like 74,000 active duty right now. They are not getting 750,000 reservists to actually go and permanently militarily occupy Gaza. These people are out of their fucking minds, dude. It's just psychotic. I guess they're just gonna, what? America, instead of sending troops to Ukraine and defend Ukraine, which is not going to happen, obviously. Russia's a nuclear armed nation. We're just going to send 100,000 troops We're going to do the real Iraq surge, but this time in Gaza, so that Israel can maintain and occupy Gaza while it continues conducting its ethnic cleansing campaign.
Of reservists that would come as fury at government policy is loud and clear. For CBS,
yeah, we got to send in the National Guard to defend Israel, dude. ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt on rising protests. The one-sidedness of this is just astonishing. Wait, is that in Israel or in America?
Strike in Israel yesterday, bringing the country to a halt. Protesters marching against the government in support of a deal with Hamas that would free remaining hostages.
Please tell me Jonathan Greenblatt is going to say these guys are anti-Semitic. He won't say that. That's a bridge too far. But that would be really fucking funny if he was like, these guys are so one-sided. They just don't understand. They don't understand that Netanyahu's ambitions in Gaza contain multitudes. Okay, that there's so many different good reasons to permanently militarily occupy Gaza. It's really fucked up how these Israeli Jews waving the Israeli flag, mind you, again, which is a red flag to begin with, are protesting against the Israeli government and behaving in the direction of Hamas.
Which is held for almost 2 years. On Saturday, New York City saw its largest protest against Israel action against Hamas in Gaza in months. And new and returning college students now arriving on campuses across the nation as all of this is happening. Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO and national director of ADL, sending a letter urging universities to better address anti-Semitism. I want to welcome you to the show this morning, but boy, is this a unique and complicated moment, given these protests, given this sort of issue about the way the government of Israel is acting or behaving and some of the tragedies taking place in Gaza right now, and the confluence of anti-Semitism. How do you think about that right now?
Look, I think the complicated is the right word for it. I think all of us on all sides sort of bemoan the tragedy in Gaza, right? It is painful to see these pictures of people, clamoring for aid and in such desperate need. And at the same time, it is painful to see protesters here in this country putting all the blame on the Jewish state for a war that Hamas started. And there's anxiety to go back.
My question to you, as a Jew, especially now, where do you believe anti-Semitism starts and stops? And the reason I ask, in the context of, are the folks that are protesting what Israel is doing right now, do you think that they are unto themselves anti-Semitic? Is that protest?
Do I think someone who works directly with the Israeli government to do propaganda and work to actively deplatform and destroy all American critics of Israel in the United States of America should be tried at the new Nuremberg? There is never going to be a new Nuremberg, but the people that were tried in the old Nuremberg were not just like journalists, but they were journalists that worked directly with the Nazi government. It's not going to happen, but yes, I love the news asking Greenblatt for some objective line where you cross it, and that is anti-Semitism, Lamau preposterous on his face. Yeah, it's crazy because it's a layup every time. It's a layup every time, and he still fucks it up every single time. I don't even know how. They'll be like these guys agree with Jonathan Greenblatt. Like, he went on the New York Times interview, and they were like, what's the line between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism? And he was like, it's all anti-Semitism. And even the fucking New York Times was like, that sounds a little crazy. You know what I mean? Like, your job is to just be the number one communicator that, like, all critics of Israel are anti-Semites. You should be able to figure out a better way to do this. Honestly, like, it is shocking how bad he is at this job.
Anti-Semitic.
Look, I've got to say, it's a fair question and kind of an amazing.
It's a fair question, but it's all anti-Semitic. Sorry, Mr. Squawk of Squawk's Box. MSM still acts like ADL is the king of the Jews. I mean, it's just the Pope, as Sam Cedar would say, the Jewish Pope. Here he is to ordain all critics of Israel as anti-Semites 22 months into a genocide that Israel has been engaging with. Why are you skipping over the fact that these Tel Aviv protests have nothing to do with Palestinian emancipation or rights? It's just Israelis not wanting to die in Gaza and wanting their POWs back. One, I'm not. I often explain that incredibly important part of this conversation. And two, not only is that correct, but also, even if that is correct, anything that gums up the works is still good. Okay? That's just my attitude at this point. It's one born out of desperation. Make no mistake. Like, I see people, for example, that retweet Israelis who are conscientious objectors, who like literally are going to fucking prison for not serving in the Israeli occupying force, and some dumb fuck like American is quote retweeting them being like, this is the bare minimum. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. That's crazy. You've done nothing. You've sacrificed nothing in your life. Okay? That should unconditionally be celebrated. Okay? That should unfucking conditionally be celebrated. No reason ever. No reason ever to fucking shit on a person that's doing that. That should be celebrated. That should be praised. That should be defended. Like, that's it. That's it. You got to do positive reinforcement. These people are fucking doing, these people are doing, like, their sacrifices are obviously nothing in comparison to the average Palestinian, but you're not an average Palestinian. You're not a Palestinian child born in Gaza. Okay. You're not, half the time, you're not even a Palestinian diaspora. Okay. You're just a guy. You're a guy that is disconnected from this incident. You're a guy that's disconnected from this genocide, and it's understandably made you incredibly emotional. I get that. You're on the right side of history, but don't fucking attack people who are doing the most with the like within the limited confines of whatever they can do. Okay. Especially when it like moves the needle in the appropriate direction. This is a thing that I try to explain to people. It's like, don't cast aside allies, okay? Always remember what the broader societal attitude is, and try to move as many people as you can to your position. And the best possible way to do that is by being open-minded, by being charitable, by trying to actively promote people like that, for example. Okay? Wait, why shit on the protesters? Oh, no, people were saying that these protests are just for like, it's not for Palestinian emancipation. It's not even like a straightforward anti-genocide protest. It's just like people that don't want to go serve. And also people that want the hostages to be released because like there's still their family members and friends that are like prisoners of war in Gaza. And I am diaspora Palestinian for your information, so I got skin in the game. No, I don't. I understand that. I know. I get that. I'm saying that many people who do say that shit are not, but even then, it still doesn't matter. I will say this to a diaspora Palestinian. I say this to a Palestinian that's even in fucking, that has escaped Gaza, okay? Because this is a conversation about methods. This is a conversation about appropriate anger being directed in the place that is productive. That's crazy, brother. No, that's the crazy law. No, dude, this is entirely different. This is not a conversation about morality, dude. What the fuck are you guys talking about? This is a conversation that revolves around pragmatism. It doesn't matter. I understand where people are coming from, but ultimately you need positive reinforcement, and it's a good thing. It's not a fucking lip take. None of you are doing anything. Shut up. People get so fucking goddamn annoying about this shit. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh my fucking God. Everyone that goes, that's crazy. No. If someone is a refusenik, you should absolutely support them. You should praise them. They are doing a good thing. They're refusing to serve. They're saying it's a genocidal army. They are anti-Zionists. Okay? Shut up. You need to expand the permission structure. And ultimately, you're picking away, one by one. Maybe it's like a handful of people, 30 people or whatever. But like you're picking away at people who would otherwise go and serve in the genocidal Israeli army and continue the fucking occupation. It's a good thing. Every obstruction, even if it's not immediately for Palestinian emancipation, is still a good thing because this gums up the works for the Israeli state. Okay? Do I wish that these guys were actually straight up anti-genocide protesters that were like, fuck you, Benjamin Netanyahu, fuck Zionism, fuck Israel, blah, blah, blah? Absolutely. Okay? I wish they had the same level of smoke for their government as I do for mine. As someone who protests every every goddamn day of the fucking week, okay? As someone who does advocacy every goddamn day of the week, someone who attends protests frequently, I have a lot of smoke for the American government. I want the American government to change its ways. I wish broader subsects of Israeli society had that same level of anger and resentment for their own government, okay? I do. I wish that was the case, okay? Having said that, even if they don't have that same level of smoke, this still fucking gums up the works. This is still a hurdle that they have to fucking overcome, okay? And the same goes for people who protested the Nazi regime, the people who like refused to serve in the Nazi military. It's a good thing. It's objectively a good thing overall, okay? You feel me?
Amazing one, because I know I've said, and many people have said over and over and over again, protesting Israel isn't anti-Semitic. The hundreds of...
shut the fuck up. Yes, you do. You do say that. You can't say that right now because the videos on the fucking screen are Jews in Israel protesting against the Israeli state. So it comes across as like a fucking moronic statement. Bad take. No one ever explains why it's a bad take. This person will just double down and say, it's actually fucking libbed up. I am getting sicker and sicker and more tired of some of the most snarky, annoying fucking assholes in this goddamn community. It's really shitty, especially because like it's rendered my position impossible because of my own personal radical framework, that it has made it already impossible for like the average lib to even fucking entertain what I'm saying with like an ounce of fucking charity. But in the same time frame, a lot of these fucking assholes are desperate for even more purges. Anyone that's already in here who actually doesn't have, who is almost identical to your worldview, might have a different method of advocacy, and you just take that fucking marginal difference and you turn it into the most consequential aspect of your politics, your reflection of politics. It is inherently reactionary. It's so fucking annoying. You guys need to shut the fuck up, okay? Please, for the love of Christ. Holy fuck. Yeah, nobody wants to fucking tackle mountains. They just want to die on molehills, okay? God damn.
Thousands of people in Tel Aviv and Haifa and Jerusalem, they're not anti-Semitic. But if the only country...
Yeah, he's saying, yeah, you're only not anti-Semitic protesting the state of Israel if you're Jewish and in Israel. Thanks, Jonathan. Great point. No one else gets to protest Israel. Only Jews in Israel. Not even the Palestinian citizens of Israel. Only the Jews, okay? Also, they need to cut it out with this interfaith marriage nonsense. I am a civil rights advocacy organizing I'm the leader of a civil rights advocacy organization. Hello, I'm Jonathan Greenblatt. I am anti-miscegenation.
That you think has any responsibility for the situation is Israel? If you parade signs around that claim Israel is a Nazi state, if you make wild claims that, like Bella Hadid's father, Mohammed Hadid, did over the weekend, that he wants to destroy the state of Israel, that crosses a line. I mean, literally, I just can't understand, Andrew.
Yeah. This motherfucker always has some celebrity's name that he can drop.
I care about children in Gaza, too.
It's got to be such a... You know you don't. Yeah, you care about killing them.
But why was there not a single sign yesterday or over the weekend saying they care about Israeli children? Why isn't there a single person at these protests saying, Qatar, lean on Hamas?
What do you mean Israeli children, bro? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Like... Is there an imminent threat to the Israeli children beyond the Israeli state itself? Like, what are we talking about? How do people not realize he's just all lives mattering a fucking genocide? That's what he's doing. Okay? That's it. That's what he's doing. What do you mean Israeli children? Like what? Like what are you talking about?
The one-sidedness of this is just astonishing, and it makes people like me, people who care deeply about all human beings, wonder, is there something else going on when you only blame one side?
Here's the thing that I worry about.
Yeah.
I worry. I agree with you, by the way.
Yeah.
Why is Israel the only one being blamed? 100%.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it seems to be the reality of the way the world seems to look at this. And maybe that unto itself is anti-Semitic. I don't know. But my question to you is how you feel about some of the actions of Israel right now, and whether you think that whatever is happening here, from just a very practical perspective, is almost creating a new sense of anti-Semitism that is and almost growing that feeling among others. That's what scares me.
Well, look, I'll tell you what. I think
even if you 100% agree with what Israel is doing, in some ways, it may have this counter effect that I'm now increasingly worried about.
Look, Hamas staging a war while hiding behind civilians, Hamas holding hostages, which is their only point of leverage, creates almost an impossible riddle
I agree
for
with
Israel
you.
to
But
solve.
then the question is, what's the right answer?
So the question is, like, why is it that Jewish people in this country get blamed for...
Ugh. I can't even listen to it, man. I can't even fucking listen to it. I can't. He just always repeats the same nonsense over and over and over again. Yeah, if you want to protect the children of Israel, stop letting the fucking pedophiles into the country because it has a non-extradition treaty like Tom Alexandrovich, okay? Jesus Christ. These are the people we want to give grace to? Wait, what? This is why leftists don't give Israelis any grace? The fuck are you talking about? Did you just say that, like, the average person that comes on my stream, or like the average person I'm talking about, like a refusenik, is Jonathan Greenblatt? Are you out of your fucking mind? Stop monolithizing people, okay? Jesus fucking Christ. You're treating Jonathan Greenblatt like a refusenik anti-Zionist. The fuck? What the fuck? Dude, where did everybody's brains go? God damn, dude. It got lost in the fucking sauce. People have lost the goddamn fucking plot, dude. They're so... Yeah, no wonder people like Tucker Carlson. All you dumb fucks need is just like one person to say the words and then you're good. Twitter, they went on Twitter. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels, God, I hate to say it, but it's just like, it does truly feel like a silly endeavor. No matter what I do. On the one hand, I can't even fucking bring like kind-hearted liberals who are like broaching the subject matter at all onto this cause so they can become more radicalized, because every fucking outlet is up my goddamn asshole. Every single independent content creator is up my fucking asshole. And my own community is like internally trying to consistently make this a smaller and smaller place. Some of you need to just quiet the fuck down and shut the fuck up. Okay? Go busy yourself with something else. I just want someone on these networks to cut off these freaks and scream how insane they sound, talking about Israeli safety when tens of thousands are dying. They will never do that because the fucking people on the other side are also in tune with that worldview. Noah Smith, leftists use Palestine primarily as a wedge issue to try to win internal factional battles in the Democratic Party. They don't actually think they have much chance of affecting events in Palestine. Leftists have been organizing especially on campus, about Palestine for decades when the pro-Palestinian position was totally irrelevant to anything going on in the Democratic Party. It has become significant in the Democratic Party only lately because of Israel's recent actions. These takes don't seem to be intention. Leftists have been trying to build factional power rather than constructively influence events for decades. Oh, you hate your community? Not the entirety of it, but lately the fucking vibe shift has been tremendous, tremendously unproductive to the grand design that I have. Of course, I don't hate the entire community. It's the one thing that that and spite keeps me going. Because like 95% of the disagreements that stem out of chat is not even a position that I hold. It's just what you misunderstood and you got incredibly passionate over. And now you've made it like a primary disagreement that is irredeemable. And it's like, I didn't even say the thing that you think I said. You just misunderstood what I said, and it's my fucking problem now. You know what I mean? It's just purity politics in the worst possible way. You know? Yeah. It is. It's also the external forces, obviously, mostly. The fucking elevated death threats, like kicked up to a much higher degree. The level of vitriol and fixation they operate with goes far beyond critique. It's obsessive, violent, disturbingly normalized. The constant stalking, lies, and coordinated harassment should alarm anyone who cares about their online safety. They're constantly brigading anyone and everyone that I collaborate with and bring that toxicity over to other people. Everybody in this industry knows who the fucking villains are. They just don't want to say anything because they don't want to get a fraction of that fucking smoke. They see what I have to deal with behind closed doors. They openly talk about how fucking insane it is. and they can't say anything about it because who am I to fucking be like, yo, put your, speak out on it. Speak out on it. Why not fight fire with fire? What do you want me to do? I'm a leftist, okay? We don't get the same level of fucking breathing room to just operate with the same level of toxicity, okay? I don't even make death threats, and I abhor them. I think it's fucking ridiculous. Even if I joke about something, they will present it as though I'm sincerely advocating for the death of a fucking sitting senator, okay? Or if I talk about like international law within the context of like an illegal raid in the West Bank, people turn around and treat it as though it's like a sincere death threat or some shit when it's very clearly not. I very clearly stated that it's limited to the confines of like a military operation that's taking place. And then on top of that, they turn around and issue actual death threats, actual brigading, openly stating like every fucking advertiser on the Twitch platform needs to hear this. They need to get fucking, they need to go and fucking brigade they mass blast every advertiser because they can't do it. They can't do it to me directly because I don't have any fucking advertisers. I have very limited advertisers and they obviously don't give a shit. So it's entirely bad faith. You don't have that. I don't have that same capacity to do so, especially because it gets in the way. Like even this meta commentary about like being visibly left, being visibly progressive on the internet, and how much that opens you up to the floodgates of hatred is unironically deviating the attention away from the shit that I want to talk about. The villains are not in your chat who doesn't agree with every single thing you say. So why are your mods heading the bans? It's because you're fucking annoying. Yeah, you get timed out one time and you just fucking make it your life's mission. I don't know where the Ukraine stuff is going to go. And it doesn't seem like it's going to go anywhere productive. But what do I know? I'm confused by the overall positive vibes that came from the Ukrainian side and the European side as well. But I don't know. What is this? We're agreeing, I think. Leftists don't really care about the issues they talk about, whether it's Palestine or anything else. The whole goal is to build factional power over the long term. What the fuck? Yeah, dude, leftists don't care about the issue of Palestine. They're just using the issue of Palestine to build power within one of the two parties so they can put an end to Israel's violence, which is somehow not caring about the issue of Palestine. This is a psychology thing. He needs to justify the fact he doesn't care about the genocide, so he has to say to himself, well, nobody actually cares anyway. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, there's no reason at any given point to actually care about whatever the fuck Matt Iglesias has to say, honestly. Yeah, also, Catherine Clark, the second most powerful Democrat in the House of Representatives behind Hakeem Jeffries, just admitted that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. New, days after saying we have to take action to stop the starvation and genocide and destruction of Gaza, top Democrat Catherine Clark backtracks, says she wants to be clear, I'm not accusing Israel of genocide. Yeah, she should have followed that up with saying, I'm not accusing Israel of genocide. I'm saying Israel's doing a genocide and everyone can see it. It's not an accusation. Why do they behave like this? I don't understand. Where is the pressure coming from? Like, it doesn't make sense. Just say the fucking truth. Ugh. This will not age well. I don't even know how things will age. I'm just not going to be there to see it at this point. I'm going to fucking perish one of these days. It just feels like I'm going insane every single fucking day that I see this shit. What is this? This may be true of many of the subsection of leftists, but it feels insulting to say none of them, including the many Muslim and Arab activists, don't actually care about Palestine. Absolutely. Among Arabs and Muslims, of course, it's not a left issue, but a right-wing nationalist one. And they have incredibly sincere commitment to it, though unfortunately less so to the humanitarian needs of the Palestinian people and as individuals. I can't say what I think about Matt Iglesias, and I feel like he's just writing this shit so he can piss people off. I'm just not even going to say nothing. I'm not going to say anything. All right, I'm done. It's too much. I'm fucking annoyed. All right, I'm done for the day. All right, everybody. Fuck Noah Smith. Fuck Matty Iglesias. Charlatans that are professionally wrong all the fucking time. You don't have to listen to them. You can just keep pushing, you know? Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months are streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There